This starts, and it's really fascinating to go back. It starts in 1996 with Netanyahu, who wrote a book called Fighting Terrorism. And the thesis of the book is quite straightforward and very dangerous. He says, you know, there's Hamas, there's Hezbollah, they oppose Israel. It's not good for us to fight them directly. That won't work. What we need to do is topple the governments that back them. So what we need is regime change throughout the Middle East. And he actually gave a long list of 7 countries that included Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, Somalia, Sudan, and Lebanon. And systematically, the United States has done Netanyahu's bidding for almost 30 years now, going to war with every one of them, except for the big one that Netanyahu so much longs for, which is the war directly between the United States and Iran.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Sunday, January 26, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. So much to get to today, not because, every day there's this many things we could possibly talk about, but I just, some reason decided I'm going to get it all on the show today that I wanted to. And so for that very reason, really no preamble to start. We're going to talk about the ceasefire. We're going to talk about the updates therein, how much has been going on. And the first major part today we're going to talk about is going to be about a lot of different overlapping points that are kind of in the vein of what we've been talking about in a lot of different contexts with the IMA, the kind of Zionist technocratic drive, the overtaking of this, the misinformation, the false narratives, the partisan games. So I'm going to leave it there. There's a lot to get to today. And I bet you we're going to touch on just about everything people want to talk about, save for a few different peripheral issues. But we'll leave it there to start. Hopefully you'll stay tuned today because telling you it's going to be a fantastic show. There's really just a lot to get to. And not least of which is the overlapping point about the Warp Speed 2.0 reality that is not just about vaccines, guys, or injections. It's about the combination of all this and how it all comes together. Have a great clip from you from Catherine Austin Fitz we're going to get to. To start, though, to just get right into it, guys, a lot to talk about. I wanted to highlight a couple of things that we're going to be getting at after the first part. But I did not want you to miss that. I wanted to make sure that you saw, because we're going to be talking about a couple important things. One of them is, hold on, make sure I didn't just, that's interesting. I'm going to take all this time to make sure I have this ready, and then I have the wrong screen share. That's part 2. Let me get the right one. We'll get started here. Funny. Okay, there we go. So where you're going to see in a minute later, we're going to get into the foreign policy part of it for the most part, starting right there. But I wanted to start with 2 things that connect with that part of the show that I really just did not want you to miss. So first off, if you haven't seen this already, this is going to be one of the primary things we're discussing. And it's, sadly, and it's not that I take any pleasure from any of these moments, because every single one of these, every night I pray that I'm wrong about where I see this going. The point was, just far too many I told you so moments happening right now. And the other reason that's relevant to point out is not because we were right, but because it's important to see that there are a lot of people out there, ourselves included, that have been trying to warn about where these things are going, not because we have any interest in the outcome or because we're going to benefit from one side or the other or one agenda or the other, because we're trying to stop people from suffering. It's quite simple. And there's a lot of good people out there doing this. And I think it's important to highlight that this was one of those big moments. As the Associated Press is saying, Trump is now openly telling the world, Egypt, Jordan, removing all the Palestinians, saying he's pressing Jordan and Egypt to take in Palestinians from Gaza, floats the plan to, quote, just clean it out. It begins to more and more seem like he maybe just has no idea what he's talking about in this conversation. Because if he's framing it like this with what's been going on, it's just very tone deaf to the obvious reality of the ethnic cleansing that's been going on the entire time. Now, we're going to get into all of that. As I said, just as many expected. the literal definition of ethnic cleansing. Isn't this what Israel swore? And this is the important part. Even if you want to pretend now, which most of them are, that this is the right thing or the right way out of this or the correct move, fine. You're wrong, flatly. But even if that's what you think, you need to reconcile these two things. Israel was telling us, screaming that that was not going to happen. Now, to the West, openly laughing and having conferences about it in Israel that your media and your government lied about. But the point is, they swore in the beginning this was never the plan. Except at the beginning, we could prove that it was because they were talking about it and they had outlines. That's how silly this has always been. But also that the U.S. government said you were racist for even suggesting such a thing, even though all the evidence showed this. So if you still want to argue that this is somehow not ethnic cleansing and genocide, even though it meets the exact definition and the world is aware that it is, how do you reconcile those two things? Right? This is the problem with all this going on right now. There's too many dishonest players in all this that don't care about the contradictions because they're not in it to be right or wrong. They're in it to achieve a certain outcome for their benefit, usually at the expense of everybody. That's what we're staring at right now. So I just want to make sure we come back to this, okay? Because this is a very important story, and I don't want you to miss it if you end up only seeing the first half of the show today. On top of that, one of the main things we're going to discuss in the foreign policy aspect is this: how long have we been ringing this bell? Muhammad Shihana says there's a concerted campaign, and my point is there has been since the very beginning. He says to blow up the ceasefire by weaponizing the Bibas family plight. Now realize this is not something I was guessing at. I was already making this claim, whether it was they were going to use them to disrupt a ceasefire or argue somehow that Hamas never fulfilled their end of whatever ended up being the case. I've said this many times. So I just want, one, it's important to demonstrate the value of the kind of work we're doing to be this far ahead of something like this, but also to see how dishonest and disgusting the story is. So if you don't know so far, this is the main point, and we'll come back to it. The Bibas father, as we show right here, was released, yes, while he's in captivity, a video saying that he saw his family killed by the IDF. Now, of course he could be forced to say that. I've never said otherwise. The point is that with all the evidence we have, the only thing that we can conclude with everyone that's already come home and still maintained what they were quote unquote forced to say on camera. So how does that make sense? The point is they were telling the truth. They weren't being forced. Every other one of them so far has maintained what they said on these videos. So, and also as Dan Cohen has covered, even the corporate media was forced to acknowledge that these airstrikes by the IDF are what killed them. I mean, Yasmin Porat said that they did this in Israel, for crying out loud, on October 7th. That's the Hannibal Directive. We know, I mean, I'll go into it more. The point is, guys, that the father reported that they were killed. Now, the story is that every one of them know that. All the Zionists, all the Israeli government, I have been personally putting it in front of all of them, but the point is it was a public story. They know it. They even tried to deny it in the beginning. They said, they're just making this up. Well, that's not the reality that we can see so far. So at the moment, all the evidence other than resisting a narrative that only engages with what they want to be the case, ignoring all the facts at hand. That's the right way to frame this. Everything else suggests that this person watched his family die. And now to this point, and all this time, there's been this weird concerted effort about using their faces, talking about them constantly. And I kept saying, well, look, you guys have been told they were killed. Here we are. And now it's being claimed that they aren't being returned, and that's violating the deal. Even though, thus far, Hamas has already publicly said, well after this, recently, over the last week, that they were killed by IDF bombs. So it's certainly possible, like anything is possible, that they could somehow materialize later, which I pray to God is the case. So far, the evidence suggests otherwise, and everything seems to be lining up with the reality that they're using them and have always planned to use them, despite killing them themselves, I argue deliberately, to blow all this up and blame it on them, which has been what they've been doing to Palestinians for 76 years. So we'll come back to this. I just think it's important to highlight that out of the gate so you don't miss it. Now, on another note that overlaps with all of this censorship, but also with the Israeli topic, if you haven't seen this already, this is super important. Ali Abu Nama, from the co-founder of the Electronic Intifada, one of the most important websites around, for decades, documenting this very topic, has now been arrested. And this is what's so infuriating about this, is somebody who's being arrested under the guise of terrorism because of his information he's providing about the Israeli genocide. Meanwhile, Netanyahu and other war criminals are being paraded around by the very government, screaming that they care about human rights and international law. We, again, do not live in the world we think we do. It's as simple as that. Doesn't mean we can't. Doesn't mean that there aren't aspects of it or people that are good. But we have to understand the system we're in, from the United States to Europe to different Western nations, is compromised. And then you could argue, well, let's just put it this way. It is not the society that we pretend it is, if this is the kind of thing that continues to happen, if all it takes is one foreign entity that pushes this into reality, and this is the kind of thing that ends up. Palestinian-American journalist and executive director of the Electronic Intifada was arrested by Swiss. I thought he was the co-founder. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's listing him here as the executive director, possibly both, was arrested by Swiss police ahead of a scheduled speaking event in Zurich. This incident follows an earlier interrogation upon his arrival at Zurich Airport, where he was questioned for an hour. Abunimah's arrest has drawn attention to the increasing crackdown by Western governments on journalists and activists who advocate for the Palestinian cause. Not anything against Jewish people, not anything for terrorism, but for the self-determination of a people. Exactly the same people that the Israeli government and the U.S. government pretend they're actually fighting to save from Hamas. So how does that make sense? Because they secretly pretend he's not doing that, but the reality is he's helping the Palestinians, which they're all actually fighting. It's as simple as that. It's a very simple topic, actually. It's not as complicated as they always love to pretend it is. It's complicated when you listen to Zionist narratives that are built on lies and are easy to see through. And it becomes complicated when you get uncomfortable for how obvious it is. And, oh, but I'm going to be a racist if I point it out, so I'm just going to shut up. That's 76 years of suppression right there. Abunimah has been granted access to legal counsel, though the details surrounding the charges, if any, remain unclear. This was posted on the 26th. Maybe more may have developed in the last so many hours. The point, though, think about this. So he's traveling overseas. He gets arrested, right? For what? Arguably hate speech, right? Isn't this exactly what Elon Musk has been screaming about? Funny how this person doesn't get the same attention, even though it's the exact same topic. People that are saying things online or saying things in public that ultimately get suppressed because of their hate speech laws or because of their censorship. Well, yeah. Elon, where are you? I thought you were all about this topic. I guess it's only in regard to people who are not. People who are whatever the agenda is that helps the Israeli narrative. Because at this point, guys, if you can't recognize the same exact story here, right? So whether you have somebody over here is being censored for saying something against the woke agenda, which is ridiculous. They have a right to say what they want, versus somebody saying things against the Israeli agenda, right? It's still information. It's still free speech. Obviously, you get the point. Certain people out there love to put themselves out as the heroes of a topic when in reality, they're fighting for something very different. People like this have a long-term track record of fighting for people that are being oppressed. And that's why, I mean, you could understand why there's a certain entity out there that does not want this to be talked about. Now, this is the entire article from Electronic Intifada. You can read it for yourself from yesterday. Craig Mokhiber points out, in the same week that it facilitated the travel of a perpetrator of genocide, Herzog, who is the president of Israel, and gave him a VIP platform to spout his racist propaganda at Davos in Switzerland, has now arrested and silenced a prominent human rights defender and journalist for speaking out against the same genocide. That's Abunimah. Think about how ridiculous that is. And look, you can argue that they see him as a criminal, but if you're going to argue that based on everything in the world, the ICC, the ICJ, every human rights group in the world, the United Nations, roundly telling you this guy's a criminal, Herzog, Netanyahu, all of them, that need to be arrested per the international law they love to point at. And instead, you give him a platform and then arrest somebody who is doing journalism, even if you disagree with the content. My point would be, if you're going to arrest a journalist and claim he's a terrorist based on the idea that you disagree with the content that's being framed by the very group that's committing genocide, there's only one way to look at this. They are ignoring the international reality around these criminals and going after the people that are calling them out for it. We do not live in the society we think we do. The Swiss government is leaving little doubt as to where it stands on this historic moment of genocide. May history never forget. As well, John McAvoy points out, it turns out that Mario Fair, or Faure, however you say his last name, the security chief in Zurich, where journalist Abunimah has been arrested, has spoken at pro-Israel rallies and called for pro-Palestinian demos to be banned. Seems like there's a correlation here, wouldn't you say? And he goes on to highlight the obvious around this. This person, the Zurich, or the security chief in Zurich, is this guy right here. As Loki points out, this picture has emerged as of Mario himself, justice director behind the arrest of Abunimah in Zurich, speaking at a solidarity event with Israel. which doesn't have to be inherently evil, right? But you have to understand where we are in the world right now. So if only one of these things happened, you could argue maybe he just doesn't see what's going on, or maybe we're wrong about it somehow. All those are possible. But then if you take both stories at the same time, there's only one way to look at this. This person is actively speaking on behalf of a government that's committing genocide according to the world and goes after the people who are exposing that. It's quite simple. Asal Rod points out, like I said earlier, war criminal Netanyahu can travel to Europe and the U.S. without consequence, despite the ICC warrants for his arrest, which they all pretend to care about in every other context, while journalists like Abu Nama get arrested for speaking out against the genocide they're committing. What's more emblematic of Western rot and hypocrisy than that? It's well put. So, starting on some of the things I want to highlight, some potential positives. So this is being reported that Donald Trump is announcing a task force to fast-track aid, overriding FEMA. There's a whole big conversation there about what happens with FEMA and whether there's going to, all these things are up in the air, it seems, right now. But basically helping people in North Carolina, which again seems a little reactive based on the points we were hearing before, but good nonetheless, right? The idea that it's happening and people get support, but is it happening? Same thing I want to point out from before. There's an important way to handle all this stuff right now is to wait for outcomes. Words are meaningless in political circles, guys, or politics in general. They could be lying, they could be wrong, something could change tomorrow. We all know this, except only when partisans want to cheer for the point is, if we don't see it happening yet, go good direction. We're waiting for it to happen. So until people in North Carolina get aid, this isn't anything yet, whether he wants it to happen or not. It's not see what I'm noticing about a lot of this, people are really trying to make this about people going against Trump. So, but those of us that are nonpartisan, it's the power structure. We did this with Biden and Obama and Bush and all the rest of them because we just challenged the power structure as we're supposed to. So my point is when we make these comments, it goes, oh, you're just going after Trump. Well, no, it's about the outcome for whoever's doing it. The U.S. government is saying things. I'm waiting for them to be accomplished, whoever the person is there. But I'm getting a sense a lot of this conversation becomes about, I guess, framing it as only because you hate Trump, which in a way is the very Trump derangement syndrome that we're always pointing at. Both ways that works, right? So in point thing here is we're going to see a lot of this is these signing things for task forces. Now that very well may be a positive thing in the very point of, other than I think continuing to build more government, even if it's limited, like temporary rather, task force or not, still more government though. Nonetheless, the point is maybe it develops into something that could be a long-term positive thing. Maybe the task force continues to supersede FEMA and get help right where it's needed. I will praise that forever and when it happens. My point is that we're seeing a lot of these task force dynamics that are putting it out to a discussion. As always, even if he wants it, that may be screwed over by the Democrats, right? So no matter what side you're on, wait for outcomes to make something go, yes, positive, winnings, people are posting, before we even really know what's happening just yet. Now, an interesting overlap. There's been a lot of information like this flying around too, from people sharing fake information. But this is how this tends to work. And then it works both ways, where people then dismiss what he may do that might be good because they think it's fake. And on off the side of that, people then share false information that gets at people thinking that more has happened that hasn't even happened yet. In this case, it was that he sent $2 billion through FEMA, which is weird because simultaneously talking about removing FEMA. Point is, there's a lot of manipulators out there. And this very well could be Democrats trying to make Trump look bad or not. The point is just about being objective and making sure we're checking the facts. And if we can't prove it, then we don't pretend we know one way or the other. This one is about the Epstein list. Everybody should think that's a good thing, guys. Nobody should say we don't want to see, but I just have a really hard time believing that that's going to happen the way it is. And if we get a list, how do we ever really know if it's the full information, just like with JFK? But we should still hope for something to come out so we can then vet something and continue to ask questions. But again, the idea of after Patel and the FBI that ultimately this will be, I'm very suspicious about this. And obviously you should know why. Of course, plenty will frame it as being against Trump, even though it's not Trump or Biden or anyone. It's just the government. And I think your government is compromised in this exact way. As a general reality, not maybe every single person. But so if that's the case, and I'm pretty sure anybody objective can recognize that it's not Democrat or Republican unique. Maybe it slants more towards Democrats. I would just say it does. I think it's pretty obvious. But there's a lot of Republicans that are involved in this. And I think really the big picture is that it's not a partisan dynamic. But this person says, Trump, we know you took yourself off the list. And that's a fair point, seeing as how there's a lot of information that very clearly suggests that he is on that list. But it's, the point is there's a lot of other, he says this, or he said he was a great guy, but he didn't really, Dershowitz only was in his underwear with a massage. There's all these weird narratives. Or was that the other guy? I think that was Dershowitz. Giuliani had his own thing. The point is, I'm pretty sure we objectively can see that they're all interconnected on this. But as this is being stated, the point is, this was the point, saying, well, have they released the JFK or MLK files? Right, so we're already kind of jumping the gun a little bit when this hasn't even technically happened yet. And as Michael Tracy said, to come back to the first point, the executive order does not even actually bring about the disclosure. It only calls for a creation of a plan to seek out the possibility of doing that, sort of like a task force to see it out. Doesn't mean it won't happen, but you're starting to feel these things with everything else that's been going on so far. All of the very, very, very major deviations with Stargate, mRNA, artificial intelligence, World Economic Forum, all these different things, there's very real reason to go, this may not even be what, there's reason to have doubt. But question everything, consider all possibilities. Don't all of a sudden assume he's wrong, just, question it. It's simple, guys. But this right now gives me doubt. And it should give anybody objective doubt. Legal Man says this in his opinion, the sheer number of accounts cheering Trump's declassifying the MLK files, JFK, RFK files is mind-bending. How can people be this naive? Whatever documents they're releasing are documents they want to come out. I happen to agree with that mindset. I don't know why anybody in these powerful positions would ever end up releasing something that would undermine their own power structure. The only reason it would make sense is if you somehow see them as two different things. It's not. Simple. But that's how they play the two-party paradigm against people. But he goes on to say, it's been 55 years plus. Whatever they want protected is long gone and will never be released or seen. Whatever is being released has been concocted specifically to be released. Just endless lies and counter lies to create rabbit trails. And that's the kind of fifth generation warfare stuff we're talking about, like very surface level of it, but part of it, like creating these false realities. I said, it's mind-boggling how naive people are. We really don't have any chance when people are this easy to fool. They're laughing at you. Now, sadly, I agree, but it's his opinion, and it is opinion. Hopefully, you're at least considering that that's where we are. And maybe even if it makes it easier for you to think about, maybe Trump doesn't even know that. Now, lastly, another positive thing? Well, I guess depends on where you're coming from. Constitutional amendment to allow Trump third term introduced into the House. Now, this is hilarious to me, guys, because I'm even still to this moment, I'm seeing people go, you're being trolled. It's like, okay, well, at what point do you stop seeing it as a troll? After it becomes a law? Or, when it becomes introduced as a possible amendment to Congress? Is that suddenly, are they playing Congress? Like, it's just funny how long they can play this game where it's all a big grift, or rather, that's the wrong word, it is, but it's troll. We're just playing you to get the Democrats to freak out until suddenly we do it anyway. Gulf of America, you're all being played, and now it's a great thing. It's like, okay, well, did you always, were you trolling us with the troll comments? Like, it's just really funny. The point is, it's a game. It's easy to pretend like it's all a big game because you're not sure, because they don't really know. They don't know what Trump's thinking. They like to pretend they do because Q said, but the overall point is that they want it to be fake if that makes them feel less stupid about how bad it looks, but then something happens and now we're forced. Let's rationalize why it's the best thing in the world. That's not the majority, in my opinion. Not even close, I don't think. My point is, this came out a while ago. And they said, that's ridiculous. You're being played. It's all a big joke. They just want to see you guys freak out. Snowflakes crying on the ground. Okay, well, here we are. Now, even then, still, it could be some kind of a move, not like the game of like it's all a big play, but like this could be done in an effort to get some kind of other political maneuverability. That's politics for you. But this is very real. Okay, and now there's other articles being written about how regardless, this it probably won't ever come to pass. But even if it does, it probably still won't mean that Trump will get a third term. But it's all certainly possible. And this is dictatorship stuff, guys. This is what we've called out about Netanyahu, what they've called out about Putin. It's the same thing where you just alter the circumstances to allow what you want to be the case. I find it to be pretty alarming. But wait and see what actually happens, because it's very well that it might not even actually get passed by the House or the Senate. But I'd be surprised if it did. But if it's being introduced in the House, it's not a joke. Interesting. Now, here's an interesting story I felt the need to comment on in a very broad way, because look, right out of the gate, I hope it's very clear that in no way am I ever trying to suggest any part of the government is, like if the left or right, the government, is my opinion, is always trying to cheat you. That's just what they do. I know maybe I'm a pessimist, but guys, our history is obvious. Like, it's like the old saying, if you're not a pessimist at this point, pessimist, or, if you're not paranoid, the old saying, you're not paying attention, guys. They have been cheating and robbing and lying to us our entire lives. There's also things you could point out that some people at some points did good, right? I mean, that's how I see it. I really genuinely think we don't have a lot of example of how the U.S. government has treated us. But the point is that overall, I think that there's obvious, and I'll show you the clip that I broke down before, of malfeasance or straight up criminality in California and all over the government, every left and right part of it. But my point in saying all that is to say that don't read this first part as in any way arguing that the California government is, state government is not corrupt. I think it's obvious, but it's interesting how information gets kind of manipulated in all this. So this is about a story from Folsom Dam. I literally grew up right down the road from this. This is California, right? I grew up in Sacramento. I even lived in Folsom, like right around the corner from this. I fished this area, so I'm very familiar with essentially what the general information is about this area. Doesn't mean I know exactly what each person's doing in the government, right? But let me show you my thought on this. So this person put this out. It's already been whatever, community noted by Twitter. Derek Evans, who is a former member of the WV House, former January 6th political prisoner, basically saying Gavin Newsom says there's not a spigot that can be turned on to solve the water crisis. Now, again, I'll show this at the end, but the absurd reality of how many, this is what I wrote, over $5 billion from Trump and Biden's last administrations that have gone to California alone this is generally 2016 to today. Like 4 times a year with billions, $500 million in some cases for water infrastructure. That doesn't have to guarantee they won't have a problem, but my point is, where in the hell is all this going? That right there, that to me is criminality. There's something going on, but it's not unique to California. But the point is, in this case, when he says there's not a spigot that can be turned on to solve the problem, you could decide if you think that's specifically true. I don't think there's just the point he's trying to make is there's not a knob you can turn to just make more water. Whatever you think about that, he goes on to say, here's a video of 20,000 cubic feet per second of water that's purposefully being redirected into the ocean in California. Now, the point is not whether or not this couldn't be utilized in different ways, because what you're looking at is the Folsom Dam and runoff. Basically, I'll go over the information about how this works. And sure, there's criticisms for how this could be utilized differently, but to be clear, it does not run into the ocean outside of running into the river, and in some cases later running from that into the ocean. And I'll show you the information. So the facts matter here, because all this to me seems to be is an effort to make it into a partisan point about a larger agenda that has nothing to do with whether people care about California or the water for people, or, it's really about these larger building narratives about Democrats versus Republicans, about the CIA telling you some evil thing that happened in California about the fires. And I'll get into it. I think we're being played in a lot of serious ways, in some cases using things that need to be fixed. But ultimately, when they do it in this grandiose way, we miss the actual problem. How often do I talk about this? Now, Jimmy highlighted this and saying, when I saw this during the record-breaking historic rains in California 12 months ago, I looked into why they do this, which is the runoff, and I'll show you why. It turns out they never built enough reservoirs. I agree with that. Now, I don't argue that's why they necessarily have the runoff of the water, but flatly agree that they do not. I think we're being abused in a lot of ways, specifically in California, with the abuse of the funds and not taking actions needed, because, guys, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you have issues, you get more funding. And that's not the way it should work, but that's how these governments operate, left and right across our country. So if they don't do it or solve it or don't have enough water, well, look, we just showed you. I'll show it at the end. They keep getting more money. So and I think there's a game where they play back and forth with each other. But then he goes on to say, even though 10 years ago, California passed Prop 1 that specifically mandates building reservoirs, 10 years later, not one has been built, nor has construction even started on one. We need to demand to know where this money goes. But if you're going to do that, make sure you apply it to more than just California, because it's not unique to California. I would argue that Gavin Newsom is uniquely criminal in a lot of ways, but this problem is not unique to California. But so just to be clear, I agree. Jimmy makes a good point in the idea of the money and the funding and the reservoirs. But what's interesting is about the point this guy's making in regard to the runoff. So this says this is the Folsom Dam auxiliary spillway. It doesn't dump water into the ocean. It says it prevents the flooding of Sacramento. That's true, easily provable. From there, it goes via the American River into the Delta and the State Water Project. So let me show you some stuff on this that I think is very important. Oh, did I open that secondarily? I think I did. So here's just the page from the Folsom Dam. just to basically show what it says. The spillway will include a 1,100-foot-long approach channel that will funnel the water from the lake into the spillway. A control structure with 6 submerged gates that will be controlled in coordination with the gates on the main dam to control water releases. So that's this larger area here, and the one you're looking at is more of a small side one. The point is, this is about releasing water to avoid other issues in regard to flooding. That's only one aspect of it. And so a lot of the time you're going to see this, and it doesn't indicate any waste of water, not necessarily. Can, but here's the interesting part. This is what Grok, which I, just so it's clear, I pretty much avoid using these things other than certain circumstances because I don't like to help train their program. But in this case, I think it's interesting because it's Grok, right? So this is what is their Grok is being fed information through Elon Musk's infrastructure. So it's at least a little bit more interesting. Like, for example, if we asked some kind of whatever you would see, some Google thing, they go, it's Democrats or whatever, probably. But this case, arguably, it would be influenced more so by what the Elon sphere is pointing out, right? So does Folsom Dam water go into the ocean? Here's what it says. The water from Folsom Dam primarily serves several purposes before potentially reaching the ocean. Water supply. The water is used for municipal and industrial water supply for the Sacramento region and parts of the Central Valley. Make sure that didn't change. As if I looked like it was smaller for some reason. Oh, it's right. That's right. The bottom's right there. So right out of the gate, it is used for water supply, agriculture, a significant portion. And now, obviously, you could argue that this is not the actual fact, but my point is this is what is stated as the reality. To best of my knowledge, this is what it is. And what saying it flows right into the ocean is simply inaccurate. It's, I think, meant to deceive people. A significant portion of the water you just saw is used for irrigation in California's Central Valley, one of the most agriculturally productive areas in the world. Hydroelectric power, right? So even right there, this is still being used for other, like the Hoover Dam dynamic. Folsom Dam generates hydroelectric power, which means some water is used in the process of generating electricity. So even if you were saying it was being wasted, it's not in a sense being wasted. It's being used to generate electricity and then being dumped somewhere. But the point is the water that's going through there is still also being used for something else. Flood control is one of the main ones on top of the water supply point. One of the main purposes of Folsom Dam is flood control, managing the flow of the American River to prevent flooding in Sacramento. Now, this is where you get into the dynamic of how that can be abused, right? Like maybe they're releasing when it's not necessary. But even then, the water is still not being just dumped out into nowhere. It is still being utilized. So what I experienced while I was there was the idea of how this can be, the ebb and flow of that water in regard to stopping it from flooding in other locations. And I think that's pretty easy to prove. The question is if you think that's abused in certain circumstances when it doesn't have to be. Hard to say. But it says, I argue, my opinion, I think governments would abuse everything anytime they can and get away with it. But it's not to say that it goes right in the ocean. But it says environmental flows. There are also mandated environmental flows to support habitats in the Sacramento River and its tributaries, which can lead water towards the Delta and eventually the Pacific Ocean, right? So the majority of this ends up being utilized. And at the very least, from there goes into the river to the Delta, which then goes to the ocean. And that's not the same thing as he was saying. But it's simple, right? So I grew up here. And so I think it's interesting. I come from a personal example on this. And I just think it's interesting how many people seem to continue. I just don't understand why it's so much more prevalent right now. I guess it's the Twitter dynamic. It's what Elon and their inner circle, like I think somebody's pointing out earlier around like the fire dynamic, which I wasn't going to get into, but the point about arguing that there's this weird ecosystem around Elon Musk where people are just kind of grabbing all sorts of content from under like smaller accounts and usually changing it, altering it, misrepresenting it. And then that gets boosted because it's really just about controlling the flow and where it comes from. I agree with that. And sometimes it is true information. Other times it's completely altered. Otherwise sometimes it's flat, like just simply dishonest. So I just wanted to point that out. It's an interesting story, but it's frustrating how like these are the kind of things that blow up out of proportion. And all of a sudden you get people taking action where there's really nothing happening. And then they blame that on something else and it becomes some George Soros. I mean, there's truth to a lot of these points. And then when they use them in false context, it makes the reality of that almost near impossible to change or solve. So on that note, though, again, as I pointed out, I'd recommend you watch this. It's like 6 minutes long. It blows my mind how much money. And I've made this point. I did this like a decade ago or maybe 5 years ago about this exact point back then going, what is going on here? EPA gives $182 million for drinking water in California and wastewater infrastructure. 95 million. And this is year by year, multiple times a year, almost 200 million, another 200 million, 85 million, 500 million for water infrastructure. That just seems obscene. Like how we can't acknowledge that. But that's the point. We can. But if we're making this about something larger, that will never change. And you know who loves that? Your government. Both sides of it. Oh, and then by the way, thank you to he's the one that put this, he clipped this out for me. I should have said this, I was going to say it to begin and I forgot. I really do want you guys to continue doing this if you want to. So he clipped this out from our show, tagged me in it, and I'll share it. Like the point is, it's really hard for me. I don't have the bandwidth to constantly clip make these clips and parse everything out. So if you guys like a part in the show, even if you just just quote what I said and put the link, I'll share it. That way somebody, put a timestamp, for example, and then that way somebody goes, oh, what's this? What are they talking about? Oh, it's in Ryan's show. You can go watch it right there or make the clip yourself. Just help us get the content out. There's so much that gets buried. And that's one of the downsides of having a long show. At the moment, it's the best I can do with all that's going on around me. But I just have to get all this content out. On top of that, on another side of it, Biden's $6 billion promise to make your drinking water safe, literally while they're continuing to force fluoride into your body. I just want to make that point. So clearly they don't really care about keeping your water safe on another side note. But another quick note around this, I thought it was important to highlight. It's just this really interesting chaos that's boiled up around this conversation. Same thing I was saying before, and this is about the WHO. It's really fascinating to me. I really do think this is about people who want to make it that we're going after Trump, which I'm going after anybody in government that I think is being dishonest, left or right, and really I see it as all the same. So in a sense, you're not wrong, but it's about all of it, right? It's unique to one side or the other. My point is that in this conversation about the WHO and Gavi from last administration, this conversation has gotten crazy. And the only point that I'm trying to make, that I've made the whole time, is that under the administration, let's just say under the U.S. government, in the year this took place, money was removed from WHO, and then money went back to Gavi, billions over the top of millions. So fine, if you want to make it about somebody else, make it about somebody else. The only point we're trying to make is today, when they pull out of the WHO, maybe we shouldn't start jumping for joy because last time money went to Gavi that went to WHO through Bill Gates, and that was Trump's administration. Now there's conversation about the dynamic of funding that's from USAID that was signed beforehand. But guys, the point is the same. It's the same conversation every time. They fund through USAID to these same things, including Gavi, long before Trump's administration. So those are not unique. The difference is that Donald Trump was in power, in this case, for the people that are making it about Donald Trump, and he could have changed that if he wanted to, and did not. And the timing of it is inquired. So the only point is that money went away from WHO, and then many, many, many more, or billions on top of over millions, went through Gavi to WHO. It's very simple. And that's become some grandiose, really it seems to be that they're going after Whitney Webb. That's really what it seems like to me. That they're just for some reason trying to go after her to make this crazy point about how you're being dishonest, and she's not. It's just wild to me. But anyway, all that is to say, I wanted to reiterate this because Jason put a clip out about it where I simply go directly through Derek's article about it from the time, or this was the one I did the show in, but Robert's article is linked in the show notes in that show. And it's just, the sources are all there. It's right down the list, and he goes right through the sources. He walks right through the funding, and he doesn't try to make it about, it's very, very objective. People just have a hard time with that today, apparently. And this is interesting to me because on top of making that point, this is why I brought it up again. Well, guess what? Turns out Trump says he's considering rejoining the WHO anyway. I just laughed out loud when I saw that. And so here, and this is the same, I just put these out. For those who missed all the verifiable source material or chose to ignore for personal or partisan reasons, now I'm specifically talking about the people pushing back on Whitney in the conversation. There's plenty of conversation. Courtney and I had a great conversation about a lot of things in our last Pirate Stream. So the only thing this is directed at is the people out there trying to misrepresent people like Whitney Webb. But I simply said, well, isn't that interesting? Oh, you know what? I think I forgot to grab this, of course, because it was further down the link. Let me play it for you real quick. It's now, to be clear, it's not 100% we're going to rejoin. That's not what I'm saying. Nobody honest is actually saying that. It is simply that he has already floated, which he tends to do, the idea that it might happen. He might go back if they give him a better deal. That doesn't mean it's going to happen for sure, but it's dishonest to pretend like he didn't mean exactly what he just said, because just like the idea we just made about, or the point we made about the Gulf of America or the third potential term, those were all pushed back on as complete fake stories that you all fell for, and then they happened anyway, right? So it's the same thing every single time. Here is Donald Trump already bringing this up. And by the way, what he says in this is interesting, is ultimately that The only reason he didn't really go back the first time is because it was so popular that he left that he doesn't want to. Really continuing to show you that it's all about placating you, I think. But on top of that, as we're going to get into next, there's already more association with Bill Gates happening. We have Operation 2.0, or Warp Speed 2.0 that's building, at least as we can see so far. And that's Gates who already made that point. And I think there's already more overlap with Trump and Davos and connections here. I think the same thing is happening. I just don't think they're as clumsy, which is, I don't know. Usually they seem to be, but maybe in this case, they don't seem to be as clumsy to go right down the same path, knowing that you're paying attention. That's just me.
China is paying $39 million to have 1.4 billion people. We pay $500 million. Nobody knows what the hell we have. Does anyone know? We have so many people pouring in. We have no idea. We go up, but we're going down a little bit now. You don't mind that,
That was a nice save. He didn't know the number, but he saved that part well.
Going to take some bad ones out. I would do 4 years ago, but Biden immediately went back for even more money. I mean, he went back and, they offered me at 39 million. They said, we'll let you back in at 39. So we're going to reduce it from 500 to 39. I turned them down because it became so popular. I didn't know if it would be well received even at 39.
Right. Okay. So not whether it's best for the American people or whether it's good for the government or good for the country. No. It's just you guys wouldn't have liked it, so I didn't want to do it. Well, technically, that's kind of the idea we're supposed to pretend this country is based on what you want or not. But he's not talking about the country. He's talking about specifically his base, not the same thing. So I find it interesting that we're supposed to pretend that these people are the adults in the room, right? And they're making the hard decisions for the benefit of the country. I just think that's funny. But, many ways to look at it.
But maybe we would consider doing it again. I don't know. Maybe we would. They have to clean it up a little bit, but...
Okay. Well, that's how Trump operates. He just made it clear, despite what you would like to pretend, that may very well happen. Even the simple possibility, should they clean it up a little bit. Of course, the narrative will probably become, well, that means that was his secret Q message that we're going to change it all completely. Maybe he will, but let's not be stupid enough to assume broadly, blindly into the direction of what you want to be the case. So then you end up passing government, allowing them to get away with whatever they want. But interestingly enough, already saying that might be the case. I just think that's almost laugh out loud ridiculous on the heels of what we just talked about.
China pays $39 million for $1.4 billion, and we're paying $500.
He just went right back into the comparison because that's how, he just jumped. The point is they're going to go, well, we want a better deal than China. So if we get a better deal than China, we got to take it. Sort of like Clinton didn't do it, so we have to. We'll lurch right into it because he told me, it's just so lazy how these things work in my mind. Of course, that's my opinion. But I wanted to point that out. So now we've got the speaking at Davos, World Economic Forum dynamic. We've got at least the floated idea that he may be going back to the WHO if they clean it up a little bit and give him a low price. But if this is supposed to be the enemy of the world, what does it matter how much it costs or what the price gives? I think we all know where this goes if we're not lying to ourselves in partisan ways. Now, really, a quick point that I think is important on this is this. There's a couple points I'm going to give you right here to start in the segment that are kind of funny and a little way deriding, but I think it's important to see because I sense more and more that conservatives are the ones calling this out a lot. And this is Slow News Day, Steve making this point about bro flakes, which I just thought was really funny. This is about like snowflakes because we've been talking about the woke right, which is very, very obvious. I mean, quite frankly, there's more large right accounts right now that have been calling out the woke right because they can see the censorship. They can see the same tactics and censoring hate speech. It's the same damn thing. This is we'll come to some point about the CIA and the Wuhan discussion. The CIA is being rebranded as the hero all of a sudden. Big surprise. This person says, these MAGA flakes annoy me. Steve says, I'm going to start calling them bro flakes. It's nice. It's funny. And then he's let it be known Steve owns the right to bro flakes. I bet you somebody takes that and claims it for their own. But he says, noun, definition 1, members of the MAGA cult who correctly called out the leftover and called out the left for over the last 8 years for their blind devotion to a destructive transhumanist ideology, now engaging in the exact same zealotry on behalf of Trump, Musk, Ellison, Altman, and Zuck. Right? So now they're not calling it out, is the point. Bro flakes, I think that's funny. Jason Bassler put out this meme, this cartoon, if you will. But we've seen this, the dog sitting in the room with the house burning down. This is fine. That's what a lot of us see right now. And if you read through them, escalating the drug war, seed oil lobbyist, chief of the USDA, AI biometric surveillance, $500 billion for mRNA, artificial intelligence tracking, Palantir, virtual border walls, Zionist Warhawk cabinet, tech bro collusion, WorldCoin, Stargate data centers, technocratic control grid. Every single one of these things are not just hypothetical. They're literally happening in front of us. It's such rapid succession, it blows my mind. And it goes, at least it's not Kamala. I don't even think that's the majority. You tell me what you think. In the sense of saying, I think more people see this right now than I've ever noticed. Jason also puts this out, picture of Elon Musk pointing at the screen with a burning house. It says, what if the dismantling of the old dying globalist paradigm is just a performative ploy for Trump and the tech bro conglomerate to reconfigure the military and surveillance complex into a technocratic public-private partnership or alliance? Wet dream. Who would be stupid enough to fall for it? I mean, Garland Nixon made a similar point on saying in Wake Up about the idea that this is sort of like a corporate reorganization. It really does feel that way. Now, we talked about Stargate. Derek wrote the article. Stargate, Trump partners with technocrats to promote mRNA injections, AI, and transhumanism. It's a great article, by the way, really well done, really breaks a lot of it down in the different parts. Ellison and Oracle, Altman and WorldCoin and OpenAI and ChatGPT and was it Maya Masa? That was his name? Oh, Masayoshi. And this is from SoftBank. Right? Remember, the CEO of SoftBank is now in charge of Stargate, as well as the SoftBank element being in charge of the finances. I think that's very relevant, and I wanted to make this point again. So go through this article to understand all these things coming together. We're going to go through a couple points here to make this clear. Now, the first part is about the mRNA. Now, this is a great clip. I'm going to play it. I think I'll play most of it. Sense Receptor put this out. Now, she's basically just quoting what Catherine Austin Fitts is saying on her show. And she is claiming it's Operation Speed, Warp Speed 2.0, which is what a lot of us were considering. And interesting that she makes the claim on the back of what Bill Gates was just talking about. And I think, and I realize this is not just about another vaccination injection program. This is 2.0, guys. This is an update. We're talking about what I simply called wherever it was. Where was that? I always do that. And I should have done it. There it is, right there. The AI biomedical control grid. Because it's not just about one side of this, guys. We're now talking about the Internet of Bio-Nano things, the nanotechnology internally. This is not my opinion. I guess we could argue they're making it all up, but they are outright forcing this out there, and people are pretending like it's not happening. And then they roll out an AI mRNA. I mean, it's like, my God, exactly what we were worried about. So let me play this for you. Investment banker, former HUD HUD official, and we've spoken with her a lot about her experiences there, and founder of and remember the last one we talked about, the last interview we had, where she was talking about not just the interesting, and this is before the election, the interesting dynamic of the financial side of it, but also that she believes that the neuroscience, neuroweapons are a real in action, like in use dynamic, which is terrifying, which means they're controlling the way people think and feel and act. And you may not believe that, guys, but the science has been discussed. It's open. They're pushing it. People like Dr. James Giordano from the U.S. government has been saying this forever. And he claimed it was rolled out during COVID. Founder of the Solar Report, Catherine Austin Fitts, describes on a recent episode of Children's Health Defense series Financial Rebellion how the newly proposed Stargate AI project proposed by the Trump administration is simply Operation Warp Speed 2.0. And will ultimately be funded by American taxpayers, despite claims that it'll be privately funded. Furthermore, Fitts notes that the mRNA injection mega factories are being built around the world, according to the feedback that she's received from the investment community. And realize all these data center dynamics, like these are overlapped, in my opinion. Musk is already involved with the mRNA that's what they're called, microfactories, right? Or I think that's what he framed them as. I think that what they're building out is not just about the AI infrastructure. And I think these are intertwined. And it says, signaling no drawback to the wildly damaging and dangerous bioweapons technology. Bioweapons technology is his term, he's saying, not what they're saying. But I'll play this for you. It's important to listen.
Here we go with vaccines again. This is Operation Warp Speed 2.0. So remember, Trump funded Operation Warp Speed 1.0. He authorized it. He put $18 billion behind it. Now we're talking about $500 billion. It was presented as private investment. I'm calling hooey on that. It's not private investment because a lot of the people involved are government contractors, and now that we're running the government finances on a secret basis, you're not going to come up with this 500 billion privately. It's based one way or another. It's coming through the government.
Really quick point. I'm not going to try to stop it a lot on this, but is this simply, we talk about the CIA cutout dynamic, DARPA and XAI, right? It's the same dynamic, total information awareness, Palantir. So today we're living in this fascistic dynamic where we have, I think, provable examples of government CIA cutouts that are being presented as independent companies, sort of like the Israeli startup dynamic. I wonder where this all comes from.
So this is a Manhattan kind of project to win at AI. Now, if the cover story is vaccines and they're really serious, what you need to know is that mRNA vaccines, first of all, it's not a vaccine. I'm assuming they're calling it a vaccine because they want indemnification. mRNA technology is poison. It's toxic. There is an excellent book that Suchrit Bhakti and Dr. Michael Palmer wrote from Doctors for COVID Ethics. It's up at Solari. It's up at the Doctors for COVID Ethics. It's called mRNA Vaccine Toxicity. Mary Holland wrote the foreword. I wrote the afterword. And it explains in great detail what a killing technology this is. So we're talking about technology that we know of as of today, based on Denny Rancourt's work, Mark Skidmore's work. This has killed and disabled millions of people. And so the notion that we're going, and you need indemnification. If you're a pharmaceutical company and you're injecting mRNA technology into people, you need indemnification because financially you can't afford to kill that many people without being indemnified, right? So this is very dangerous stuff. And there are two things that are dangerous to the average person. One is they're going to take all your data, including private healthcare data, consolidate it into an operation where it can be consolidated with all other data in a way that builds a digital control grid. This is the infrastructure for the digital concentration camp. But second, if they really do give people mRNA technologies or inject us with mRNA, a lot of people are going to die. And what's frightening is we've seen that the adverse event coming off of mRNA injections is cancer. So now, let me take you back. I just want to take you back to before the COVID injections rolled out. I receive a business newsletter, which I find to be very accurate and very good. And I think it was the summer of 2020, before the injections rolled out, they started in December, I got a copy and they had just a little paragraph or so that said, investors are very excited about what they're going to get with mRNA technology because after COVID injections are made, they're going to make injections. And then they proceeded to describe a whole series of diseases that were in fact the adverse events from vaccines. So if you look at the business model, it's fantastic because you give people poison, they get symptoms of toxicity, then you declare those disease, and then you make another poison to give them. Do you know?
Sort of like the Sackler family and opioids, and then on the record discussing how they could profit from the destruction, and so they sold Narcan. And the emails have been released. This is provable. Of course, they never really got held accountable. They got some financial fines for one of the most destructive things that have ever happened to this country. But that's the model, guys. That's how our governments operate with the private sector.
You know what I mean? And around you go. It's an incredibly profitable financial treadmill. And we have seen investors all around the world being proposed to build these huge mega factories of just-in-time vaccines. So this is happening not just in the U.S., but if my feedback from the investment community is correct, these mega factories are being built all around the world, and they're planning. Now, finally, here's the question. The people who've been making this stuff, when the injections come out and get injected, what we're finding in the materials is all sorts of materials that nobody knows what they are. So we have secret ingredients again. So the question is, for the healthcare component of this, what's the real goal? And your guess is as good as mine. But if you look at how extraordinarily dangerous mRNA technology is, what you need to know is, one, you've got a real real privacy issue here, because you have many of the top contractors, government contractors, private corporations in the world who's going to have unbelievable access to all your data. They're going to have more data on you than you have on you, because it's going to be 24/7 coming in on the, sort of the digital technology. So you've got a real privacy issue, number one. And number two, if there's any effort to force you to take this stuff, you're really talking about a mass atrocity. So this is Warp Speed 2.0, combined with an incredible competition between us and China over AI. And it's extraordinary. And one of the things that was interesting is if you look at the record of Ellison and Altman, who we could go into, it was remarkable that the president would stand up and propose putting $500 billion into their pocket to do these things. So
it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever with everything that his support base argues.
I would say if you are the people who've been supporting Trump on the theory that he's going to help Americans end the Great Poisoning, it's sure to say you were sadly disappointed. And the only thing I could do to make you feel better is I think the real goal here is to build the data center infrastructure for a control grid and a digital ID and an all digital financial system. Healthcare is just the excuse.
I hope you guys are listening. Her predictions have been right more than, I can't even think of a time where she's made a prediction that I don't think has actually come to pass. This is obvious. And I think most people even in the paradigm are aware of this right now. Like, I don't see how you could look at this unless you are just generally dishonest, like pretending to fight things only for the game of it all. Like, if you genuinely are fighting the things that we're talking about, I don't know how you can't see what this is all is right now. It's alarming for anybody. Now, on that note, it's interesting to think about RFK's role in all of this, right? Even if he still comes to pass, that's assuming he is what he seems to be in some health cases, aside from continuing to support the genocide in Israel, is the idea that this is so counter to anything even remotely Maha or whatever you thought that was. mRNA is like the core central pillar of what they thought they were fighting. And he rolls out an mRNA program right on the second day. Where's RFK Jr.? So I just think that's these are the things that are like that whole side of the conversation. Those people are terrified, rightly so, because they were in this believing that Trump was changing because of RFK. And now that this doesn't seem to be happening more than anybody, those aren't the people that are going to keep going Trump anyway. They're like, whoa, damn it. Like, those are the comments we're getting where they're going, damn it, I should have listened to you, right? It's obvious right now. So here is an article. This is from the 22nd. RFK Jr. confirmation. Mike Pence's group urges senators to reject his pick. So right now, I've seen some floated things about confirmation dates being picked. I haven't seen it. It's hard to tell right now. But I think there's going to come a time. For all I know, it's just interesting what's been happening. He's been very quiet. There hasn't been a lot of conversation. He hasn't been speaking up. He hasn't been talked to. He hasn't been in conferences with Trump. Where is he? It doesn't make much sense. Now, something may happen. I predicted in our last conversation with the IMA that I need to put that up. I was a lot going on yesterday. I want to make sure I put that out on TLAV as well. Derek hosted the last one on conscious resistance. The whole point is for the IMA to sort of not be one. I've been wanting to make sure we got it away from just TLAV, so it's a group dynamic. My point is I'll put that out on TLAV if you happen to miss that. We had a great panel with the IMA around exactly like predictions for the next year and the next administration. And one of the things I said, and it's based on just my gut. That's all it is. And that's what it was, kind of just having fun with it, thinking about what might happen. And I argued I don't think RFK is going to get confirmed. Now, it's a flip of the coin. It certainly could happen. And I think that I don't see, honestly, why they wouldn't, look at it both ways. I could see why they would want it to happen, because that gives, from Trump's side of it, because he gets a huge win right there. And he'll gain a lot of goodwill from people that would otherwise not really want to support him. But if you think of it in the bigger context of the non-party game, the reality of the government that's not partisan, I don't think they want him there. I think whatever happened, this is just my personal opinion. I think that he got compromised, threatened, blackmailed, whatever it was with Israel, because I just don't see how you can have an entire lifetime of information and career that challenges this one moment and then you just throw it all out because Israel. It just doesn't make any sense. But I could be wrong. My point is that everything else he's done has been important around COVID-19 and health dynamic. I don't think they want that. Even if it's feigned, it still creates a huge problem for the system that's built around everything the opposite of what he says. So I kind of get the sense that it won't happen. I hope it does. Even with what his comments, even with his stance on Israel, I still think it's at least a step in a better direction. But I don't think, I'll have to wait and see. I'll include this for you as well. Now here, coming off of what you heard from Trump and everything else, and Catherine Austin Fitz, is the clip we just saw from before. In case you didn't see it. Because this is, like every other time, this was Bill Gates went to meet Trump at Mar-a-Lago, which by itself should have been, of course, any other Democrat, that would have been all you needed to see. But all the excuses, we went there, he's trying to trap him, he's going to frame him, he's going to use him and then point him out later or expose him. Maybe. But all that amounts to assuming into, just making up a story that makes you feel better about what you see in front of you. It's certainly possible that he's just working with Bill Gates because he's working with Bill Gates. Simple. Just like last time, by the way. The point is that he said he's excited about this. And many of us framed this as Operation Warp Speed 2.0. And now, after this interview, we've now seen him literally roll it out. So in case you missed it.
With Donald Trump since the election?
Yeah, I had a chance to go have a long and actually quite intriguing dinner with him.
What did you discuss? What was intriguing?
Well, we touched on a lot of things. It was over 3 hours. To my surprise, it was, just he and I, his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, and the person who helps manage things for me, Larry Cohen. So the four of us sat there, and it was quite wide-ranging. Global health's the area that I work in, and such amazing things have happened and can happen there. I spoke a lot about HIV and that the foundation's literally working on a cure for that. We're at an early...
That is mRNA. That's not an opinion, guys. That is what he's been talking about, what they're working on. So now that he's rolled out, after this conversation, an mRNA cancer shot that's based on the same platform that's been killing everybody, this is the same thing. I think it's a really hard thing to not see how this is obviously happening. I hope I'm wrong.
Stage. And so, he, in the COVID days, accelerated the vaccine innovation. So I, was asking him if maybe the same kind of thing could be done here. And we both got, I think, pretty excited about that.
Yeah.
We talked about polio, where, we're very close to getting that done. But if you stop, it'll spread back. And
aside from the vaccine-derived polio strain that's actually what's infecting everybody, which even the Associated Press covered. It comes from the very things he forced down their throats. This is not an accident. Certainly, you could argue whatever you want. My opinion is the information connects with everything else we know. This is one level of the same dynamic, whether it was deliberate, experiment. It's obvious what's going on. And all these connect back to Trump at this point.
So I explained why it's been tough in Pakistan, Afghanistan. We've had cases show up in Gaza. We have cases.
Yeah, that was the vaccine-derived strain. That was a public headline. Imagine not making that point. When you're pushing the idea of using the vaccines, the injections, to stop the injection-caused strain and framing that as we need to push back. But you've basically created your own dynamic. Think of it like the geoengineering point. They're literally talking about doing something in stratospheric aerosol injection that once they take the step, you can't stop. And if you do, it makes the problem worse. But we're going to do it because the world's going to be ending in a week. That's what they want you to believe. Well, here you go. We're going to literally create a polio problem that we created with the vaccine-derived strain. And then if we don't keep giving these injections, well, it's going to roll back up. Isn't it just like we talked about with the COVID-19 dynamic? Well, now these people are basically addicted to another booster. That's at least the model they're trying to create. I think they want people to be so immunologically, like their immune systems to be so collapsed that you ultimately have to keep your fix going on this. And look at what has been happening to people. The people that have been taking these injections are roundly proven to be absolutely, and if you don't think this, guys, the evidence, the science you were all screaming about is showing you that they're sickly, that they're hurt, that they're getting cancers. Oh, but don't worry, you got an mRNA cancer shot coming right around for you.
This is in Africa, and he was fascinated to hear what he could do to maximize the chance that during the next 4 years, that incredible milestone will be achieved. I felt like he was, energized and, looking forward to helping to drive innovation. I was frankly impressed with how well he showed a lot of interest in the issues I brought up.
Now, on the overlapping note of this, with Stargate, I think it's super important to consider this, and I brought this up every time, because think about the timing of this. Derek wrote this on the 5th of December, 2024. Elon Musk was working with the National Reconnaissance Office, by the way, through Biden's administration. If you don't understand why that's important, guys, you're just continuing to lie to yourself. It doesn't make sense that he's supposed to be fighting the Democrats while he's a contractor for the Biden administration. It's ridiculous. And he is, and was, and continues to be for the government. And he is here contracting to build the largest spy satellite network in the world that circles the planet for the National Reconnaissance Office, a group that was basically pretended didn't exist by the government until the 1994, I think. And then revealed that they were some shadowy entity that all these billions of dollars, like you can read the article. It's crazy. Ultimately, billions were missing until they like, oh, here it is, and they gave it right. It's crazy. This is one of the different levels of shadowy deep state background that he's working with. This group itself provides the reconnaissance for the NSA, for crying out loud. What this is about is creating the network that he said in this recent interview, the National Reconnaissance Office director, you can't hide because you're constantly being looked at. And he says that Elon Musk is going to help build the artificial intelligence program because, where was it? Right here. I showed it last time. Would extend Elon Musk's role as a defense contractor. I should have tried to look for it real quick. It's right there. It's right in here somewhere about the artificial intelligence. The whole point is about using, he claimed the NRL will get help from artificial intelligence. And he says, no doubt Musk will be ready to offer some assistance. The point is he's discussing Elon Musk's overlap with this and creating the artificial intelligence network to basically monitor the entire world. And then they roll out an artificial intelligence infrastructure for $500 billion overlapping with your internal biostructure. I mean, this needs to be concerning for anybody that's been talking about this. But suddenly people want to just ignore it because it's highlighting a person you don't want to call out. Now, we also talked about this. So one side of it is about just the artificial intelligence direction, right? But as Catherine's pointing out, this is not just, it's the intertwining of both of these, which is what we've been warning about for a very long time. The internal biosurveillance. This is what I entitled the show on the 23rd. Donald Trump rolls out the AI biomedical control grid backed by Israel and the deep state. So I thought it was important to highlight some more of these points as well. The idea of what this is and how they intersect, but also not forgetting the SoftBank overlap and the deep state connection to all of this, aside from the obvious that we're pointing out. But don't forget, as Trump already said, and this is an older video, but they've made this statement right up until recent days, that they're building the biometric control structure. So that might have been, I mean, this should have been concerning when it first got stated. It should have been concerning when he backed it up after being elected. Now it needs to be even more concerning that they rolled out the AI infrastructure for what this will end up doing. And I'll play it again so you don't forget what he was telling you.
Great. We will finally complete the biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately. This system is in place. And I will tell you, it will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system.
Yeah, if you really want to pretend that's about immigrants that are flying into your country illegally, because that all lines up, then you're lying to yourself. This is about using whatever they need to rationalize the control structure we've all been telling you is coming. As Whitney points out, hope Trump supporters will soon catch on to how the virtual border wall being built by companies backed by Peter Thiel, a Bilderberg steering committee member, is meant to serve as a Trojan horse for digital ID by requiring not just foreigners entering the U.S., but any American traveling abroad to submit a digital biometric entry-exit system. And she includes one of her articles from a limited hangout. Now, as Derek writes, all I kept hearing prior to the election was that, yes, Trump and Kamala were both funded by Zionists, technocrats, and Bilderberg Group steering committee members. That was part of the conversation anyway. Some of them were ignoring all of it, but that was one we got a lot, right? We asked, they're both bad, but, right, that's what we kept talking about. But the technocracy would come slower under Trump. We know we heard that a lot, right? It'll buy us time, we kept hearing. Well, unless you argued Kamala was going to roll it out on day one, kind of seems like that wasn't the case. Now, don't take this as saying Kamala better than Trump. It's simply an objective point about saying if you were trying to tell us that somehow this was going to be slower, it's hard to see it any faster than second day, right? But here, the point from both of us, which is that it's not one side or the other. Kamala and Trump, the government left and right, is all your government. And using that dichotomy to force you into this position. We both feel similar, or the same, I should say. And Melvin simply goes, and here is how that's a good thing. Half of MAGA. And that's all we keep seeing. It doesn't matter how many times they could have been the ones telling you this was never going to happen. The next day it happens, that's half the crowd. Well, here's why that's a good thing. Here's why it'll work out. Here's how that's doing to trap the Democrats. It's always a narrative. It's a partisan thing. It's not unique to left and right, and it's constant. We saw it during COVID-19 with the Democrats. Every single thing was a way to ignore the obvious reality of the danger. If you can't see the same thing happening, again, it's a choice, guys, because they're constantly playing this to make you not look at it. Now, in this point, I want to keep highlighting how there's a lot of mainstream alternative media out there that wants to keep you focused elsewhere. So in the midst of all of this, I just want to point out, this is Jones saying the Trump administration's recruited the king of pedophile hunters. Now, I could be wrong, of course, but I do find it very interesting, the specific type of content that happens at certain moments when things like this are happening. They literally roll out the technocratic control grid and it's pedophile Democrat. That's what you get. I said, this is, in my opinion, all hopes that you will stop calling out Trump's Great Reset. Apparently, all they have to do is yell pedophile and Democrat, and some will forget everything else that was just happening. Whether or not there is a pedophile and it is a Democrat. Guys, realize how crazy that is. And that's not to say that what they're pointing at is always false. But it's a really obvious tactic that I keep seeing. That's funny. For the podcast, you'll look on the show, you'll see it. It's a little image. But same point. Chief Nerd says President Trump to halt funding for gain-of-function research. I made this point briefly on a couple different shows. The point is, for me, one, pretty sure they changed the definition, the name, to EPPP research. Now, obviously, we all knew that was a manipulation. Fauci and the rest was so transparent. But technically, that's what it's on, like from a legal sense, that's what it's listed as, right? So if you write an executive order that says this is gain of function, does that apply? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they both apply. I just think that's an interesting point. But either way, the thing is, I think stating that we're halting gain of function, of course it's a good thing. But last time it happened, both under Trump's administration and before, remember this, we talked about it a lot before COVID-19, the illusion therein, that they pretended they stopped in 2014. They were actually still doing it. Then they brought it back, but they stopped it again. And all the times you can prove it was never stopping. Even when Trump feigned stopping the work in Wuhan, there were multiple other labs in China working with U.S. government people that they knew they were there, and he knew they were there. They didn't stop those. So it's all a game. As we can now see, and that's the main point for me. As I said, it never ceases to amaze how easy it is to manipulate partisan support. You do realize what the entire mRNA project is, right? So that's the point, really. The rest of it are interesting points on the side of it. But guys, are we confused about what exactly this is? So if you're going to pretend you're stopping gain of function, but literally using the fruit of that entire project as the centerpiece for what you're doing, I'm pretty sure he's not stopping it. But that's just me. So let's go through a couple quick points. Gain of function research. Under Wikipedia, is medical research that genetically alters an organism in a way that may enhance the biological functions of gene products. Okay, well, right there connects, obviously, to the manipulation of the spike protein. There's a lot of different ways you could talk about it. But it simply says this research is intended to reveal targets to better predict emerging infectious diseases and to develop vaccines and therapeutics. But even then, you could say, well, but they didn't apply here. Okay, well, let's see. Here's what Ralph Barrick had to say. Remember him? Actually, I'll grab this since we are showing him. Oh, was it under... it was this guy. That's right. Both these are... Do you guys see that? Like, it does... I hate even have to point these things out. There's something strange on these platforms, I'm telling you. Go. There we go. So, here he is. U.S.-funded research on coronavirus-induced myocarditis. They literally tested how to make myocarditis in rabbits through a coronavirus. I mean, think about how obviously on the nose that is. It's ridiculous. On top of that, this is the other one. See if that one finally goes. This one was just about how they then took that research and tried to make it aerosolized and self-spreading in the caves in China. Now, you could argue they made it all up. My point is, this is what they claimed they were doing from the 90s all the way until today. Pretty crazy. So my point is, here he is, an MIT Technology Review article. We never created a super virus. It says the work has helped, and specifically gain of function. The work has helped in the development of mRNA coronavirus vaccines and the first approved COVID drug. Okay. I'm of the mind that this is literally dual use technology, guys. Literally. Right here. mRNA platform is dangerous dual use technology. I covered it here. I covered this article. Dual use. New aerosolized mRNA delivering nanoparticles can vaccinate or they can eliminate. That's a step further on this path. My point is, I'm of the mind that what we're staring at with the mRNA platform in general, whether cancer or anything else, is literally this conversation. It's gain of function. It is a bioweapon dynamic. But even if you want to say that's not technically accurate, I disagree. I would still point out the reality that what we're looking at are the fruits of this research. So it's just the same point. So in the game of saying we ban it because you wrote out an executive order, which only applies to the executive branch, so it doesn't even technically make sense, is a game, in my opinion. At the very least, guys, we can cheer on that he wrote down stopping gain of function that we know is still happening all over the world through U.S. funding, and then recognize the shot he's giving people that is killing them, and recognize that maybe that's just a way to get you to ignore what just happened. It's just crazy to me how much is obvious in all of this. Make sure I got these in here. All these shows have all the source material, every single source, everything we mentioned, and it's all provable. This one was just about the platform itself, right? So as they're using the mRNA technology, well, that's the platform that is literally driving myocarditis, according to this peer-reviewed study. It's all sourced in there for you. Again, or dual-use technology. In this case, also overlapping with DARPA. Like, that's the bigger point we want to make, I'll continuing to making, is that DARPA is a central part in all this. It just shows you that there's a government connection. It's not just some, new direction for saving people from cancer. Like, this is an ongoing, as Whitney's covered a lot, the public-private dynamic that has been driving everything. From, like she points out, with total information awareness into Palantir. It's the same thing we're seeing today, I think. And that's the point about the XAI overlap with Elon Musk, right? Or the overlapping through Palantir and Anduril with OpenAI. Like, these people are on the same path. They give you these. It's the same I point out with pretending Republicans are all fighting against Democrats. They say these things, and then you can prove how they're meeting at the same places, or they're having conversations about Ukraine deals, or whatever it is. And sure, maybe you could pretend like they're just being mature to get the job done. Well, at the very least, your point is that they're fighting constantly and they're secretly trying to kill each other. And then the proof is every single day they're showing you that it's all about keeping you in check, as long as you keep pointing at your neighbor. So this is about DARPA and rolling these things out through what gives you the illusion of somebody that's on your side, the Pied Piper of technology or technocracy. And as Richard Grove points out, overlapping DARPA back to the COVID shot, that we're talking about the same thing. Never forget, DARPA awards Moderna Therapeutics a grant for $25 million to develop messenger RNA therapeutics, October 2nd, 2013. He says it's to 404 on their site now, but don't worry, we've got it saved on the archive. Thank you, Richard, for keeping that. It's obvious, this stuff, guys. They've been working on this a very long time. Don't forget, Bob Langer is the co-founder of Moderna. Bob Langer, as Whitney called it, the coronavirus common denominator, has direct ties to Charles Lieber. And they both overlap with the technology we're talking about today, the internal biosurveillance. And I think this is all what it's about. Read these and check the source material, guys. You'll blow your mind if you're honest enough to actually look into it. And as Courtney pointed out, she says, I've been saying precision medicine goes back to Obama, but it's now going to be launched in full force under MAHA. Now, I honestly think this goes back a while before Obama, but either way, the point is that right now it is clearly being rolled out under the guise of Make America Healthy Again. And I think what it should show you is it's not unique to a partisan side, guys. It's your government doing this to you. Here's a document from Obama's White House archives discussing the biodigital convergence under the guise of precision medicine. Now, what was, trying to think of who was, let's see. Let's see what so it's interesting. This document, as you can see right here, or it's in here actually. Let me grab this real quick. 2002, which is George Bush. Here it is right there. And this is the same. You can see just the black and white version of it she's sharing right there. But so in 2002, that was George Bush. So it's this whole thing is a nonpartisan reality. And all it's about, and her and Courtney and I are just talking about this at length. And she has some crazy research on like there's some really alarming elements to this. Check out the Pirate Stream about this dark level of this behind the scenes of people that are tapped into the Trump administration that had this weird, like they are going to become the godly, like they are like superseding humanity. And that's technocracy. That's transhumanism. Converging technologies for improving human performance. This is where we're going. This is what they're doing. And don't forget, who else had a very similar mindset that they're trying to push forward right now, but we're not connecting the dots because we want to make it about something else, even though Trump just spoke at Davos for World Economic Forum, technically virtually, but nonetheless, Klaus Schwab.
What the fourth industrial revolution will lead to is a fusion of our physical, our digital, and our biological identities.
The difference of this fourth industrial revolution is it doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you. If you take genetic editing, right. Just as an example, it's you who are changed. Yeah. And of course, this has a big impact on your identity. Yeah.
Who does that remind you of? This is basically what Elon Musk has been saying about merging with machines. Funny how it's just different when he says the same thing because he doesn't have a Bond villain accent. I wonder whether that's the whole point of that. Like, this is how these things work. Rolling out Klaus Schwab villain, so you go, no, and then Elon comes out and gives you the libertarian version, even though it's not even remotely that, and people take the bait. Now, here's an interesting point. Evan loves Worf. I'm not familiar with, but it seems clear he's a, I guess I don't want to assume, but based on the engagement, it seems to be negative Trump, negative Elon, probably one side or the other partisanship. Either way, the point is he says, I defy any single Trump supporter, that's kind of what I get from that, to explain why this vile decision is good in any single way. Now, I get the sense he's saying it because he believes the NIH and the direction is the good thing and they're fighting I don't agree with that. But this is interesting in the larger context. It says Trump has ordered the National Institute of Health to cancel their review panels on cancer research. Now, this is fascinating because think about this. In a broad sense, I don't think the NIH does. It doesn't mean that a body in that realm couldn't potentially be used for good. The way these things are working today, whether the CDC, the FDA, guys, we have to acknowledge these things are broken. Maybe even potentially beyond being fixed, and that's why but that gives them the opportunity to reimagine them. Right? We don't want that. My point, though, is that I think we all see what the NIH just did. So is this a good thing? Or is it the self-fulfilling? Is this a problem reaction solution? Right? Just like with Klaus Schwab going, we're going to stop this. But wait a minute. Now he's rolling out a cancer mRNA drug. Okay. So if the whole point is these are people that are reviewing cancer research, does that mean there's now who's going to review it? The people that they pay to? Like, that's crazy to me that we're in a world now where, yes, I agree with the bad side of it, but at the same time, you're also still rolling out mRNA technology. So it's bad and badder, or worse and worse. It's the same dynamic. It's lesser of evils in a world scenario. This is everything, guys. They're constantly doing this to you. How about we want none of it? How about we just don't want any of their garbage? Not there's Trump's version's a little bit less bad. That seems to be the best we get in this broken dynamic. And this person says, you lost. We don't need to explain anything. See, that's what they get. People that are so warped by their belief that this right versus left, that this guy's pointing something out, but yes, from a point that makes him feel like he's on the other side, and that's how it works. And you go, we won. Just cope. It's like, you can't even take a breath to think about whether or not that might not be in your best interest, but we win, so shut up. We are being dominated by children right now, guys. Juvenile games are leading our political dynamic, and it's scary. Speaking of that, censorship is very, very constant right now, and I wanted to point that out in the context of people that are trying to expose these things, but are being manipulated on the free speech platform. But I thought this was funny, and this is the kind of thing that goes, like I said earlier about I think I even we'll show it in a second. The meme that says, I think these people are playing a cartoonishly obvious role in what's happening. But because they post a meme that says they don't like it, then we go, we knew it. They're on our side because the meme, that seems to be as easy as it is for a lot of people. For example, this one says, Rabbit Hole just posted this, which I agree with. How do you tell who's telling the truth? I mean, it's not universal, but a good logic point. The ones trying to silence other people are the ones lying, or the ones that usually seem to be lying. Right? That's a fair point to make. Elon Musk goes, exactly. And I say, exactly. Which some people seem to think I'm agreeing with him. It's like, come on, guys, let's show some discernment. The point is, I agree with the point, and I'm making fun of what he's doing. Obviously, this guy is exactly who that meme is talking about. Now, I don't think Rabbit Hole thinks that, but that's crazy to me. All you have to do is go, yeah, the thing that you said. And we go, yeah, he's saving free speech, even though he's literally censoring people right now. And Seven Seas, who, by the way, is from Iconic, says, I'll just leave this here. And it's the article about account suspensions on X have tripled since Musk took over. Guys, this is easily proven metric. But we don't want to talk about that because so what I wanted to show you is not just this. Notice how, first of all, there's no visible comments down below, but it says 2. Okay. Yeah, maybe, who knows? Okay, but let's look at mine. Oh, there's 4 comments. Oh, but there's none. Weird. Now, what I'm noticing is this happens, we've all seen this, but right now what I'm noticing more than ever is it's when people try to engage with him in ways that make him look stupid. I find that really interesting. So there's no 4 comments, right? But what about this one? Same tweet. Here's Ryan Grimm. He's got a pretty large account. It's 391,000. And he says, didn't you go after a bunch of right-wing accounts that fought you on H-1B stuff? Yeah, and he censored a lot of them in a very, 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 again, cartoonishly obvious way, and then was like, pedophiles in Europe and Muslims, and some of them ignored it all. Most of them did not, though, and it got really embarrassing for him. But notice this. Oh, wait, I only see 3. It says 52 comments. 52. Let's refresh. I see 2, one under this show button. Oh, now there's only 1. 52 comments, 53 now. I mean, guys, how do you explain that? That is suppression. I'm willing to bet you if you had the direct link to the comment, you could probably see it, but this is how it works. This is like I was showing you the other day where Caitlin Johnstone's video wasn't in her media, because it was showing Elon Musk. That's my opinion. But how many of these consistently can happen before we start recognizing that these aren't just glitches? This is suppression of content. That's crazy to me. And it's very obvious. And you could do this 1,000 different ways around our content. Of course, you look at his meme. Oh, well, there you go. You got of course, you get the comments now. It's not about complaining, guys. This is about suppressing the flow of information. Now, this is another example. Derek shared his article for TLAV, the Stargate one. Now, on a side interesting point, I just want to show you what the conversation went into. This guy says, I'm with Elon and Mike Adams on this one. Decentralized AI is the only safe path. And I just was like, well, my God, if you think what they're doing is decentralized, then I have a bridge to sell you. It is as centralized as it gets. I mean, guys, it's like pretending that any of these things are libertarian. It's just ridiculous to me. Just because they say these words, it does not mean they're decentralized. This is as centralized as I've ever seen something. But my point is, and if you disagree, please tell me why. He says you need to hear what Mike Adams had to say about it. Now, I have a lot of criticism around all that circle because it's the same thing. It's the same InfoWars overlap. I've seen them all push things that I can prove to you are wrong that I later went on to see, I think I can prove that they knew they were wrong. But it's my opinion. Check it all for yourself. The point is, he said you need to check out what he's saying. And I said, okay, well, give me something to look at, and I will, which I will. So my point, whether it's him or not, I will always follow because I care about the truth, whoever it comes from. But what's interesting is he goes, please check your DMs. X is actively blocking my responses. Look at that, guy. This stuff is constant for me. And he goes, I'm having to get creative to get this info to you. He literally had to type this out with a screenshot because it wouldn't let him do it. It's like, cannot seem to get past the censors on Twitter. All I can say is look up Help Ranger. And I know I'll look at my DMs. It's probably there. But guys, that's crazy. He's not even able to respond, which I was just showing you. That's why the comments aren't showing up. Content is being suppressed. Here's Dr. Anastasia Maria Lupus, which I think is a very clear example. She has 1.4 million followers. It's a lot. Twitter is destroying accounts and refuses to give us an explanation or transparency about the censorship. People have asked for my 3-month stats. Here it is. On December 30th, he got upset with her in the H-1B conversation. Look at this. That's crazy. And look, guys, the point is whether or not, like, the reality is you have 1.4 million followers. Whether or not, like, you have your blue check or not, the point is these people are subscribing to you so that they see your content. And like, I make this point every time. You should get a general statistic, like a percentage. That's how these things work. If you've got X many followers, you generally get about this many engagement. Now, it fluctuates, but it's a general percentage. They can tell you what it is. I'm guaranteed they know, except when they manipulate it. So the point is that she goes from this to nothing, basically, and are not getting the engagement. She's not getting the engagement that she'd expect. And I think that's direct and obvious censorship. And it says, I just realized Elon Musk is even removing retweets and likes right before I went to bed. Thousands, now it's a 780. Now, you guys can decide for yourself. I think it's pretty obvious it's happening. Everyone, including Republicans, have been calling this out. And this person says, I'm getting constant errors in attempting to like or retweet this post. See, other people are backing it up. This has been happening a lot lately. Either this bug, which I don't think it is, or this looks like spam added, or it says, or this looks like spam, or add to your phone. Oh, it says right here, sorry, this post has been deleted. They just act like it's not there, even though it is. Are we really going to pretend that all these different glitches happen right in a row just around her post? It's obvious these are being applied to make it look like an accident or a glitch. Oh, it's deleted. Oh, spam. Oh, problem. No, you're just trying to suppress content. That's my opinion, but I think it's quite obvious. It says, it's interesting. Did you update the post? I got the same. I got that post had been deleted message when I tried to like it, but went into your timeline and there it was. And she goes, nope, didn't do anything after I posted it. Now, I think this is important with where we are right now. Now, PVT points out a different angle of this. Wikipedia is being attacked, you might have seen, by Elon Musk. They were calling this out. Why? Because they were claiming that they altered Wikipedia to pretend that Israel killed everybody in October 7th. Yeah, because of the facts, you mean? You mean the Hannibal Directive that was ordered, that the Israeli government admitted, that the media in Israel openly broke down with source material? I mean, guys, these people are so compromised. Think about how crazy this is. And we're the ones being pushed back on like we're somehow manipulating or that we're lying or we're racist, as they're openly ignoring the facts and fighting for an agenda and then pretending that somehow racists are manipulating Wikipedia. Well, yeah, you're actually right. You know how long Israel's been doing that on Wikipedia? But the point is, saying that Israel's media confessed to dozens of times. They did, guys. Israel killed settlers on October 7th to prevent hostage taking. That's what the reality is. That's what PVT is saying. But if you look, and when they're using the Haaretz articles to prove this, and it says there are interviews and survivors. I mean, you guys know all this. You watch this show. But I think it's interesting to see how many people are trying to make it out. And here's Elon. Wow. That's not by accident. And in fact, he's already followed up and made a point about this on his own account. So on that note, it's simply to highlight that they're aggressively trying to dictate and manipulate even Wikipedia for the interest of a foreign government that's committing a genocide. Saeed Mohammed Marandi points out that Twitter has been repeatedly locking him out of his account, forcing him to delete tweets criticizing the collective West for the Gaza Holocaust. So this is the kind of stuff you don't see. They just go, well, you have to delete that tweet or you can't come back on. And he can't come back on until he does it. So he has no, the point is he's simply going, the West is doing X, Y, and Z. Israel's committing a genocide and they're forcing him to delete them. This is constant. This is publicly discussed as they work with the ADL that Yacarino and Elon Musk have been transparent about. But yet we're pretending he's saving free speech. It's embarrassing and dishonest. Brad Cohen points out, and I think this one should really resonate, especially right now, because this is not just about Israel. I've been saying this how long? Well before October 7th. Since Musk took over, they have still been censoring around medical freedom. Now, this is the next point. This one's important for this study. Brad Cohen says this is a bombshell study. They looked at the electronic medical records of every 9-year-old in Florida's Medicaid program, over 40,000 kids, and found, can you possibly guess, the correlation of vaccines with neurodevelopment disorders. This is not the first time, peer-reviewed and otherwise, that have found the exact same outcome, which is why you'll never see the CDC or any of them do a vax versus unvax study. Simple. Vax kids had a 6.81% higher rate of learning disorders, 5.19 times higher rate of brain damage, 3.52 times higher rate of epilepsy, 2.7 times rate higher of autism. Brian Hook, formerly of the CDC, has it. I got to see him personally break this stuff down in Nashville. Just unreal. Slide after slide after slide of his own research showing that kids who got injections were roundly more sickly. in every way, and from earaches and just everything you could imagine. Generally around well visits, children that get these injections have far more basically going to the doctor for different things in their first so many years of their life, but many of them serious. But it goes, anyone who still claims there's no link between autism and vaccines is ignorant or dishonest. I agree. I've been making that claim for a long time because the facts are obvious. Goes back to the Vax documentary before. That's still got this still weird, even in certain circles that they're talking about this, that's to pretend like it's a conspiracy documentary because that was the air about it back then. Have you not opened your mind to those things with where we are today? Look at the data. That was Brian Hook. That was all of them. That was Del Bigtree. We've talked about it. And this is citing the study, all the source materials here. But here's what's interesting. Oh, look, a Twitter fact check. Guess what it says? Now, I'm not saying just because the community note says this is Twitter doing that, but I want to be clear about this is what has been continuing to happen, that this kind of content has been suppressed, sidelined, and in many cases, doctors have still been censored, and I've already talked about this. But it says unrepresentative observational study in a publication not listed in major academic databases or Google Scholar. It uses a number of healthcare visits that included vaccinations as a proxy for vaccination status. Actual reputable publications have found no link. BS. So here's my crazy thing. I guarantee you there are hundreds of doctors that are on this platform that are right now in this community note circle that are challenging this. I'm willing to bet you anything that this does not change. 3.1 million views. That is a factually incorrect statement. Maybe those links you're showing don't find a link, but there are countless high-level studies that have found obvious. I mean, even the CDC and the mainstream media were forced to acknowledge one that showed a connection. That was the closest they made a point about. The link is obvious, in my opinion. But here's the point that I want to just, not only is this being suppressed on this platform, but the information has been roundly shown for a long time. Brian Hook was one of them. Here is IPAC, James Lyons Weiler. This is on his own peer-reviewed platform that is very clear. It's a vax versus unvax study. It's the same thing. Look at it for yourself. I don't think I need to convince many people. What's crazy to me is most people left and right now seem to be somewhat aware of this, but yet this information is still being suppressed on this platform. And here's a better example. Guess what Grok said? And where do you think Grok's getting the information from? Even Viva Frey says the mRNA propaganda is so deeply entrenched, even Grok too is spreading it. Oh, you think that's just by accident? No, it's because that's what they're trying to convince people of. But see, people like this are so immersed, in my opinion, in the MAGA, Trump, Elon Musk sphere that they can't see past it, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. The point here is that Grok is clearly feeding from the narratives that they're giving information through. This is his artificial intelligence program. So if we're going to believe that Trump and them are fighting, well, they're not, though. They're both publicly supportive of it, and that's why. But he asked, has there ever been a successful mRNA vaccine? And he goes, yes, there's been many. And he lists off Pfizer, Moderna. Oh, those are successful? I mean, it's just embarrassingly obvious. These things are they're murdering people. And Trump and Elon and his own AI continue to tell you that they're saving lives. Same point. And she says AI is just as biased as those delivering it, hence why it's so dangerous. When someone like Larry Ellison says he'll use it to keep citizens on their best behavior, he means we must submit to their version of reality or else, because AI will be the final say. I agree. Now, on a couple quick notes on censorship in case you want to see it. Just before I got started, even Facebook is censoring on, look at this, dangerous organizations and individuals. They just knocked off a whole bunch of these things they wanted this claim I was, I guess, sharing dangerous organizations. And these are just cutouts. Look at what the story is. It was the show literally titled, Israel Falsely Claims Gaza Famine is a Hoax. That's the most verified. Look, first of all, they're claiming it's a hoax. Funny how these platforms tell you you're not allowed to challenge large historic events, and then they literally challenge a famine that's ongoing. But on top of that they're openly starving people, and they've admitted this now. But Facebook doesn't care because I thought, wasn't Meta supposed to stop the fact check? I guess not. We're being played. It's so obvious what's happening right now. I just hope we're willing to stand back and see the bigger picture outside of a partisan field. Now, speaking of the people that are in his administration, I think it's important that we engage with the obvious. The obvious influence is coming from Israel that I think is guiding the whole damn thing. Now, AIPAC Tracker wanted to highlight a bigger picture for somebody very specific, Donald Trump. Their latest analysis uncovered over $230 million in spending by pro-Israel interest groups benefiting Donald Trump. Miriam Adelson's specific PAC pouring $215 million out of the 230 total he's showing right there from Israel. If you don't think that influences the outcome, and the links are all here for you to check out for yourself, I don't know what to tell you. That's how this works. That's what lobbying is. And they are directly influencing the outcome of the presidency. This AIPAC tracker is just showing another one, Don Bacon. And what's funny about this person's simply going, at the start of each session, we swear our DC staff in, knowing our ultimate, just some post, whatever. And AIPAC tracker just goes, Don Bacon is bribed by AIPAC to put Israel first. Okay, here's what's funny to me. AIPAC is a lobbying group. Their job is to give money to politicians to influence what they do. Now, you can mince word, you can quibble about bribe, right? But so let's just even say bribe is what he disagrees with. So you're saying AIPAC bribed politicians to put Israel first. So far, we're talking about a government, a lobbying group, and a politician taking money. Seems pretty straightforward, right? And he goes, anti-Semitism is a new punk rock. Or this Lindsey Graham fangirl says that. Anti-Semitism? Okay, where did Jews even come into the conversation? Oh, I get it, because you want to go wink, wink, he hates Jews because he's calling out your funding from a foreign government? Like, at one point in time, this was hard to talk about. But right now, it's almost embarrassing how lazy these arguments have become. And then he follows up by going, well, here's Lindsey Graham, $1 million from AIPAC. And he goes, you guys are indeed anti-Semitic. So it's anti-Semitic to point out that he took money from a lobbying group. Why? Like, it's almost like they're proving their own point, that the only way you can make this argument is to pretend that anything Israel is attack on Jewish people, but that's not what's happening. I just think it's hilarious that these people have imploded. And now what's happening is they're demonstrating their willingness to absolutely lie for a foreign government committing genocide. And day by day, every single one of them, from Representative Don Bacon to Graham to Trump himself, are exposing themselves as blindly bought off by a foreign government. And all you can do is pretend that we're secretly racist for saying that, then you've lost. I guarantee there are racists in the crowd of saying that. The reality is it's fundamental. You're watching bribery through foreign lobbying groups. In fact, the very lobbying group that was supposed to be shut down from JFK that ultimately got renamed after he was killed. It's not hard to recognize what's going on here, guys, but it's crazy how lazy this is. It's just you're paid to say that. This is crazy. But here is another example. This one is worth watching. If you haven't seen Stefanik, I mean, I've been calling her out since she was like trembling as she lied about anti-Semitism in the Congress, right? Where she literally was lying about the woman being stabbed in the eye with a flag. This woman is I think we can prove knowingly lying for Israel. Knowingly you can dispute, but lying for Israel. That's transparent to me. I guess you could argue she's being deceived. The point is that people like this cannot be seen as America first. I don't know how in the world we can make sense of anything like what she's doing right here is, I think, transparent. And even the person asking the questions is basically going, yes, 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 we all agree Israel good and whatever, and still pushing. And I think she exposes herself. Max says, Israeli warlord Mary Mandelson groomed a Catholic lady, and you could dispute whether she's Catholic. I mean, quite frankly, I think as even plenty of priests are saying today, that you can't be Zionism is its own thing. Zionism is not Judaism. Zionism is not Christianity. So if you're pretending to be a Zionist Jew or a Zionist Christian, you're just a Zionist. That's what I would argue. But you guys can all decide. My point is there are Jewish Orthodox groups making that point. There are Christian groups making that point. I think they're right. And I think that's the crux of the whole point. But he says a Catholic lady to be spokeswoman for colonist settlers within the U.S. government, and this is the result.
Stefanik, it was a very simple question. I just asking you if you agree with the statement that in order to achieve long-term peace and stability in the Middle East, that we have to secure the human rights and rights of self-determination for both Israelis and Palestinians.
Very simple. And even the way, very well framed, in fact, to make her tell you that sidestep that human rights for the people you pretend you're saving from Hamas don't matter. And if you can't see the way she's afraid to say that and what that shows you, the funding that's making her desperately not wanting to say that, then I don't know what else to show you.
That's a yes or no.
I support human rights for all, and I think it's a disgrace that Hamas and Hezbollah have stripped human rights of the Palestinian people.
They have not.
And we need to ensure that we are standing up for human rights, and Israel is standing up for human rights.
They are not.
It is a beacon of human rights
They are not.
in the region.
Nope.
We agree with that. I asked you in my office also about whether Palestinians have the right of self-determination. My understanding was you said yes. Do you have a different answer today?
That was not the direct question that we discussed.
Now she's, oh yeah. So in private, you're willing to say that, but now you're on, now your Israeli funders are watching and no, that's not what we said. I didn't say that. Well, wait a minute. You just made the point that if you're openly pushing back on whether they have self-determination, that answers the question. I mean, it's embarrassing how obvious this is. Right now, you've got America Firsters out there who are screaming that these people are fighting for America first while they're actively fighting for a foreign country on the record. I don't know what kind of cultish mentality we're watching right now.
I said the Palestinians.
You said yes. Do you have a different answer today?
That was not the direct question that we discussed. I said the Palestinian
you believe
people.
that Palestinians have the right of self-determination?
I believe the Palestinian people deserve so much better than the failures that they've had
We agree
from
on that.
terrorist
It's
leadership.
just a pretty simple question.
And I believe we need
I take it
peace in the region. Of course, they
So-
deserve human rights.
So,
I want to ensure that, number one, we bring the hostages home.
so do all of us. Representative Stefanik, let me just ask you.
Yeah, that's shut up, stop. We know what you're doing. Stop. And he's even going, we agree. Like, it's the impatience for people like this. That shows me that there are people like that, I guess it's hard to tell. I argue most of these people are probably compromised in one way or another, whether Israel or not. That's my opinion about politics. But the point is, I get the sense that people like this are, broadly supporting of Israel, but maybe not as like directly compromised or blackmailed as someone like Stefanik. Now, this is hypothetical. The way the engagement goes, he's like, yes, we all agree Israel good. Stop. But nonetheless, it's just relentless. I think this is very, very clear.
We bring the hostages home.
So do all of us. Representative Stefanik, let me just ask you. I have 30 seconds left. I'm rarely surprised by answers in my office, but I did ask you whether you subscribe to the views of Finance Minister Smotrich.
Of who? I'm sorry,
Smotrich. This is the Israeli Finance Minister Smotrich.
I mean, of all the things that happened in this conversation, that right there shows me more than anything that she is desperately trying to lie. Are you really going to pretend that she doesn't know who Smotrich is? Now, let's be clear. She wasn't misunderstanding. She pretended she didn't know what Smotrich, who he was. Why? Because he is a radical maniac that even Israelis call out. But she works for these people. That's my opinion.
And the former National Security Minister Ben-Gvir, who believed that Israel has a biblical right to the entire West Bank. And in that conversation, you told me that, yes, you shared that view. Is that your view today?
Yes.
Wow. Unequivocally, yes, right, absolutely. A biblical right. Now, whether you believe that or not, or anything biblical, that's not what we're dealing with in politics and facts on the ground. The idea that you could argue that there's a biblical right to anything in the context of kinetic warfare is alarming, to say it lightly. But that's Pete Hegseth. That's the vast majority of Trump's administration, guys. These people truly believe in this prophetic Zionist outcome that is anti-human, that is anti-Christian. It's anti-Jewish. I mean, it's terrifying to me.
I think when it comes to this very difficult issue, if the president is going to succeed at bringing peace and stability to the Middle East, we're going to have to look at the UN Security Council resolutions, not just the ones on Lebanon, which we should enforce, but other UN Security Council resolutions. And it's going to be very difficult to achieve that if you continue to hold the view that you just expressed, which is a view that was not held by the founders of the State of Israel, who were secular Zionists.
I disagree
not
with that.
Religious Zionists. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting point, actually. My mindset is that these people have always been playing the idea. I think they're bastardizing Judaism. But yet there's been people through this movement that have kind of bought in their own BS. So it's a fair point to argue, and I think it's factually correct, that Herzl was an atheist. He wrote in his own journals about very anti-Semitic things, if you want to call it that today. Point being that anti-Semitic is a manipulation. Who Semites really are is an important conversation. Nonetheless, what he's saying, though, is that arguably that's not even what they thought. But I argue that that was what they were trying to pretend they thought all the way back then, if that makes sense. Nonetheless, the point is, in this case, she's saying they have a biblical right to this location that is fundamentally, that is counterintuitive to everything they pretend they're trying to do, which is some kind of outcome, some two-state solution. What she wants is for them to be no Palestine, for them to basically take over more than just Palestine, but Syria and Egypt and Jordan. This is the Greater Israel Project, and this is what this all stems back to. It's transparently obvious. People like Stefanik know this, but pretend they don't. So Mark Levin writes, Qatar buys politicians. Levin being a fantastic, an obvious supporter of the Zionist Israeli direction and trying to gaslight around the genocide. But Qatar buys politicians, right? Well, it's not it's an unfair point, but somebody goes, Qatar buys politicians and highlights all the different politicians that AIPAC is literally buying off for Israel. But that's not the point I want to make. But what I think is funny is he's trying to go, look over there. Like, this is why these things are coming out right now. And it goes back to Bob Mendez, who was caught for basically being bribed through Egypt. But what about Qatar? What is Qatar, right? So if Qatar's bribing, like, let's just pretend that Mark Levin said it, so it has to be true, right? Is that how we pretend? So Qatar buys politicians, right? Well, what is Qatar? Well, here's Haaretz. The audacity and chutzpah of what Netanyahu said about Qatar is astounding. For 6 years, he encouraged Qatar to fund the Gaza government, Hamas. Not one payment since 2007 was made without Israeli consent and coordination. It says when Qatar was reconsidering its policy in 2018, Netanyahu implored, even dispatching the then head of Mossad, as we've shown you many times, to convince them to carry on with funding Hamas. Well, you know this. That's the point where Mossad the chief went to Qatar to convince them to continue funding them. Well, that's just the first point. Haaretz openly telling you that basically they've become a financial middleman for Israel. Here is, hold on. I must have gotten this mixed up. Shoot. How did I miss that? I'm probably going to find it in a second. I'm just going to keep going forward. I'll come back to it. I don't want to mix it all up. There was another tab I was going to show you that overlaps with this. And yeah, damn it, I can't. It'll pop up as we go through it. But basically, I'm going to continue to highlight for you that Qatar essentially plays as a middleman role for Israel. And there's a lot of conversation around this about how obvious this role is as a central vassal state, right? And so the point would be, if you want to argue Qatar's buying politicians, well, you could argue that's Israel using Qatar to buy politicians, which is how this works. Same with Egypt, guys, as we're going to highlight with the funding that was stopped for international, except for Egypt and Israel. And Egypt is part of what Israel, that's for Israel. We'll come back to that. I guess I just forgot to organize it properly. But on the same point, same general conversation, Hegseth being one of these radical prophetic Zionists who just got confirmed, by the way, which is what I told you. Like, so what about all the people that, like, yes, 50-50, it was super close. Yeah, maybe. I think we're being played. I think it's obvious that they all blindly support Israel. And so clearly that is what they wanted to happen. But I think it's important that they make it seem like there's some kind of division, or I'm wrong. I mean, you guys can decide for yourselves. But the point is, Jones says, Hegseth narrow and overtime confirmation victory. And he highlights this going, look at McConnell. He's a Chinese communist plant. And he goes over and high fives the Democrats because that shows he's compromised, right? Even though they're all working together. As long as they keep you focusing on the other side like the boogeyman, you're never going to solve any problems. But he sure as hell knows that these days. And he's fighting for the other side. Not left or right, in my opinion. My point, though, is that this is important. The highlight is to go, look at Hegseth. He just got in. That's why we have to keep fighting for all of them. This is a Zionist. This is a globalist technocrat dynamic, what he pretends he's fighting. And you guys are going, we need to keep fighting for all the rest of them to get, that's the problem. It's transparent right now. These are the people rolling out the AI structure. These are the people talking about mRNA cancer shots. These are the people promoting genocide in Gaza. These are the people supporting genocide in Lebanon. These are the people supporting genocide in Syria. You catching on? But yeah, good. Let's keep fighting to make sure Trump's people get in because Trump, Republican, team sport politics. That's all it matters right now to these people. And I simply said, you still think there's two parties fighting? No, there's one party in the United States, and it's a Zionist party. And no, that doesn't singularly mean Jewish people, as there are more Christian Zionists today than Jewish Zionists. Stop being so racist. Ian Carroll points out something around Hegseth. He shows Mike Nellis saying, Lloyd Austin confirmed 93-2. Mark Esper 90-8. All different people in the same position. The point is, Hegseth 50-50. The most unqualified nominee. I mean, it is a stupid point. Like we pretend because these people in Congress say yes or no, that means qualified or not. These are all morons as far as I can tell. Uneducated, uninformed people that are simply being led by lobbyists. I know I'm super jaded when it comes to government, but I think hopefully we're starting to recognize that it does seem to be that ridiculous. But he says, this is why America has woken up to the trust the experts. But see, this is where maybe it's, again, he himself tends to point out he's new in this. Maybe that, you guys decide for yourself. People are very critical. There's rightly so a lot of ways to criticize people in this position. And I've my suspicions too. But I'm just simply pointing out that maybe it's just that he hasn't seen beyond this. My point is, this is kind of like the first step. Like, you should talk about the minefield. People wake up from this kind of stuff and they get caught up in QAnon, right? The first mine they step in, they're like, we figured it all out. And it was all a big trap. Well, in this case, my point is, well, okay, COVID-19 taught us that we can't just trust the experts. That's absurd. We should have never, it's question everything while considering all possibilities. That's just logic. So yes, we should consider that maybe the CDC is wrong and just doesn't even know it. Or maybe they're lying to us. Nonetheless, it's question them. Don't blindly trust, because that eventually and always will be taken advantage of by power structures. But so when we realize that doesn't become ignore all the experts, or if they do so, then the opposite is true, which is kind of what keeps happening here. And not just right here in this post, but in a lot of the partisan side of things. I think it's kind of a secondary manipulation. But so the point is correct. We did wake up to this. But he goes, because in a system that is bought and paid for by the experts are just the gatekeepers of that corrupt status quo, Mike here thinks receiving more votes from the deep state indicates qualifications for the job. In fact, the opposite is what the American people voted for. Now, right in the last sentence, I'm like, we're in agreement. But the idea is somehow it's the opposite. Like, it's not, what he's saying is not wrong. But I worry that this opens people's minds to the idea that if they say one thing, we need to believe the opposite. Or if they tell you he's not converted. You see what I'm saying? I'm of the mind that this number means nothing, but I still agree that Mike Hegseth is a dangerous maniac that is not in the interest of America. But that's simply why I said, yes, they're all part of the problem. Agreed. But as usual, using a false binary, driving support to the new structure by design and the prophetic religious Zionist deep state technocrat Hegseth and all the rest of this administration. I know he sees this because he just got a huge point where he ratioed Elon Musk about exactly this kind of topic. Here is Hegseth for you. As Vanessa Billy points out, and I've already played this for you, by the way, this is absurd, she says. Americanism and Zionism are two hands of global terrorism. I get that. I mean, I think that is the easiest thing to prove in the conversation right now. Either way, here's what he has to say about this. Now, for those that blindly believe Zionism is, whatever they tell you it is, this probably won't have any much weight for you. But I think a lot of conservatives are intelligent enough to recognize the lies around all of this, at the very least to see what it's doing in Gaza. It's just impossible not to see. And here he is telling you that that is synonymous with Americanism.
Anyone that wants to take the stage and talk about dual loyalty is dead wrong. What this organization,
and by the way, in a funny way, goes on to basically make the case for dual loyalism.
Represents, what Western civilization represents today, is in understanding that Zionism and Americanism are the front lines of Western civilization and freedom in our world today.
Okay, so then what are you saying? That they're hand in hand? Well, I mean, it's just another way of saying a similar, like the point is always, whether it's Israel, China, Russia, the idea, and every one of the other ones seem to matter, is that if anybody is in a position where they might have more loyalty to a different nation because of dual citizenship, well, that has to matter, doesn't it? Of course it does. If somebody's a China, like the idea that we have people like Brian Mast, who are literally, I mean, provably a part of the IDF. He wore his uniform into the office. Doesn't that concern anybody? Would we allow a member of the Chinese military or even the British military to be part of our government? No, because it's just basically accepted, except Israel's okay, though. I mean, it's just lunacy how obvious this all is. And what he's telling you is that they're the same thing. They're hand in hand. No, they're not, guys. Zionism is a political organization that is terroristic. It's a colonial project that has been publicly highlighted for what it is. It has taken territory. It has executed people. It has carried out genocide. And we're supposed to pretend it's the same thing? In a lot of ways, you could make a lot of connection to the American government, yes, but I do not believe our societies are even remotely synonymous. Look at what this society is promoting. And that's not also the majority. Or I shouldn't say all of them. I do think it's the majority. Israel has a lot of people in that country that are in fact calling this out. But it's also pretty easy to prove that the majority of people are in line with the way they've driven them to think that Palestinians are monsters, or that people, like, I mean, it's horrifying things. I'll point out a clip in a second, or the information around the culture of rape that exists in this society. Haaretz has written about it for years. But we're not supposed to talk about it because apparently you're racist. He point out what the Israeli media is saying about its own culture. It's crazy. So if he wants you to think these two things are the same, why do you think that is?
And what better time for that relationship from the scrapping of the terrible Iran deal to the embassy move, the recognition of Jerusalem
illegal. Actions that are illegal.
as the capital of the Jewish state and the recognition of the Golan Heights.
Illegal. Right. But it's okay. We're just going to take Greenland and do all this. It's okay because that was the same. They're the same thing, right? He's telling you we're all imperial projects. We'll take what we want. We'll do what we want. Powers through. Right now, he's proudly talking about the peace through strength dynamic. That means war, guys. It's just very basic. Here is another example, as Philip Giraldi points out, an over-the-top Christian Zionist, Hegseth, whose body is covered with Christian crosses, tattoos, denies the Palestine or even the Palestinians actually exist. He calls the West Bank Samaria and Judea. He is only a so-called he is also, a so-called Third Temple activist who believes that the Al-Aqsa Mosque and other Muslim holy sites, which is what it is, it's a mosque right now, on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem should be torn down to rebuild the Judean temple allegedly destroyed by the Romans in the 2nd century. And it's supposed to be the third temple, right? The idea that this is supposed to be when the second come. What's funny about this is these are all prophetic moments that are supposed to lead to like the end times and like the second coming. But isn't that contradictory with the idea that God came back and allowed you to take this territory, which is only supposed to happen in the second coming, which, by the way, is exactly what Orthodox Jews that are calling this out are saying. These are Zionist political entities that have hijacked this religion. It's just so easy to prove it if you just basically think about the facts. The bottom line, he believes in prophetic Zionism, which is a fundamentally dangerous thing. It is a terrorist organization based on what they've been doing, based on a lot of different experts and academics who have made this case over and over. I mean, how long we've been covering this. And I guess the only argument becomes that you must be racist for pointing it out. Well, again, here's an Israeli Jew telling you what Zionism is.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive.
Yes.
It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So most certainly Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
And that's really one of the main reasons that law was passed. They recognized the shifting dynamics, and they're worried about more Palestinians being forced into the state of Palestine that they call Israel. And so they passed a law that would, at least for their own momentary feeling, allow them to feel that they would never lose that. That's racism, guys. That's an apartheid. Apartheid is, I mean, arguably today, people are arguing what this is today is something worse than apartheid. Historically, apartheid's always been considered like the worst form of racism. This is what they believe in, guys. Now here's Joe Wilson. It says, congratulations, Pete Hegseth, on being confirmed in the POTUS choice for Secretary of Defense. As a senior member of the HAS, the Armed Services GOP Republicans, I look forward to working closely with Mike Rogers and the new secretary to ensure peace through strength. That's what they all keep talking about. I mean, how long are we making this point? They love to make this claim. Historically, all that means is they go to war and they continue to react to more. They cause warfare because that benefits the merchants of death. It benefits the agenda of their colonial project, of their occupations. But they always blame it on somebody else. Look around the world, guys. These are the most belligerently violent people, and they pretend they're helping and saving and curing. It's disgusting. But here is Joe Wilson. I believe I will see a free Iran before the end of Trump's presidency. You know why he's saying that? Because these people are all funded through AIPAC. And the argument is they want Iran taken out. If we haven't paid attention by now, how long they've been pushing this agenda and how long they've been called out for it, even by people in this government. And here we go. Now we're going to see a free Iran is free right now, guys. Iran is what most people in Iran, like if you listen to the conversation, what Robert has highlighted, like in this country, there's a huge faction of people in that country that do not agree with the current government, just like in the United States right now, right? If you're going to make that argument, it has to apply equally. The point is that they, by and large, even if they don't like the current government, do not want U.S. coming in and mixing up. This is, of course, polls and the rest of it. Hopefully you'll do due diligence and decide for yourself. Based on my investigation and people like Robert and their work, and it's obvious that the majority of people do not want more U.S. intervention because their own history shows what that caused. During the Shah, it was good for the oligarchy supported by the United States and bad for everybody else. They love to frame it differently. So here he is pushing free Iran because what? They're going to jam back in the MEK? Isn't that what they all support? That's not better. Ask Syria how it's working out. Free, here's Al-Qaeda to rule you. I just don't know why anybody other than liars aren't seeing through this right now. And here he is again, saying, free Iraq from Iran. Oh, good. So now we're going to free Iraq. Wait a minute. Iraq? Do you mean the country you're currently occupying and you need to free it from Iran? What? Guys, these people are belligerent and it's all from obvious. Like this is, what was the article again? From the place from? Oh, it's right there. The Palmetto Politics. Joe Wilson coasting to re-election. Pro-Israel donors still giving him thousands. Gee, even though he was winning, they were still giving him more money. Sounds like a bonus. I said, right. Oh, so he says, remember, say free Iraq from Iran. That's all he tweeted. Almost 2 million views. This guy has not even 100,000 followers, right? So over here, you got people with millions of followers that get barely any engagement. Here you got a guy with 100,000 that gets 2 million engaged. Why? Because it's being raised up, obviously. What do you think that is? Because Israel, I think, is aggressively influencing this platform. But I simply said, right, because Iran is illegally occupying Iraqi territory? It's Iran that the Iraqi government has asked to leave numerous times? Oh, no, that would be the U.S. government. And who is it again driving U.S. policy towards war with Iran for only its interest? Oh, that's right. It's Israel. Lazy. Think about being an American politician right now and so transparently doing the bidding of Israel with what's going on in the world. I make this point every time. I don't know how you make sense of that. Either they are just that compromised or that profiteering, or they're something else. But this is wild to me. Save them from Iran. Guys, you are currently occupying this territory. That's just incredible. But peace through strength, right? That's what they want you to believe. Interestingly enough, you saw some of these kind of positives they want to frame it as, which I think is interesting. So the removing security details, it is such a fake win. You realize, guys, that in many cases, these people, this generally tends to happen. Like the idea, none of these people are required, like outside of like former presidents and like executive staff, or like VP and so on. I don't think they tend to get long-term support for not longer being in a position. But you tell me if I'm wrong. My point is that Bolton and Fauci got their details removed. Now realize the game is that Fauci, bad guy. He is a bad guy. He's a horrifying criminal that deserves to be in prison, in my opinion. But Trump just rolled out an mRNA cancer shot. So what are we talking about? Right? Is it all just about tokens and pretending you took down the bad guy when Trump's doing the same thing that we all call him a criminal for? That seems pretty stupid. My point is to pretend that removing his detail, it's about, it shows you secretly, he's going after Fauci. Maybe. How about you put him in prison, though, instead of just removing his detail? Or with Bolton, making it sound like you guys aren't actually exactly on the same page. That's what I think it's about. It's about giving you a fake win to make you think, see, that means he's not the same, even though he's doing the same thing. Or in this case, John Bolton urges Israel to strike Iran immediately. Yeah, this guy is such a maniac. My point is, that's what Trump's administration's doing too. So remove his detail because Bolton's not with but they're all doing the same thing for the same entity, guys. Now, here's another example of another person involved with Trump's administration. You've already seen this one. It's gotten a lot of attention, especially from conservatives that are rightly calling this out. Now, I would argue that just being connected to Soros is not, like anything, just being connected to anybody doesn't prove that you are something, one thing or another. It's a good indication, though, usually. But typically, what do we see? Right? You can have some third-person connection to a Soros group, and all of a sudden, the entire Democrat group they're with is all compromised. That's the kind of lazy research we get, even though it matters, because Soros is one major element of what we've been seeing, now the Soros group in general. My point, though, is that this, Besant, or actually, I'm sorry, it's Besant, right? Besant, Scott Besant gets called out for this and weirdly gets kind of get a pass. Because, well, it's a group he worked with and it's not that big of a deal, which is just funny how people will make a big deal out of one thing and ignore it for something else, all because of their partisanship. But to me, it's not just about the Soros connection. But that's always a good point to make, the hypocrisy of it all. But this is from January 16th. Trump's billionaire, another billionaire, of course, because it's totally not an oligarchy, just like it wasn't under Biden. Yes, it was for all of them. Treasury pick stresses, so it's for the Treasury, stresses importance of tax cuts for billionaires. Rolling Stone. No, that's true, but of course you could frame it as, a partisan angle. Besant. Trump has, and this is from Forward, Trump has vilified George Soros, but he just picked the Jewish billionaire's protege for Treasury Secretary. So vilifying Soros is words. This is an action. Okay, maybe it's not the same thing. My point is always is saying you want to go against Soros and the Democrats and their woke agenda is one thing. But then when you do it differently, or in this case, let's say fighting Fauci and the bad guy, then rolling out your mRNA, like the point is words are one thing. Actions are what matter. In this case, I find it interesting that so few want to call this out. Here it is on Times of Israel. Trump names hedge fund manager Scott Besant as his nominee and simply says here, Besant, who is from South Carolina, attended Yale University and served as chief investment officer for Soros Fund Management, the macroeconomic investment firm of billionaire George Soros. In 2015, he even raised capital, including $2 billion from Soros to start his own hedge fund. I don't know how you don't see that all the way to this day. If he was the main backing for your hedge fund, that's not some background thing to me. But you guys can decide for yourself. Shadow of Ezra clearly thought it's important. He says Scott Besant, who will lead the Treasury Department, previously worked at George Soros' fund management from 91 to 2000, and then again as chief investment officer from 2011 to 2015, and after which he took $2 billion for his own company. It says during this period, he made a significant bet against the British pound, contributing to Soros' famous breaking of the Bank of England and earning billions for the firm. The London office was led by Peter Soros, George Soros' nephew, who has been named by Epstein's former butler, Alfred Rodriguez, as having been involved in Epstein's trafficking activities. Besant is also on the board of trustees at the Rockefeller University, alongside prominent figures in the globalist establishment. Funny how little engagement that gets for such, if this was about Biden, oh my God, it'd be everywhere. The point is, this is important. I mean, there's like 6 different examples here that are supposed to be red flags for this very group we're talking about. And I would argue, partisan nonsense aside, these are worthy of consideration. Whether it's the Epstein overlap with the supposed list that's about to come out, is that going to matter for his picks? Or are those people going to be struck off the list before we see it? I just think it's interesting, the blindness in some cases. But my point is the same. It's not left or right. As Derek wrote on the 28th of October, election 2024, Zionist technocrats versus Zionist technocrats. That's the game, guys. They stack it either way, so they don't really care what you think you pick. As well as the administration after the election, the new Trump administration and the technocratic Zionist coup of the United States. I'm convinced this is what's happening. As Courtney points out, nothing more to see. Move along. Michael's sharing this. Peter Thiel's Palantir Tech, guess what, guys? Had a massive presence at the World Economic Forum this year. No big deal, right? Well, Trump spoke virtually. He was actually sticking it to... No, they really weren't, guys. They love to make it sound like how, Malay and him were sticking it to their woke agenda. You think they care about that? You think truly that's what their objective is as they roll out their technocratic structure? Guys, these are the games they're playing. Now, yes, there are people that are invested in this stuff. But if you think all it's about is pushing back on the genders, I mean, you've taken the bait. God, what's crazy to me is Palantir, which is like a central part of this growing. It is what's happening. It's like I said, the tick embedded in the Trump administration. And is a central player at the World Economic Forum that both Malay and Trump speak at. It says, but it isn't anything to worry about, right? Obviously it should be. And obviously it would be if it was anybody else. And as we know, Trump spoke at Davos, at the World Economic Forum. And yes, he had things to say that you would argue pushed back on the left agenda. But the question is, if you think the World Economic Forum, what the global agenda, if that's what you think it really is, maybe you do. I would argue it's a bit short-sighted with everything we see rolling out. Now, David Icke points out somebody that I've been calling out for a very long time that now has me blocked because of that very point that I think is important to highlight, because these are spectacularly stupid people that are constantly sharing deliberately false information. David Icke said, and this is this TPD Sean, the People's Voice, who, by the way, remember, it was like Blacklist News or whatever that got exposed as fake. So they brought it down, and it's the same size, brought up with a new name. David Icke says, this is the guy who told you Trump was going to arrest Bill Gates and send him to Guantanamo and endless other complete crap year after year. This was before Trump's 3-hour dinner with Gates at Mar-a-Lago and Trump's $500 billion AI announcement that includes mRNA fake vaccines that have been promoted by Gates. People taking this bloke seriously is one of the great confirmations that humans will believe anything. Trump, Gates, Schwab, Musk are all part of the club. The rest is theater and gullibility. I mean, it's sad. Like, I'll show you. So this just says, WEF declares U.S. election null and void. No, they didn't. Predicts Black Swan event will reset humanity. No, that didn't. None of this happened. Like, this is what he does. It's like this amalgamation of random things that you can see online that they just dump on this. They claim they said all these things. And then he does some monologue around it that answers no questions and gives you no information. It's just like the Matt Wallace, the same thing they do. Oh, behind this, you pay me here and you can see the secret information that gives you no more information. He says, the World Economic Forum has officially kicked off in Davos, and the world global elite, Klaus Schwab, are wasting no time making their agenda crystal clear. According to Schwab, the recent U.S. election results are proof America can no longer govern itself. His solution? Force the United States to bow to authority. Guys, he's just literally making things up. And what's crazy about it is what he tends to do is lie in the direction of something we all kind of see building. That way, when you go, he's lying, they go, you're fighting for the Democrats. It's like, I'm not saying that it's not, it's frustrating and it's obvious. So here is what he does every time. Fakes these things. You want to go find this tweet? You won't find it because it doesn't exist. Now he pretends he's just using it for gravitas, trying to make a point. You know, you're lying. Just like when you quote fake things like that, Black Swan event, that's not real, guys. And guess what? You'll also find no source material because these people are ridiculous. But you guys mostly know that. I just thought it was interesting. David Icke decided to call him out. And this is important because right now it's overlapping with the World Economic Forum that Trump and Milei and Palantir are all a part of. Don't you think that should be the story? Here's another example. And this is an old video, by the way, but it's important to highlight because this was real and it got pushed back on as fake even at the time back then. Says, do you believe Trump? It says Klaus Schwab is a gentleman and doing a great job. Well, you could argue he knows different, but he doesn't because he still supports everything he's doing and continues to support the new shots and the mRNA direction, right? But what's interesting to me is this is somebody engaging with this as if they think it's new and defending it, continuing to show you that they will defend anything. Oh, he just bought the World Economic Forum. That's because he's going to make it better. It's like, okay, I'm just making that up. I'm saying no matter what seems to happen, as he even told you, he could shoot someone in Times Square and they'd also support him. They just go, this is why it makes sense. So she's simply highlighting, and this is an older video. This is from this video is posted a year old, which just simply shows you that this is older than right now. This is not from a year ago. It's from the last World Economic Forum, I think. I mean, maybe it was about a year. I think it was more than that. In any case, it's not from the current WEF 25 is my point. There's the video to check out how they walk out. I'll show it to you right now. But says he's doing a good job. He's a gentleman. And this person says, this is Ann Vandersteel says, I think he's highlighting him as he already pulled out of the WHO Paris Accord and standing by the exit of the UN and NATO. Like, again, all these things that have been floated. I still am of the mind that we haven't even seen the real flesh of what the WHO overlap is going to look like and whether or not there seems like there might still be more funding going through Gates and other ways, which I think is real. But this is saying, he did this already and he's just trying to highlight him. That's a typical kind of game. Well, he's pretending to get along with him so he can highlight him, so we can expose him. Interesting, even though this is not new. So you're defending something even though it's not new. But it says his position on CBDCs neutered the central bankers. I don't think that's the case. I think they're playing you with the idea that you thought it was going to be central bank digital currency, and we're clearly going to see a private stable coin dynamic it's far worse. Catherine Austin Fitts and plenty of us in the IMA have been talking about it for a very long time. Mark Goodwin and Whitney have been highlighting the Tether central stable coin aspect of it. I think their work is very important on that. But they neutered them because that's what excited, except to the extent required by law, comma, everything else. I already pointed this out. If your executive order starts by except for the extent required by law, we ban all these things. Well, that doesn't really mean you ban them. That's my opinion. But it says it's either the greatest show on earth or the scariest sci-fi movie ever. You get the point I'm making. This is not new, but they see it and go, well, here's why he did it. Well, you're defending something that didn't even happen. So what that shows you is they're willing to defend anything, and this didn't even turn out to be new. Very telling. But here's the actual clip. So remember, this is from before.
Well, we've loved it. We think it's a great country, a beautiful country, and we have had a tremendous success.
Yeah, great success.
And this gentleman, as you know, he's done a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more question.
Done a very great job. I think it matters, even back then. And people try to push back on it. Now, here's the point I was just making. Truth Seeker made a good point here. Donald Trump's announced an investment. Now, this was on the 7th of this year, of January, rather. An investment to build large new data centers with a group called DAMAC. The chairman of that group has ties to World Economic Forum and Bill Gates. So it's interesting to me. I think this goes beyond data. Now, this was announced before the big announcement of the AI structures, right? I think it's more than just the AI overlap. I think we're dealing with some kind of the overlap of all of this, the mRNA shots, the artificial intelligence. But here's the tweets he shared. The information. So this is just the breaking down from Insider Paper. I just found the article itself. Trump announces $20 billion on the 7th of January of this year. Foreign investment to build new U.S. data centers. It's interesting, right? So right after this, they announced $500 billion to build AI infrastructure in the country. This is $20 billion for foreign investment to a new U.S. data centers. And it's with Emirati billionaire from the UAE, Hussein Sajwani, the DAMAC properties. So interesting timing on that, right? But just right there, though, you're just large amount of funding to a, and by the way, which I do find interesting. So this is from, I think this is Trump's personal investment. Because, I mean, my whole thing with the ethics things that nobody seems to care about, we're well past that now. I told you. The point is that there's so many weird discrepancies right now. How was Trump making all these deals before he was even inaugurated? Is this something he made in regard to the infrastructure deal well before he was even in position? How does that make sense? Or is it his personal investment? And if that's the case, there's not a conflict of interest? It just seems strange. I went through this, and now I'm remembering it. It just doesn't seem like there's any. It just seems to say that he invested, but is that it says elect? It says president-elect, which would suggest from a position of authority. Now, that's not the point I'm making. I just am thinking of that now. I find that interesting. I'm sure this will come out more. Let's remember what this is and where this comes from. Here's the point that's interesting. Here's the guy he's investing with. Here it says, this is Hussein Sajwani. It says, here's to making every connection matter. While at the World Economic Forum, memories of an exceptional journey, an insightful encounter with Bill Gates, Microsoft founder. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't prove anything. He just met him, took a picture with him, right? But I think it's interesting, especially when you dig further into this person and you begin to see more. So the worry is all I'm highlighting. Whether pulling out of the WHO, whatever else we're talking about, that all we're seeing is more money that gets funneled in different directions that go back to the same infrastructure. That's what I worry about. And if are we still trying to pretend that Gates isn't working with Trump right now? I think it's pretty clear. Here is Visegrad 24. And if we haven't recognized by now, guys, this is an Israeli propaganda platform that Musk seems to blindly support no matter whether they get caught lying or not. It says, Hussein Sajwani from the UAE, the CEO of DAMAC Properties and DMAAC Group, announces $20 billion investment with the United States. This moment has been 4 years in the making. I just think it's important. So this shows you Israel has an interest in highlighting this. I think that's very clear. David Miller says Hussein's uncle, the one we're just pointing to, Hussein Sajwani, pictured here, that's the guy we're discussing, is an Emirati oligarch and founder of DAMAC Properties. The family has been at the center of the UAE's Zionization drive. Don't take it from me. Here's their own spiel. As the UAE and Israel take great strides together towards a strengthened, unified approach to trade exchange and promising business partnerships, the UAE looks forward to welcoming Israeli homeowners and investors into the real estate circle. So you could argue that's just an extension of their colonial project, but it says, well, Uncle Hussein cashes them, young Hussein spends his days tweeting desperately in favor of the Zionization of the UAE, Mohammed bin Zayed and Elon Musk. See where this goes? The Emirati logic is clear. This century belongs to Jewish supremacists. So being a vassal of the state of Israel provides protection and a chance to make money in return for one's dignity and principles, neither of which Mohammed bin Zayed has ever been troubled by. Now, of course, this is now deleted. The point is that you can find very clear connections that this entity is basically another overlapping interest for Israel's outcome. And that is tied to Bill Gates and the larger agenda. I think those things matter. Now, I would never argue this is absolute verification of what might happen, but I think anybody objective would say these things matter. And now as we see this moving around to the funding, this very well may be just the new way to get the funding in the same place. I think that's important. Now, on this conversation, the New World Order overlapped all of it, right? We've already talked about this for the show on the 8th of January. As Israel's globalist ambitions become clear, Team Sports Republicans endorse North American Union. That's what keeps happening. The pretending that we're talking about globalists over here while ignoring that globalism is being rolled out right in front of you and that you're supporting it and lying about it. It's everywhere. This is the North American Union is a classic part of all this that's being ignored. And this is that meme I was talking about, right? So he puts out a meme that says, it basically for the podcast, it shows a small tree. And and you've seen it. It shows a noose tied to the small tree and around a guy's neck, and the guy's watering the tree. And it shows globalism of the tree and Western nations with the guy. So the point is, we're basically creating our own circumstances, right? We're watering globalism, which will eventually hang Western nations. That's what he's trying to say. My point is, when he says globalism is civilizational suicide, I said, clearly, since Elon shared this meme, he's totally not part of the obvious globalist technocratic agenda that he's currently a central part of. Case closed. I mean, some people, it's as simple as that. As he's walking out the exact things that we call, we ignore it because, well, he clearly is fighting it. We get the Elon version of globalism, the Elon version of AI. That's my opinion anyway. I think it's pretty clear that's happening. This one's the same kind of thing. Alex Jones shares, learn how the globalist deep state's massive targeting of Elon Musk is designed to derail Trump's American golden age agenda. Okay. I said, right. So don't fight back, guys. Even if it looks like exactly what you're supposed to fight, because that'll derail Trump's super secret master plan. Can't have that happen. Trust the plan. Mr. Sausage had a point about the Canada overlap, and he simply said, Trump, this is a prediction. Trump is going to use tariffs to crash Canada's economy, after which they will relinquish their sovereignty as they will purportedly have no other choice. Canadian leaders will pretend to oppose. It's just an act. They are all in on it. The Great Reset, very poorly disguised. Interesting thought, worth considering. My point would be this generally the same kind of idea, that what we're seeing is more organized than we're being shown, and that they need you to think there's more pushing back and dynamic, when in reality, we're watching the globalist technocratic agenda rolled out. I've never in my life, first of all, I never ever thought it would be this obvious. I think that's what's crazy to me, but I never thought we would even see it like this, whether obvious or not. I just think it's wild what's happening and how many people are ignoring it. So here is the Greenland overlap, which is clearly still happening. Another example of what was claimed to be a troll that's now literally rolling out. Now, this is a clip from, here, I'll just play it first. This is Trump speaking about how Danish officials are freaked out. I wonder why. We told you this would lead to some potential real conflict.
Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along.
Wow. International security, huh? Well, okay, so what if they don't want that? Too bad. They'll come along.
It's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it.
Yeah, it costs money to run any country. That's a dumb thing to say.
The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark.
As far as I could tell, that's not true. I get debates with people, but look into it for yourself. I can't see any provable example that there's some mass movement from Denmark to move away, to basically allow the U.S. government to conquer their territory. I mean, it just, of so many reasons, doesn't make any sense. Whether it's the overlapping of societies, the difference of whether it's their healthcare or there's the structural differences that are very clear that I think most people in this countries, like whether we're talking about Canada or Denmark or any of them, it just doesn't make sense. Like the overlap doesn't align. Now, that's not to say there's people that might not think this is a good move. But from my research, I don't get any indication that these countries want this or the peoples want this. Mostly I get the opposite, that it's like, this is spectacularly crazy. This is crazy. This is imperialism.
No, I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us. It's necessary for international security.
Oh, okay. Right. But we'll take it, though, for us and mine it for its resources, for international security.
You have Russian boats all over the place. You have China boats.
Ah, okay. So the illusion of international security, but your fight against, fight for U.S. preeminence, right? We can't let them come over and take it. We have to take it. Classic U.S. imperialism lie.
All over the place, warships. And they can't maintain it.
Ah, okay, right. Because China and Russia can't do it, so we're going to do it. God, this is the dumbest, laziest argument but it works because people have been trained to look at it like if they're going to do it, we got to do it first, right? Clinton couldn't do it, so we're going to do it. Yeah. I just can't. I'm so tired of how dumb all this is half the time. But I wonder when it will dawn on the MAGA that they have put a narcissistic, megalomaniac dictator in the office who is serving his globalist cult masters like a good little boy. David Icke. He says the fact that grouping Greenland with the U.S. is a cult club of Rome objective, and grouping the U.S. with Canada and Mexico is the long-planned North American Union that he was exposing in the 90s is pure coincidence, of course. May the hijacked fake alternative media who put Trump in the White House have mercy on their own souls when reality dawns on what they have done and how they have misled the people. Frankly, I think the people that are doing that know they're doing it and don't care. But I think the people that are being manipulated are the ones that do care, which I think is the majority. They just don't see what's happening, and they want the best for this country, and they're being tricked. That's what we're trying to do, trying to highlight that for people. Arnaud Bertrand writes this in regard to Rory Stewart, saying, Trump is quite different from almost all previous leaders since the early Middle Ages. He does not even pretend with Greenland or Gaza or international aid to be acting for just reasons. The impact of this naked abuse of power will be staggering. Now, people will love to make it about a Democrat hating Trump point. It's not, guys. Somebody like me who's non-party, this is the rampant lawlessness that I've been calling out from as far back as I've ever been doing this. From Obama to Bush to Biden to Trump, it's the same deal. They are acting like every move is making it worse. You are then instilling in the minds of Americans that it's okay to be belligerently violent as long as you're powerful enough to get away with it. That's what they're teaching people without saying it. Rampant lawlessness, the term that was coined by George Galloway, as far as I know. And I think I'm sure someone said it before, but that's where I remember it from. And it's important to think about rampant lawlessness while pretending to be fighting for the opposite. Arnaud says, at heart, the main reason so many Western elites hate Trump so much is because he refuses to maintain the polite fiction of moral authority that they've cultivated. Can we please go back to pretending we were acting for just reasons? He says he holds up a mirror and they recoil at their own reflection. I mean, it's a great point, actually, because and he's highlighting this person from, it doesn't matter. Somebody, in the UK with an influential opinion. The point is I think it's important to think about. Like, this is where we talk about the divide. Like, as Whitney's talked about the different divisions between even the same kind of power structure, that there are, the archaic neocon element of the new technocracy, but they're still driving for your control. And we'll work together when they need to. At the end of the day, what he does, we're there to take the oil, is what I think is the interest of Zionism, which is what his clear financial backing is, because they have an interest in destroying the society. They have an interest with flooding it with immigration. They have an interest with creating the reality that we are falling apart and they are better. That's what, I'm going to end with a clip today about Netanyahu saying that. I've played it for you before, openly saying how easy it is to play the left versus the right to control America. So what I'm saying is it's interesting that he is doing a thing that does cult some of the other background that are, I think, still know where their money, they still allow Israel to do what they want, but they're not so bought off by Zionism, where they go, Trump, stop being blatantly obvious about it. And that's where you see some of the divide. but they're still all in line with making sure this still goes forward. You get what I'm saying? And so I agree with him. I think Trump is so mask off about this stuff that it makes them recoil. Not because they care, but because that we see who they are. Scott Ritter says at this point in time, either Denmark dispatches its military to seize control of the, Putufik space base and forcibly evict the U.S. military from Greenland, citing either Article 51 right to preemptive self-defense, which I hate that term, request an emergency Security Council meeting to respond to the imminent threat posed by the United States to its territory, and request immediate Article 4 consultations with its NATO allies or it surrenders. Let's guess which it will be. I think he's suggesting that it will be surrender. That's interesting. Either way, the point he's really making here is that this is belligerent violence. What they're doing is imperialistic. It's authoritarian. This is globalism. They're conquering territory in real time today. But because it's better for everybody, that's a pretty flimsy excuse for this day and age, guys. It's crazy. While supporting a genocide, I might add. Dr. Simon Godek points this out and said he's supportive of the momentum, the MAGA, the Republican side. But he goes, "Hey, MAGA, you're all for, quote, let the native Greenlanders decide whether or not they want to belong to the U.S. or Denmark. So," he says, "would you apply the same principle to native Hawaiians and let them decide whether to seek independence or remain part of the United States?" It's a point I've made in the past, right? I lived there for years. I'll tell you right now, they do not see themselves as part of the United States, guys, because frankly, they're not. It's a conquered territory that they still maintain as a conquered territory, and they just claim it's part of the United States. They are not part of the United States, and they feel that they are not part of the United States. And if you ask them, they wouldn't want to be. So on top of that, what about the Donbass or Crimea or even Taiwan in this context? Because it's two different sides of the same kind of game. The point is that they're all being played or not acknowledged by the U.S. government. Taiwan is this piece that the U.S. is moving around, even though there's never even been a declaration of this. There's not any actual movement there. It's all about playing against China. On the other side of it, you got Donbass and Crimea that have roundly, publicly, universally been shown to actually want to join because the evidence is so shockingly obvious. They're primarily Russian speaking. I mean, we all gone through it. Anybody that's still stupid enough to pretend that these groups didn't want to join Russia is all for an agenda. My point is, they voted, they had a referendum. Crimea was resoundingly clear. They just don't want to let it happen. So his point is, would you allow it here? I would argue their answer is no. But we'll take what we want, though. That's rampant lawlessness, peace through strength, or strength through strength. And it says, this guy says, I agree with that. I believe in auto-determination and would be, what is this? I agree with that. I believe in auto-determination and would be for Greenland declaring independence from everyone. Well, see, that would be the point. That's what I was saying earlier. There's not independence if you're joining another state, another government control structure. Independence would be independence from all of it. That's not what's actually happening here. So they're playing it. That's my point. The Greenlanders don't want to be conquered by somebody else. I think that's pretty clear. He says, definitely, Greenland has plenty of natural resources to sell. But why would Greenlanders want to join the U.S.? Do they realize they'd be stuck paying property taxes up to 37% in federal income taxes, no matter where they live, and funding billions for Ukraine and Israel? Maybe this is why Trump created the External Revenue Service. See how it all starts to come together? The point is, guys, nobody wants that. And you think Americans don't even realize the differences because they want to pretend they're all so much worse. They're not. This game we play where we're number one and everything hasn't been true for a very, 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 very long time. Interesting point, though. Arnav Bertrand, I'm going to go past this since we're already well past what I wanted for this. I want to make sure we get to the next page. But he's simply highlighting this interesting overlap that basically Denmark has been one of the most committed U.S. vassal states to enter the EU and is still trying to placate everything the U.S. wants. The point he's making is that this is what it looks like to placate. Eventually, they just take your shirt. And that's what he's saying. Is like eventually, even still, it seems like they're just offering more. Please, here's more. Stop. Don't do that. They don't want this. But they're willing to give the U.S. more to allow it not to happen, which is maybe the whole point. On top of that, I'm going to skip past some of these in a rush, but the point is Attorney General Andrew Bailey, I think it was Massachusetts or Missouri, simply says, we're demanding $25 billion in penalties from harm China caused during COVID-19. Really, we're still playing that game? Despite, this is because it's bubbling back up to the CIA. The reality is the U.S. government was a central player in all this. All they're doing is using this to divide and conquer, divide in this country too. But the overarching point is about seizing the land from farmland. Well, let's talk about that. Like all this imperialistic stuff, guys. The point I made was, first of all, It just said demand money or I just read. Despite the fact that the U.S. government is intimately involved, they think you just demand money or you'll seize land or war. Only shows the alarmingly imperialist path the U.S. government is currently on. But I said, assuming he means U.S. farmland owned by China assets, which he doesn't make clear, but I'm pretty sure that's what he meant, as opposed to Chinese territory, are these owned by the government? Can we prove this is the U.S. or the Chinese government owning this? In some cases, I do think that's the case. The question is, why then is that the case? And you realize this is not unique to Biden's administration, which is the game they like to play, guys. So ask yourself these full questions if you want to dive into this. If you think why were they allowed in the first place? And if you only see it as one, the bottom line is, guys, this is about trying to create this dynamic where it is about demanding something. And if you don't appease what we're asking, if you don't do what we need, we will go after you. We'll seize your assets, even if we can't even prove it's a government overlap. This is just a Chinese, businessman that owns something. Like we saw this during COVID-19. I'm not saying that's the full picture, because realize there's a weird overlap to this Chinese government discussion inside this country. We've covered it. It's not unique to just Biden's administration. So what I think this is about is trying to create it's a problem reaction solution dynamic, and it's happening everywhere. With this dynamic, it's happening Mexico, Canada, Panama. I mean, it's everywhere and all over the Middle East. Here's Sachs talking about a China point that I do think is relevant to play. And I think this important point here, guys, I think there's more coordination between a lot of these governments than we realize. But it's important to think about this. And this is an objectively, it's a easily proven fact. It doesn't mean, it doesn't have to mean one good or bad. Or the point is, if you look at the United States government history of war, just war, and compare it to any of the states they claim are their big boogeyman of the world, and you still think that makes sense, you can still think China's, I'm terrified of what China is. And the reality of the social credit system and the technocracy, it's all clear. But if we can't see that the U.S. government is the central player in all of the world's woes for such a long time, again, we're just lying to ourselves. And my point's always been the same, that I think China or Russia, if let to have the same amount of power the U.S. would probably be in the same position. Because I think government is the real problem. So don't take it as one versus the other. But we need to hear what he's saying here and realize that we're being played even now with that very point.
How many wars has China been in the last 40 years? Let me count them. That would be zero. Not one war in 40 years. When was the most recent war that China was in? January 16 to February 16, 1979. 1 month in a conflict with Vietnam, which had to do actually with Vietnam having overthrown a government in Cambodia. Okay, 1 month. We are not at dire risk from China. China is not mass murdering its population, but we are gearing up in the United States for war with China. Why? Well, once again, people actually wrote why. You have to know where to look, but if you look at the Council on Foreign Relations, an article by a former colleague of mine, Robert Blackwell and Ashley Tellis, in 2015, they say that China has become so powerful that it threatens American primacy. And China's rise is no longer in America's interest. And so
no longer is an interesting thing to pluck out of that. That's kind of what I'm getting at. He speaks very deliberately. So that means, and I think you can prove this. People have written books about like the overlap, the reality that there's a point at which that was an interest of the US government, right? Or maybe even before this, talking about the British government. Like the reality is clear.
You watch this mentality in the U.S. that it threatens American primacy, and China's rise is no longer in America's interest. And so you watch this mentality in the U.S. go into effect. Suddenly, because China's economically successful, they're not just economically successful, they're the enemy. Right. So everything becomes rhetoric.
So think about that. Now you can argue that that's what every government would be like, and you wouldn't get much pushback from me. But it's certainly possible that the only reason that we see the world we see today is because of that mindset that's being driven through the Israeli-U.S. dynamic. It's worth considering. The idea being that we have to go after them because they're going to be more powerful. Well, in history, things ebb and flow that way. Like, and that's the idea that, and I'm sure people, I myself can see the weaponized idea within it all, but the idea of the multipolar dynamic where you don't have one central power, you have, it's a constantly ebbing and flowing dynamic of powerful entities, of governments and nation states. Like, again, my mindset is very clearly that all of that is the problem. I'm just trying to say that if we're forced to live in this dynamic, you should be able to at least consider how obvious it is that the reason we're still going through it like this is because they treat every other entity that becomes like this is about all of it, about China, Russia, going back as far as you want to look, that if they start to become too influential, they start to gain too much. Well, we have to put them back in their place using surreptitious, violent methods. And then you get mad when they respond. I mean, it's all criminal. And it's a perfect example of this, actually. Michael Tracy says, Cuba's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism being rescinded and then reinstated within a matter of literally 6 days is a parody of U.S. foreign policy. So all it shows you is it means nothing. Like the same with the Sudan, the point they make every time. You're either a terrorist if you don't want to work with Israel, or you're not if you do. Whether you are or not is irrelevant in that conversation. It's just about a tool that and this is clear by the fact they work with Hayat al-Sham, Al-Qaeda in Syria, or in general, proxy elements of both these countries. It just uses these things. It's embarrassing. And the world is starting to see this stuff, or has for a very long time. Rubio, he says, just hearing the Taliban is holding more American hostages than has been reported. Oh, funny how I've never heard Rubio say a word about the Americans and Palestinian Americans and British Americans that are still trapped in Gaza. You know, that flattened area where they're living in tents and nobody can get out. Yeah, they don't care about them. Some of them are simply Americans, which shouldn't matter any more or less. They're people. They have lives and families and dreams. The point is that if you're pretending as America first, what about the Americans that right in the beginning NPR covered? 600 of them were in Gaza, some of which were there because they married people. The point was they never mentioned that, but they couldn't stop talking about the Israeli Americans that were taken. And now he seems to care about the Taliban. Why? You mean the Taliban that you guys have worked with, that Trump's last administration made deals with? It's all been this, not left or right. It's always been a game. It's always been used. They used these groups when they were it was a game with the Mujahideen against the Soviet Union. That later becomes Al-Qaeda, later becomes ISIS. It's the same game. They are manipulating it. So he goes, I just heard the Taliban's holding more Americans. He said, if this is true, we will have to immediately place very big bounties on their leaders. Well, I mean, these guys don't even care what they look like. These are criminals. Bounties on their heads. Is that how this works these days? And guess what, guys? How much you want to bet this gets you back involved in Afghanistan? Which, guess what? We never actually left. How long have I been telling you that? Maybe even bigger than the one we had on bin Laden. Oh, you mean the guy you worked with until you didn't? Does anybody believe these people anymore other than blind partisans? I just don't get it. It's lazy. Marco Rubio acting all, that's why Gerald Salente says, tough guy, go get him. Like, it's just, these are kind of people that got picked on in school, I think. They're just happy to be acting like they're super tough. The game is, I think they work with this entity, like they have for a long time, and overlap that with the whole ISIS-K game, which is a complete fake CIA Israel cutout in my mind, like all of it really, but this is a specific game they play. And so they're trying to make this big game about them being Taliban's whole. I think we're being played, like always. A big bounty on their heads. Like, if you thought they were holding Americans, is what you do, you hire assassins to kill them? Is that what good guy leaders do? It's just crazy. They just don't care. I think that's because the interest of Israel is to make this the reality today. On top of that, Trump says he could send U.S. special operators after Mexican drug cartels. Again, is this how this works? Aren't there supposed to be international relations with especially your people that share a border with you? No, we're just going to send in our people and they can deal with it because we're in control. Well, yeah, that's always been the point, guys. That's how they see the world. But then love to pretend they care about sovereignty and rights and human. Nope, they don't care. Not about any of it, especially not yours. And this is just Business Insider saying it could make things worse. Yeah, obviously. Mexico's pretty upset about this. They don't want any part of what they're talking about. I think that's an excuse. And Matt Gaetz playing the same Rubio-Trump game. Like, these guys are clearly tapping into the same kind of feeling, the same vibe. So the Gustavo Petro, who is the president of Colombia, or at least, from 2022 to 2026, he says, the U.S. cannot treat Colombian migrants as criminals. I deny the entry of American planes carrying Colombian migrants into our territory. Now, by the way, I think I saw something I wasn't able to check before I went live, but this might have already updated or changed. So it's possible. If you see that, let me know. Like they've already caved essentially. But it says the United States must establish a protocol for the dignified treatment of migrants before we receive them. So this is what he says. Matt Gaetz, a representative of the United States, embarrassingly enough, 3.2 million followers, says, don't F with us on this, dude. He says, you will be taking your criminals back the easy way or the hard way. These are supposed to be leaders of the free world. Not only speaking like children, but acting like they're tough guys. That's not what real people that are strong don't talk like that. Weak men talk like that. And he goes, this is not a fight with America you want. We want friendly relations with our neighbors, but friends don't leave their own SHIT in others' homes. God, these guys are ridiculous. Like, are you not embarrassed, conservative? I would be embarrassed if this guy was pretending to represent me. Even if you agree with the stance he's taking. I mean, this is silly. And that's why I think this is more about presenting a certain feeling than anything else. And all this is doing is creating this dynamic that somehow we're being abused, even though you're the ones abusing everybody. Now, the border dynamic this is all creating, whether Mexico, all of it, the immigration conversation, let's not forget where this leads. If you can't see all of this now with the infrastructure and AI and biometric wall, the digital ID, it's all coming your way. Personalized medicine, how do you think that's going to work? The SAVE Act, Real ID and ID 2020, using the two-party illusion in the election to usher in digital IDs. Now, this is already going forward. So the point is whether we're able to see that this is being thrust upon us or not. I'll include this again. Truth Seeker, he says voter ID will be the digital ID. Wake up. Now, you can disagree. It's his opinion. I think the point is that voter ID is, what's the difference? You can call it one thing or the other. We're still talking, that it will be digital, guys. Let's not forget the digital services is just, they've renamed Doge. So now when we go Doge is rolling out your voter ID, they're going to go, yay! Even though it's basically your digital services giving you digital ID, and we're going to go Doge. That's what I think anyway. And then on the point of immigration, I found this interesting. This AF Post says, days into Trump's second term, ICE has arrested fewer illegal immigrants than the early days of Trump's first term in 2017. Now, what I find interesting is this is being framed as somehow like a win for Trump. Like, see, it's already working. And it's like, guys, I don't think you thought this through. Like, so this only means one of two things to me. That they're beefing up for what this big move will be, which actually makes sense to me. Like, I don't see how he doesn't follow through with something in regard to the deportation. But if you needed to get organized for it, there's going to be a lull. That's what I think is actually happening. But what's funny is, or he's just not going after them like he promised. I think it's the former. I do. But it's funny that this is being framed as the win as if he's already done it, which is kind of how this game works, because who cares? Just own it. We won already. It's over. Didn't even happen yet. But he says in 2016 and 2024, Trump promised mass deportations, but was unable to carry them out due to logistical difficulties. I don't think we're there yet. That's a little bit of a jump. I think we're seeing things he's declared. Well, the state of emergency was supposed to be at the border. But they've already admitted it was because of China and everything else. It's allowing them to roll out these mass data centers. That's what they already said. So we're being played yet again. Conservatives are ignoring it in some cases. But this is interesting. So all I want to do is point this out because right now it seems to be not going in the direction as promised. But as I said, I do think that's probably what we'll roll out. We'll have to see how this goes forward. But my point is how all this comes together. That using this conversation, you are going to see these digital dynamics thrust upon you. This is very weird to me. Breaking 911 says, violent gang member in ICE custody screaming, I'm not going back to Haiti. F Trump. It's all Biden. I'm like, I guess. I just said, that feels a bit staged. Anybody else? I find it quite interesting which people are suddenly blindly taking this man's word. Hypothetically speaking, had this man yelled, Trump and Israel did this, do you think these people would also blindly take him at his word? I think that's a very good point. Right? I mean, the idea is that the guy you don't know yelling something, and because it aligns with what you think, you go, yeah, we knew it. If he had said, Trump and Israel are the reason I'm here, this probably wouldn't even get talked about. Even though I actually think it's far more accurate. But even if either were dishonest, my point is the same, that they probably would ignore it, which shows you it's subjective. I just find that to be pretty silly. I really did. Here's what I think is more telling, even if that guy's real, because obviously there are violent criminals and are violent immigrants that are illegally here. Nobody's denying that, or shouldn't be. My point is how this is being used and presented in very clear ways. And the fact that he goes, it's all Biden. That's so stupid. How does he know that? I mean, come on. But the point is, City of Newark. And I simply said, this is sadly what I expected. I linked to the weaponized migration link. Mayor Ras Baraka's statement on ICE raids in Newark business establishments. It says, 2025, January 23. Today, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE agents raided a local establishment in the city of Newark, detaining undocumented residents as well as citizens without producing a warrant. Gee, who could have seen this coming? One of the detainees was a U.S. military veteran who suffered the indignity of having the legitimacy of his military documentation questioned, probably because he was brown. The agreed, that's my opinion, but I mean, like, how that seems like a strange thing to assume, a white man sitting in the room just suddenly, right? It says this egregious act is a plain violation of the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right of the people be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against the unreasonable searches and seizures, which, by the way, if you don't remember by now, even applies to illegal immigrants in some cases. Like, I've made this case so many times. There's been roundly precedents by the Supreme Court that have shown that the Constitution can apply in many cases, even to illegal immigrants. Make sure you understand that, because that's been very clear over the years. But even if you don't agree with that, the point is that in this case, they don't know. They're just rounding up people undocumented, that including a veteran. So they didn't know. That is by definition an unreasonable search and seizure, but that's what we knew would happen, because that's what happens in every time we deal with something like this. And Trump already said stop and frisk, which is about as unconstitutional as it gets. It says Newark will not stand by idly while people are being unlawfully terrorized. I will be holding a press conference in alliance with partners sadly and ready and willing to defend and protect civil and human rights. Details to come. Interesting. I mean, just so you can see, this is posted by the city of Newark. Doesn't that, I mean, it scares me how little people seem to care about this. That's wild. And that is a veteran. Of all people, Republicans should care more than anybody, right? Isn't that what we're told? Look at the engagement on this, guys. It's nothing. Like, even this one especially. Oh, I'm sorry. Look, that went up a lot since last time I looked at it. That's crazy. Okay, well, I'm glad it got a lot of reach. 1.3 million views on that. I was going to see if anything changed. When I looked last time, it was very little. Maybe that's, I caught it on the 23rd. The point is that this is a problem, and it shows you that they're acting broadly with very little oversight, guys. This is what we were worried about. And how do you not see that that brings in more security, more surveillance, more authoritarianism, like the idea that this is a violation of your rights everywhere, and it will only lead to the same things we're talking about. That's the article, Weaponized Migration and Experimentation, Tools for Subversion, Division, and Manufacturing Consent. I'm telling you guys, it's transparent where this is coming from, in my opinion. Now, here is the article, or the executive order from the 20th, clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the United States. So I want to point this out again. Deploying the U.S. military inside the United States has, I mean, there are opening aspects to this. And I'll just read what I highlighted here. But ultimately, what's happening, at least as proposed, I believe is already a violation. This is deploying the U.S. military inside the United States, including on the border, is subject to legal constraints and limitations. We talked about the Posse Comitatus Act, prohibits the use of federal military personnel for domestic law enforcement purposes. So in any case, if you're using the military to enforce domestic law, which is what this is, like technically, I guess that you could argue that because it's immigration that we're talking about something that's not domestic. I mean, it is. It's a game, especially if you're dealing with something not on the border. That's domestic law. So I guarantee, in my opinion, this is already a violation. Now, again, with the military overlap, not to say that the ICE doing that. I'm saying the point is he's already pointed out that the military will be involved. And I don't see how it couldn't be with the size of this. It says such as arrests, searches, and seizures, which we just saw. However, there are exceptions for authorities to allow military support for certain scenarios. And what I found the most interesting, the Insurrection Act provides the president with the authority to deploy the military domestically for law enforcement purposes under certain conditions, such as when there is an insurrection or rebellion. Okay, two thoughts. Certainly could be something that is accused of the Democrats, which would be perfectly how this tends to go. But how much you want to bet, because we already saw the Insurrection Act applied to Trump and the January 6th dynamic, that there's some background thing that never went away. Just a thought. And if you're paying attention and not partisan, you tend to see that this is how it goes. But it says in the context of a border security, the military can provide support to civilian law enforcement, including border patrol, through activities such as surveillance, intelligence gathering, reconnaissance. That's what I think this is really about. And so they're going to roll out this massive AI power surveillance structure under the guise of fighting the Look at the timing. Look at the timing of rolling out their massive AI infrastructure at the same time they're claiming they're going to sweep out all the bad guys. How else do you think this works? On top of that, this is where I think it obviously leads. And guess what? Here's Sam Altman himself from OpenAI, who is a central part of the Stargate dynamic, who is telling you about how we need to change the social construct, is what he said. Champagne Josh, he simply says he is talking about universal basic income via crypto. And guess what? He just so happens to have something called WorldCoin that aims to create a digital global currency that uses your iris scans to make sure that they know who you are. We've already talked about this. Derek wrote an article about it back in May 2023 because he was that far ahead of the story. But here is the clip that's important to see. Or, as I grab it, the point that Derek makes about WorldCoin, obviously, is not just that it is about a global currency. I mean, actually, really think about how crazy it is to discuss global currencies in the context of what we just saw. It's amazing the amount of things that Team Sport Republicans will ignore that are everything that they were once calling out. It really is striking. So here is the clip of him talking about updating the social contract. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh, okay, hold on. I had to remove one. I thought it wasn't letting me do it. And here it is.
I still expect, although I don't know what, and this is over a long period of time. This is not a like next year or, the year after that kind of thing. But over a long period of time, I still expect that there will be some change required to the social contract, given how powerful we expect this technology to be. I'm not a believer that there won't be any jobs. I think we always find new things to do. But I do think like the whole structure of society itself will, be up for some degree of debate and reconfiguration.
I mean, just think about that statement in the light of what we're dealing with. Like here, I mean, just bring this up again. I mean, this is quite literally what this is. I mean, these people, Sam Altman, Larry Ellison, and SoftBank. I mean, guys, these are like this is the deep state. Israel, Oracle, surveillance, artificial intelligence. I mean, it's striking. And he's literally telling you, as they roll out an AI mRNA injection infrastructure, that we're going to have to change the social contract. What do you think he's talking about? He's talking about digital ID and social credit, in my opinion. And it says, and it jumps 25% after Project Stargate was announced. What do you know? And of course, he goes, Elon Musk, you should shine a light on this, right? Unless, of course, you agree with his vision of the future. And this is the article he wrote in 2023, Sam Altman, Artificial Intelligence, the Bilderberg Group, and WorldCoin. Well, literally telling you to scan your irises in this orb. Weirdly like the orb in the whole Saudi Arabian overlap, right? The point is you can scan your irises and they can prove that you're the only you in the world and we'll give you 25 WorldCoin. And they delete it, we swear. That's what they say. It's just about this. This is exactly what it looks like. And Richard Willett points out Oracle and Ellison already tried to force in a digital ID after 9/11. It was the same thing that happened well back, and this is 2001. And here he is again, forcing another version from a different angle. It's not an accident. And this is, I'm actually going to rush. This is what I was going to point out. Clint Russell simply saying he's worried. This whole he's getting very post 9/11 vibes from MAGA when it comes to the Mexican drug cartels. Well, yeah, that's exactly what we're just pointing out. Like, this is about trying to justify in this new direction, in my opinion. And he just goes, I hope I'm wrong. My point was, this is exactly how the U.S. government, all of it, operates. If we can't see that by now, we're choosing not to. And this person says simply, this is how it's going to work. Dumb Americans, vax passports, voter immigration, digital ID, right? Getting them to look at that as opposed to the vax passport. Of course, we're all no vax passports, right? But this is different. It's a sleight of hand, guys. We're being played. Now, the last point on this segment, don't forget this, guys. Now, this is about the great rebranding I've talked about, or the inversion. We can frame it in a lot of different ways. How embarrassingly obvious it is. We're talking about this new, like, the CIA is now what we need. I mean, if we all collectively ever kind of gestured towards something that we all would go, yeah, probably deep state, it was always the CIA. And now the very group telling us we're fighting the deep state is openly calling for the CIA to be involved, as Trump recently did. But Patrick Henningsen says, okay, so these spooks are now pushing the storyline that it was Al-Qaeda who started the LA wildfires. That's another CIA interview on the Sean Ryan podcast, but I thought he was taking a break. I guess the CIA decided otherwise. They're literally trying to tell you that Al-Qaeda is implanted in this country and are starting the LA wildfires. Anything's possible, but the only evidence you have are CIA elements telling you what they want you to hear, which just so happens to rationalize every angle of everything they're trying to accomplish. Not only the foreign policy overlap, not even like the vanilla ISIS biological overlap, because they're also telling you biological problems. It also this will end up being some kind of control structure problem. Necessitates artificial intelligence, digital ID. That's what they're all talking about. The technological solution. And by the way, yet again, I showed you this last time. I'm just simply trying to search for the tweet from Trump from his account that mentions the CIA. And what do you know? It's just not there. Twitter wants you to believe that it's just not there. Look, you know it's there. I'm going to show it to you. I even searched for more specifically. It starts with our country's a disaster. But look, no results. But what do you know? There it is. Our country is a disaster. I wonder why that wouldn't pop up, guys. I wonder what, there must just be a glitch. I guess Twitter's just having problems, right? But just so we can skip past the facetiousness of it all, the CIA must get involved now before it's too late, Trump says. On January 2nd, 2025, with 69 million views. The CIA must get involved before it's too late. I mean, if you would have predicted this before, nobody would have believed you. Republicans would have laughed in your face. And now they're the ones telling you this is what's going to work. It's wild. Well, here he is talking about the fire. As I said, playing you like a fiddle. What do you think he's trying to plant in your mind coming from the Al-Qaeda wildfire game they're playing?
No, if we've ever seen anything like it, frankly. They say the biggest in the history of California. I think, has anything bigger than that happened in the whole country ever? It looks like, I don't want to say what it looks like, but you know what I'm going to say. It looks like something hit it, and we won't talk about what hit it, but it is a bad, bad situation.
God, just like it almost makes me feel bad for people. Like he did it. He meant the thing. He's secretly telling us. You read the comments. They're going on about how the only ones that know what's going on are the ones that know how to read between the lines when Trump speaks. I mean, look, I would never argue I know you're wrong, because that'd be just as stupid as you pretending you know what he's saying right there. But the idea that you think you can just guess at what you think he's saying and that you're all going to somehow be like, that's the QAnon nonsense that has clearly been wrong more times than I've ever seen something be wrong, and people still continue to look at it. But we don't know what we're going to look. We don't want to mention what we think it looks like when something hit it. But so you will say it though. Like, it's just, I feel bad for you if you think that this is anything other than him trying to make you think in a very clumsy way that he's secretly pointing at what the CIA wants you to think is going on for a very clear national security agenda that will be at the expense of your privacy. But, freedom. And the Free Thought Project makes a very good point. How about instead of the government efficiency, we just abolish the CIA? And here's a little game. The 9/11 hijackers were CIA. The OKC bombing was CIA. The crack epidemic was CIA. The underwear bomber was CIA. The Boston bombing, the JFK assassination, the Fort Hood shoot, CIA. MK Ultra, CIA. Nord Stream pipeline, yeah, you get the point. Operation Mockingbird, CIA. Guantanamo Bay, oh, that's right. Yeah, I think we're starting to see a common thread here, but don't worry. Trump says, get them involved now to save us from the CIA. Well, here's another example that I'm sure you've already seen. Guess what, guys? White House in talks to have Oracle take over TikTok. I mean, does I told you so even cut it with these things anymore? 12 Ball says, pump fake, suddenly the CIA owns TikTok. I mean, my God, that's just crazy. And I think this is obviously what I think was the plan. I mean, we told you. I didn't necessarily know it would be Oracle. That's surprising to me how in your face this is. But as I think I've tweeted right here. Oh, I didn't include it. But, either Oracle or Musk, it's the same point for me. It's one of those moments where you have to recognize that this is coming together just like a lot of people predicted. And that's why he was at Trump's inauguration. That's why there's only a 75-day pause, but they act like everything was changed, but they've already been censoring for Palestine. Clearly, there's been an organization behind all of this. If this happens, how is that different than before? The game was, we don't want to sell to a U.S. entity. That's why we were going to bring it down. But Trump gave you 75 days, and so you bring it back up. But now he's saying sell to Oracle, and you go, okay. Well, what happened? There's no difference other than you made it look like Trump did something and all of that, when it seems this was always the plan. That's what it seems like to me. Here's what James Lee had to say about it. Okay, how did I keep doing this? That's crazy, man. I swear. I'm gonna get it right now. I think what I did is I forgot it, obviously, for those listening. So I'm downloading it as we speak. The point is, I'm pretty sure what I do is if I get the number wrong, I go down the line downloading them and I end up deleting the one before it every time. So I end up like missing shots here. There we go. And here's the clip. Now he's been doing good work on some of these, like he does these little breakdown clips, admittedly in the TikTok fashion that I really do hate, but he does good work. Here's the clip on this.
News, the White House is in talks to have Oracle take over TikTok. Guys, this was the plan from the very beginning. So according to exclusive reporting from NPR, the Trump administration is working on a plan to save TikTok that involves tapping software company Oracle and an outside group of investors to effectively take control of the app's global operations, according to two people with direct knowledge of the talks. Quote, the goal is for Oracle to effectively monitor and provide oversight with what's going on with TikTok. Once again, this was always the plan. Because if you guys remember, Trump tried to ban TikTok back in 2020 because of data security issues. And TikTok said, okay, we'll do something called Project Texas. And Project Texas would restructure much of the corporate arm of TikTok so that the US database is stored by a US company, Oracle. Oracle, as a reminder, once again, is a CIA front. The whole point of Project Texas was so that the operations would be monitored by an in-house committee approved by the US government called TikTok US Data Security. Project Texas would essentially act as a firewall, ensuring that the Chinese government couldn't access user data and that Oracle would oversee it all. But then October 7th happened and the Israel lobby got involved and said, no, screw your data security, we need the whole app gone. And so that's what happened. Of course, the people rebelled and said, screw you guys, we're just gonna go to an actual Chinese app. And then Congress goes, oops, our bad. And then they try to backtrack out of that ban. This is where Trump comes in to quote unquote save TikTok. But in reality, what's going on right now is just a reinstitution of what they meant to do in the first place, which is to have Oracle take over TikTok. With the goal, of course, to monitor and oversee everything that's going on inside the app. So at this point,
spying on you.
People have kind of a choice to make. Do you want the US government to control your app or do you want the CCP? Neither is ideal, I have to say.
I would still argue that I don't think it's as definitively clear that the Chinese government controls the app. But I've never pushed back on it because I think it's just as clear that it's as likely as the US government through Twitter. But does the US government control Twitter? I would argue that's a fair point to make, but I don't think you could just state, get the point. Like, it's the same difference either way you look at it. My point, nonetheless, though, is that overall of it, I don't see other than choosing a side, it's kind of equivalent. I don't want anybody influencing the outcome, but the game they play is, well, at least it's for the interest of America. Is it though? I mean, it's the interest of your government agenda. That's not the same as the interest of America, because you guys seem to be attacking Americans more than anybody today, whether through Zionism or not. But it's a good, and as well to point out, this is James' kind of reading of all of it. I do agree. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. Overall, you're being played. It's all theater for Israel's interest. And then the government tap danced around whatever they wanted. And then, it's wild. And now it comes down to the reality that you have a deep state surveillance entity that's going to be able to use that data. And this is as James Corbett wrote a long time ago, data is the new oil. It is the most profitable thing on the planet for these people. Now, I'm sure you could make arguments about new technological things but I argue data is wildly more profitable than especially since it's, to mine it, I guess, right? Or in a certain sense. But I think it's clear. I just hope people can pay attention to what's happening. Now, meanwhile, all right, okay, again, the point is the CIA, right? That's what all this seems to be about. That clearly if you're talking about Oracle, which basically is the CIA, guys. Oracle was the name of the CIA program that Ellison started with, and they basically pretend it's like DARPA XAI and Elon XAI. Now Ellison owns his own company. It's called Oracle, and it's totally not the same thing. These are simply entities that I think we've already highlighted that are extensions of the government propaganda, or rather, control structure. And so the point is that if we're seeing the CIA constantly being used and reframed as the good guy and everything, and Trump's going, we need to get them involved now, isn't there something strange happening here? This radical turn, this inversion that Steve was talking about? Well, in this case, it's a very weird thing that just happened. It's been happening, but this is a very odd example. Aren't we all like shockingly aware of Operation Northwood, like this common thing that's been brought up over and over, even in circles in the corporate media sometimes? Well, here, Mario Northfall breaks the story. Shocking. Doc reveals U.S. government plot to kill Americans that, was declassified like decades ago. But here it is, because Narfall breaks it, or rather the Daily Mail breaks it, because we know how often the Daily Mail breaks top secret documents from the U.S. government, right? That this is controlled. It's sad. Now, David Icke is declassified in 97 and widely exposed in the wake of 9/11. Now, the new media is breaking the news. This repackaging of old information in new ways. This is how they play this game. And Truth Stream Media called it out too. Now, always watch their work, guys. 25 minutes. They always do a great job. They source everything. Love their work. She writes, the Operation Northwoods doc is being shared on here today as if it's new. It's very weird. For those unaware, this was a government plan concocted in 1962, to stage a false flag terror attack inside the United States and blame Cuba. It was declassified in 97. Here's the breakdown they did in October 2017. And this is the link for this Daily Mail. And it goes, first time? I just don't understand how people, I do. I shouldn't say that. It's about controlling, it's what I was just saying earlier. People out there do this work, whether it's old stories or not, and you have people in a certain select chosen circle that get raised up when they point to the things that other people are doing. In many ways, half stories. A good example is when Laura Loomer pretended to break the story about the Azov movement right before October 7th, but very carefully boxed out anything that had to do with Israel. I'm sure we can all see why that happened that way. But she lied, and she pretended it was all her work. No, it wasn't. I mean, Alex Rubenstein was well before even. I feel like I was covering that before most people. He was on it way before me, and others as well. I mean, the point is, it was out there. But they get raised up and they get pointed to, and it's about controlling and usually boxing out parts of the story. So in this case, they're basically making it about a one-sided dynamic, or rather that the CIA was bad back then, but here's how we're going to save it basically today because they're revealing the information, whatever. But this is the same thing. Concerned citizen citing, guess what? Another CIA interview with corporate media. Why all of a sudden are all these CIA agents coming out of the woodwork? How obvious is this? And it says, you were attacked. You were attacked by a direct energy weapon. And it goes, high-powered microwave system weapon that may have the ability to intimidate, weaken, or kill an enemy over time. It says, and this is concerned citizen here. Holy crap. Listen to the CIA whistleblower confirm direct energy weapons are real. Are you serious? Do you know how long direct energy weapons have been openly admitted? Do you know how long? Fox News did a breakdown story of this decades ago. Or how about the reality that we talked about this in regard to Lahaina? Oh, of course it won't pop up now. There we go. And I mean, I did break this part of the story in regard to, and I still argue that I didn't prove it was, I wasn't saying they were necessarily connected. I did find it relevant that there was a directed energy weapons directorate in Maui. I just thought that was crazy. But I just said, let's look at the evidence, what we can prove. I still argue that I don't think it was, and I stood by that. But the point, not that it wasn't possible, but that it did not appear to be the evidence backed up that part of the story. But there was a directed energy directorate in Maui that was a huge part of this story. My point is, guys, this is such a public story. It's like pretending that we just broke the story about geoengineering because corporate media has a CIA guy talk about it. Do you not see that we're being very carefully crafted into this? And people like this, are you telling me Concerned Citizen doesn't know this is already proven? He's been talking about this for years. Something out there is going, we're supposed to be shocked and we're supposed to pretend that we now know for sure. CIA is the good guy. They're breaking all the stories to us. It feels clumsy to me. What do you think? Here's another one. And you saw this one, New York Times. CIA now favors lab leak theory. Unless it's Ratcliffe, who's now head of the CIA, because that's not concerning at all. Favors lab leak theory. I mean, guys, this is about dragging you in step by step. Now they're going to break the story that we all were very clearly talking about right at the beginning, that was cast aside as an absolute fake story, and everyone was censored and deleted. And now it's like, okay, but that part. But, well, of course, it's not that it was a weapon, though. It was an accident. And the Democrats probably, or whatever it is. You know, it's some kind of sidestepping story that hides the reality, most likely that this probably wasn't even part of the story. That we're talking about some next level technological thing that we've highlighted a lot on this channel. Or even with Denny Rancourt's work around whether it was anything there at all. But the CIA said, so now we know, is what we're getting from the Republicans. Well, I already covered this generally. The great partisan rebranding. They're all on the same side, guys, and all they're trying to do is create this new dynamic, or really a new dichotomy, because it's all failing. That's like the rebranding and the corporate reorganization that we were talking about before. Andrew Lynn says, here's how the Hegelian dialectic works in politics. Hegelian dialectics operates as a controlled cycle in which the establishment utilizes both Democrats and Republicans to achieve a shared agenda. First, they create or amplify a problem to provoke a reaction. Fear or outrage, such as terrorism, pandemics, economic crises. Next, they encourage predictable reactions from the public, with each party offering seemingly opposing narratives. Finally, the pre-planned solution is introduced, often as a compromise, but it always aligns with the puppet master's goals, such as an increased surveillance, centralized power, erosion of freedoms. By controlling both sides, they create the illusion of opposite while steering society toward their agenda. Once you understand their game, the false divisions dissolve and everything becomes clear. Just hoping people can see how obvious that is right now. But of course, Visor Guide 24, the Israeli propaganda platform, says, woke ideology is the cancer that must be removed. Malay. Elon Musk says, and it is being removed. But then we're all good, right? Because that's all that matters. Well, that's all they keep doing. Who cares about the AI infrastructure, the mRNA cancer shots, the weapon general overlap? I mean, any number of things that are shockingly alarming. Or that both of them went to speak at the World Economic Forum, Trump and Malay, or at least virtually, on one of them. But as long as they stood up there and said there's two genders, we acted like, oh, they're fighting everybody. I've never seen such a flimsy engagement, guys. I'm surprised, in fact. But they're banking on the only thing you care about is the division tactics they've already shoved in your face, most of which has already been largely fought back because it's ridiculous. But here we are. Don't man the mind behind the curtain. Lastly on this, Tommy Robinson says, admin post, is this racist? And it says, we cannot coexist with people who think raping children is acceptable. It's just, nobody disagrees with that. And I simply said, well, any comment on this part of the issue? Or is this issue not really what you're fighting against? And here's the Israeli article that is literally entitled, by legitimizing rape, Israeli society takes one step further towards moral decay. August 2024, Haaretz. You just go ahead and type rape or, any number of these things. It is overwhelming. Something like, I think it was something like 60% of the women in the IDF have been sexually abused by men in the IDF. And then they focused on this, and then years later followed up, and it was like 70, 80%. I'm not making this up. The numbers could be slightly different. I already covered this in the show. My point is, it is overwhelming that we just saw them defend raping prisoners. And this is what he wants you to think about? Or a clip we played of the State Department official telling you that Israel, they were reported that a child was raped, and instead of doing anything about it, they accused the group of terrorism and shut it all down and hid the evidence. So what was that again about Tommy caring about people raping children? Do you realize how many people in Israel, Gaza, Palestine, Syria, Lebanon are exposing they're being raped by Israeli in prisons or anywhere else? The UN has been covering it for decades. But I'm sure he wants to call that out too, right, Robbie? Or Tommy Robinson? No. I think we all know why. Now, unfortunately, went a lot longer than I wanted there, but let's jump into the next part of this. And I may skip some of it, but I'm going to make sure we get to the central part of the ceasefire deal, which, sadly enough, if you've already watched our discussions, you already know what's going on. These are just the details that continue to back up the unfortunate reality of what we already told you was happening. And it's unfortunately exactly the case. So we're starting with more points about foreign policy from Rubio. And you might have seen this, right? State Department freezes new funding for nearly all U.S. aid programs. Can you guess which ones weren't frozen? Except for Israel and Egypt. And Egypt is for Israel. So it's Israeli funding that didn't stop. That's the reality. Everywhere else in the world, no, but not for Israel, though. While they're committing genocide, we can't stop their funding for the genocide. Promises kept? Yeah? Is that what we're pretending? Well, here's an interesting point. Ryan Grimm says, just to be clear, separate from what you think of the merits of what Trump is doing to U.S. aid and other foreign programs, he says it's flagrantly illegal for the president not to faithfully execute the laws passed by Congress. Now, I'm of the mind that we have long since been in a position, if ever, that this even mattered to any of them. But it's interesting to me that he makes a very valid point. This is the whole point of rule by executive order. The idea that what you're doing, so Congress decides they're supposed to be funding a lot of, and they just write a piece of paper and say, nope, no, executive order, which doesn't even legally actually apply, but we just pretend it does. The point is that that's supposed to be the check and balance we pretend exists, right? But that doesn't exist anymore, which is transparently obvious from the last many different administrations. But all he's doing is highlighting that. Congress passes laws, the president signs them, and then executes those laws. He cannot decide on his own to simply say, pause X, Y, and Z, or stop, he's right. But I don't think we've been in that position for a very long time. It's not Democrat or Republican. It's broken, guys, and it's probably from foreign entities. But it's interesting to think about. And the one that does not stop, so many examples that just tell you what's going on, guys. Now, on top of that, on overlapping with the Stargate project, this is from the OpenAI platform announcing Stargate. I just want to point this out. So if we want to pretend this is only about the United States, look at what the Stargate project on OpenAI says explicitly. This infrastructure will secure American leadership in AI, create hundreds of thousands of jobs. I still argue that actually won't be the outcome. Almost like every one of these data centers that doesn't end up being the outcome, whether because they outsource or use visa programs. It's the same conversation. I'll point it out in a second. But it says, will benefit the world. Then it says, this project will not only support the reindustrialization of the United States, but also provide a strategic capability to protect the national security of America and its allies. Anybody want to guess at what that might mean? I'll let you have fun with that. Now, here's what Marjorie Taylor Greene had to say. President Trump and our new Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, just stopped all foreign aid to Ukraine and other countries except Israel and Egypt. So you might think she's going to go, no, she goes, the State Department is shocked. The American people are not. We're celebrating. Think about that. Now, really, objectively, the majority of this country does not support Israel. That's despite all the names and narrative. The fact is that the world is so aware of this, left and right, of a genocide. It's clear. What's crazy to me is that she thinks not only she can pretend that everyone in this country supports that, but even that anybody. Why is it American interest to support Israel, whether or not they're committing a genocide? Think about that. Like, this is America first, except we got to keep funding Israel. These people are openly contradictory. That's why I wonder why so many conservatives are not calling this out. I think most of them are, but there's a lot of them that are still kind of pulling punches with this stuff. Is that America first? That's what they're trying to pretend, right? Americanism is Zionism. No, it's not. But hear them. When they say America first, they're not talking about just America, guys, or at all, as far as I can tell. But she goes, there, we're celebrating. No, we're not. And I said, make Israel great again, right, guys? Or is she misrepresenting what the American people actually want? And why would she possibly do such a thing? Hashtag AIPAC. Well, she's getting a lot of money from them. And on top of that, in case you didn't know this as well, that's my point about giving money. Like, she basically, remember, she says they stopped money to Ukraine and all other countries. Is that the case? Well, I said, and let's not forget, Israel funds Ukraine and the Azov movement. So if Trump is still funding Israel, which it commits a multi-nation genocide, which he explicitly made sure to do, then he is still funding Ukraine. Simple. Sort of like the double Gavi overlap. It's the same game. If you're funding Israel more than ever and they're funding Ukraine, well, then you're funding Ukraine. It's pretty simple. So at the end of the day, as he said he was going to keep funding Ukraine, well, that appears to be the case. Now, but this isn't the only point. But just alone, you have to understand, I linked this to the Haaretz article that tells you that, well, when 2018, they were funding the Azov movement, And Jews in the country were like, why are you funding neo-Nazis? Well, because they always have, guys. That's the point. But it gets better. Back on 2024, December, remember Trump said he was going to keep funding Ukraine, right? After the inauguration. But we've had a little shift here and there as they're now saying, well, no, we just paused it all, right? But I don't think that's the case. Not only because they're funding Israel, which funds Ukraine, which is guaranteed to be the way that continues, but Zelensky came up and said, guess what? He hasn't stopped. How funny is that? This is recent. This is a new article on the 25th. U.S. has not stopped military aid to Ukraine, Zelensky says. Oops. Well, guess what? Because I don't think they ever were going to, because clearly this is about more than what the U.S. government pretends to want. This is about what Zionism wants. That's the reality of what this Ukraine war is all about for a large, long-term reason. On top of the fact that it's both of them working against, well, there's a lot of different moving parts, of course, with Russia and the overlap of this, of what just allowed Syria to be taken, right? Now, let's not forget Russia and the overlap with Israel are also very important to remember. But what happened there, I think, was clearly about allowing the Syrian dynamic to be the way it is today, along with a lot of other things. But how interesting is it? So all you get is a narrative over here, and then you have a lot of other evidence that continues to show that they are still getting the funding. They're still using all the things. So it's up for you to decide, evidence versus narrative. And I simply said, I cannot tell you how completely unsurprised I am about Zelensky saying they're still being funded. And I shouldn't have to always include that Zelensky obviously could be lying. That falls squarely into question everything mentality. But this lines up with perfectly all the evidence and past actions. So it's, again, you can choose to look at the evidence or a narrative. I think it's obvious what a smart person would do. The point here is that this is what he already said he would do. It's what the past actions are. I think it's obvious what's happening. Now, on top of that, back to the Israel point, this is not just some old point about past funding, guys. Now, this goes to 2023. It says in first, which is not true. That's what's so funny about it. They've been funding them a long time, as I just showed you. But in a first, Israel said to authorize sale of defensive military equipment to Ukraine. Well, so they just wanted you to know about it, is the point. So 2023, Israel arming Ukraine. Okay, here is up to 2024. Israel has been providing unprecedented aid to Ukraine. This is the Embassy of Israel in Kiev. So they're just simply saying, oh, they've been unprecedentedly funding Ukraine. Well, here's the newest example. This is brand new. It's from today. Israel, quote, sends weapons captured in Lebanon to Ukraine. So now you got Israel literally illegally invading and occupying Lebanon, stealing their resources and dumping them over to Ukraine in an unprecedented fashion. More than we've seen. Guys, it's obvious what's happening. This is a facilitation of the same dynamic, so you pretend that Trump's not. I think that's obvious. Either way, Israel is still being funded to the United States, and Israel is still funding Ukraine. That has to matter. And in more ways than we've ever seen before. On top of that, this is also new. Oh, excuse me. This is 2022, but it says Israel donating weapons to Ukraine via third countries. So the point is, the newest one, new is what I just showed you. This one is simply showing you that they're historically been funneling things around to Ukraine through other countries. So it's that backs up what Israel does, but also how the U.S. keeps funding Ukraine. Glenn Greenwald points out the Ukraine's chief army psychologist was arrested Tuesday. This is on the 22nd on charges of stealing $1 million in foreign aid. Now, of course, people would love to make this about Biden. It's not. It's a nonpartisan thing, and they're still funding into Ukraine. But it says he bought apartment buildings, BMWs, $150,000 home. No wonder Dems and McConnell called Rand Paul a Kremlin agent for wanting an audit. Now, I agree. I mean, it's obvious that people are trying to cover up what this was, and very much overlaps with the Biden family. There's no way around that. I very clearly think it's about Israel's interest, and that's why all of them are compromised. But the point is that this has been ongoing. And again, if you want to make it only about Trump, that's your failing. The point is, it's not left or right. It goes back before many, many, many different administrations. They've been doing the same thing. I've been writing about this or covering this for years. This goes back to the 40s, funding a fascist element in this area in order to manipulate the Soviet Union. And they've just continued them all the way to the Azov movement, guys. The CIA, yet again. But guess what? Trump wants them involved because they're going to save us. Fiorella points out, as expected, Trump is now sending the 1,800 MK-84 2,000-pound bombs to Israel that were put on hold by Biden, which at the time I even proved to you that I don't think they ever actually stopped anything. Nonetheless, publicly, at least as a statement, Trump has allowed them to go back. Remember all the claim of, oh, save Israel for last, and all these different narratives. Well, all that did was allow people to ignore the fact that he was going to keep allowing the genocide to continue, which is what we all knew if you were paying attention. Understand how this works, she says. They take turns screwing you and the rest of the world. That's what happens when the intel military apparatus runs the country. Here we go again. MK-84. You know, the same bombs, by the way, that they used all the way back then to bomb a school bus. Remember, Jim Carrey made a cartoon about it, and it was all big. They talked about it for a moment, even though there's multiple buses of school children that got killed after that nobody talked about. Nonetheless, the point is this has been ongoing for a long time. Now, that was Yemen, by the way, the school bus. Same point, though. The U.S. government allowing their weapons to be used for terrorism. How is this still happening with what we know? Even his own base pretended this wasn't going to happen, and here we are. David Icke says, of course, Israel owns him in regard to giving him these weapons. Patrick Henningsen points out Mario Nawfal saying the same thing, how Mario Nawfal can't contain his excitement about 2,000-pound bombs being used in genocide against Palestinian people. Never forget who have doomed to power. He says those who have doomed to power and promote genocide and platform. Basically, I think he's trying to say, don't never forget who have continued to support the war criminals. But of course, here's why it all makes sense, though, right? Just like the game with, the WHO gave you a better deal, so it'll all work out. He goes, Trump says in his Truth Social post, a lot of things that were ordered and paid for by Israel, but have not been sent by Biden are on their way. God, you're easy to play, right? Because bad guy Democrat Biden wouldn't do it. We have to because we're the better one. Clinton wouldn't do it, so we have to. Are we really that easy to play? My God. As Tiberius says, correction, paid for by the American people so Israel can murder more children. All he's doing is giving you this lazy argument so you pretend like Biden wouldn't do it, so it's the right thing to do, if that's as basic as your mind works. The truth is, they are continuing to fund genocide, and that's the best answer he can give you. Hopefully that makes you angry. APAC Tracker says Israelis get universal health care while Americans fund their country's existence. Now, quote, conservative Vern Buchanan wants to invest more money into Israeli healthcare and tech. There he says, the U.S. must strengthen ties with Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East. Hardly. I'd love someone to point out a single benefit other than, bombing the U.S. liberty and 9/11 and, all the things they've used to control. Oh, I'm sorry, that's for the benefit of the U.S. government. Israel has not been an ally of the United States, period. And it says, and a healthcare tech leader. That's what they want. That's what Rep. Vern Buchanan wants to create. Support healthcare advancements. Pleased to introduce a bipartisan bill to promote innovation in healthcare. Oh, okay, so give more money to Israel. Why is this what American politicians aren't even discussing right now? Whether or not they're committing a genocide. As this person said, what happened to America first? There are some honest people out there. Now, on the conversation again of the Stargate overlap, there's some important points to make here. Again, with the Israeli connection to all of this. The SoftBank point that I was mentioning earlier. I want to reiterate this in case you missed it. Because realize, guys, so we were talking about first, just the problems of the AI infrastructure dynamic, the mRNA direction. So again, though, now we're in the foreign policy side of this. I want to reiterate how alarming this is to me. This is just like a basic search from Brave about the connections to Israel from SoftBank. But I want to overlap this with something written about Israel that Whitney Webb put out for a limited hangout. Here's what this says first, though. SoftBank has significant connections with Israel through various investments and partnerships. The company has invested in several Israeli tech firms. Those are the startups that are basically covers for their intelligence apparatus. Additionally, SoftBank has taken a stake in Our Crowd, Israel's most active venture capital firm. It says this strategic partnership aims to help promising Israeli startups grow into international tech champions. So basically, SoftBank is the financial arm of the venture, or basically a stake in the financial venture capital firm that is seeding the money to these startups that are basically intelligence. I'll read you again from their own statements on this. It says, furthermore, SoftBank has appointed Yossi Cohen, the former head of the Israeli intelligence Mossad. SoftBank's Vision Fund 2 has invested in Cybereason, and U.S.-Israeli cybersecurity firm. And that's what I'm going to highlight more on. That is the CEO who is running this and the backing group that is running the finances of Stargate, the AI infrastructure of the United States. It's Israel, guys. That's what this is. Or Oracle, which is working with the CIA cutout, or Sam Altman, every one of these things are on its face. not what we were promised. But here is an additional point that Whitney wrote about that I want to highlight. How an Israeli spy-linked tech firm gained access to the U.S. government's most classified networks. It says, through its main investor, SoftBank and Lockheed Martin, Cyber not only has ties to Trump administration, but it's software running on some of U.S. government's most classified networks. So all of this intertwines. Cyber being the one predicting the 2020 election issues, right? And Israel was hyping this. It's an Israeli company saying, look, you're going to be chaos. SoftBank is one of its main investors. Now SoftBank is running the Stargate program. Here's what Whitney had to point out. And she's talking about an Israeli spy-linked tech firm. And it says, and that's Cyber, right, by the way, but the SoftBank being the investor, it says Cyber thus far has disclosed the following groups that its lead investors in the company. One is Charles River Ventures, Spark Capital, Lockheed Martin, and SoftBank. So Cyber being a very concerning Israeli startup that's intelligence, what this is. A lot you should read in here. But under SoftBank Cyber Vision Fund, it says SoftBank first invested in Cyber in 2015. The same year Lockheed Martin initially invested and partnered with the firm. It was also the year that SoftBank announced its intention to invest in Israeli startup companies. SoftBank first injected $50 million into Cyber, followed by an additional $100 million in 2017, $200 million more last August. This is written, where was it? 2020. Hold on. Here we go. And it says SoftBank's investments account for most of the money raised by the company. So I feel like SoftBank is a financial cutout for Israeli intelligence. That's my opinion. And it says many of SoftBank's investments and acquisitions in the U.S. since then have focused mainly on artificial intelligence and technology. Well, what do you know? With military applications such as killer robots from Boston Dynamics, suggesting Suns, which is the I'm not forgetting his name again. The entity that is leading the SoftBank aspect of the Stargate. Saying, where was it? Sun. Remember they called him Mayashi Sun? That's like suggesting Sun's interest lies more in dominating futuristic military industrial technologies than creating jobs for average Americans. It says, though through the creation of this fund alongside the Saudis, SoftBank has since become interestingly intertwined with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. You know, the authoritarian dictator of that totally not problematic entity that's completely partnered with all the good guys, right? In big quotes. And it says, the key ally of Trump in the Middle East, known for his authoritarian crackdowns on Saudi elites and dissidents alike. The ties between Saudi Arabia and SoftBank became even tighter when bin Salman took the reins of the oil kingdom and after SoftBank announced the launch of its Vision Fund in 2016. SoftBank's Vision Fund is a vehicle for investing in high-tech companies and startups, and its largest shareholder is the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. Notably, Sun from SoftBank decided to launch the Vision Fund in Riyadh during President Trump's first official visit to the Gulf Kingdom. Now, I'm of the mind that Saudi Arabia in its own right in general is sort of like the attack dog of both Israel and the United States. But I think you could arguably say this started from the very same people behind the same structure we're talking about. And it says, as a consequence, SoftBank's Vision Fund is majority funded by two Middle East authoritarian governments with close ties to the U.S. government, specifically the Trump administration. In addition, both countries have enjoyed the rapid growth and normalization of ties with the state of Israel in recent years, particularly following the rise of at the time, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and Jared Kushner's rise to prominence in his father-in-law's administration. Today as well, our investments in the Vision Fund, other investments have come from Apple, Qualcomm, and Oracle's Larry Ellison, all tech companies with strong ties to Israel's government. You really think this is all just coincidence? The Saudi government and Emirati government's link to the Vision Fund are so obvious that even mainstream outlets like the New York Times have described them as a front for Saudi Arabia and perhaps other countries in the Middle East. Gee, I wonder what they're concluding in that big caveat. And it says, what SoftBank also got is a financial tie to the family of President Trump, senior advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who is a Zionist, who is exactly, I mean, we already saw this with the arguments about the beachfront. This guy is working for Israel, in my opinion. According to The Real Deal, Kushner companies obtained the financing from Fortress only after its attempts to obtain funding through the EB-5 visa program for a specific real estate venture were abandoned after the U.S. Attorney and Security of the SEC began to investigate how Kushner companies had been using the EB-5 investor visa program. A key factor in the opening of that investigation was Kushner's company's representatives touting Jared Kushner's position at the White House when talking to prospective investors and lenders. Well, an interesting side note, what is the EB-5 visa program that he was abusing? Well, it's an investment-based visa program that allows foreign nationals to obtain a green card by investing in a new commercial enterprise in the United States. Well, gee, I guess that goes back long before Elon Musk. And we're talking about different visas here, but the same conversation. Can you say hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen? Let's say it together. Hypocrites. Okay. Going forward. It says, furthermore, with Cyber Reason's close and enduring ties to Israeli military intelligence now well documented, it is worth asking if Israeli military intelligence would consider intervening in 2020 if the still to be decided Democratic contender was strongly opposed to Israeli government policy, particularly Israel's military occupation of Palestine. This is especially worth considering given revelations that sexual blackmailer and pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, who targeted prominent U.S. politicians, mostly Democrats, was in the employ of Israeli military intelligence. Notably, Cyber Reason's doomsday election scenarios involve the weaponization of deep fakes, self-driving cars, and the hacking of Internet of Things devices. Maybe it wasn't about that one. And with all of these technologies being pioneered and perfected not by Russia or China or Iran, but by companies directly tied to Israeli intelligence, much like Cyber Reason itself. These companies, their technology, and Cyber Reason's own work creating the narrative that U.S. rival states seek to undermine the U.S. election in this way will all be discussed in the conclusion of Mint Press series on Cyber Reason, which the links are included. The point, though, is that obviously you could argue that it didn't happen, maybe it wasn't real, but these were real discussions. They really, these are just simply games like we've seen with the exercises of the past. The point to take away from this is the Cyber Reason, SoftBank, overlap, Ellison, OpenAI, all of this. This is just bubbling back up right now in a different form. And the Israeli tendrils around all of it just can't be ignored. And I'll include Whitney's interview with me about CIA Mossad-linked surveillance systems being quietly installed throughout the United States. Our conversation around my show around the Greater Israel Point and Israel's global cybersecurity infiltration, which is exactly what this is. Cyber Reason, this is the conversation of that discussion from the 2020 election. We'll get more deep into it. Or the Prince and the Spy article from Whitney Webb, which I've referenced because I want to show you this one last part, which the point is, in this article, they're openly stating this. Contains a stunning revelation that many Israeli companies, including Black Cube, have been founded as simply fronts for Israeli intelligence operations as far back as 2012. It states that since 2012, cyber-related intelligence projects that were previously carried out in-house in Israeli military and their intelligence arms are transferred to the companies that in some cases were built for that exact purpose, meaning to cover their intelligence operations. This is being stated by people in the know in the conversation, and that's what the article is about. Read it for yourself. So we need to think about this when it comes to things like this. SoftBank adds $100 million to U.S. Israeli cyber firm Cyber Reason. Or this guy being a Mossad agent working for SoftBank. Same one we talked about, continuing to call for funding for Hamas. Now, in the Syria point of this, I do think it's important to highlight quickly the ongoing reality of Syria. And what is, before we get into the point about the ceasefire, to realize that this is what they're doing everywhere. It's not unique to one location right now, and it's becoming very, very hard to ignore, and I think everyone is seeing it. But I want to start with a clip of what Dave Smith here had to say, which I think is spot on.
Beef with Israel has nothing to do with how I feel about Jewish people or how I feel about myself. I just think it's really wrong. You can't occupy a group of people since 1967 and then indiscriminately slaughter them. That's not cool. And why on earth should I be forced to fund that, especially when it's so clearly at the expense of my country and my country's interests? And you know, again, nobody's done better work on this than you, Aaron, but look at Syria is like just the perfect example of this, where you have it like it's so black and white. You have on one side, you have Al-Qaeda, the enemy of the American people. And on the other side, you had Bashar al-Assad, the enemy of the Israeli government. And who are we picking? We're picking the enemy of my country's people. It's such an outrage, you know? That's just basically my view on it. Occupations are wrong. Killing women and children is wrong. It's all indefensible to me.
It's crazy the way he says that. Like, it's like, who in the world is disagreeing with him, you know? And what's crazy though is that I don't really think that's it depends on we American people. I would agree with that. But Al-Qaeda is not the enemy of the U.S. government. It's just not. And the facts are shockingly obvious, especially with now supporting them in Syria. Surprise, surprise. But I just love the way he broke that down because, you know, he's a very relatable person, right? It's the way he's saying it, but it's like, it's so common sense. Like, it's just so frustrating that we have to pretend like there's some kind of nuanced dynamic here. He's like, no, what they're doing is disgusting. It's wrong. And to pretend like he somehow only hates Jewish people, and that's why he's saying this, is the only thing they can say right now. And it's not true. It's simply not. And this is what we're seeing in Syria. As I already showed you before, photos of the new Israeli military base that is right now being built in Syria. But are we still pretending they're not just occupying Syria like we told you they were, using their proxy element of Al-Qaeda? Well, this is the reality of the base that's already being built. So it's hard to deny. And I said, totally all about freedom, right? Not about the Greater Israel Project at all. Even though you can literally see that they have designs on almost all of Syria. Surprise, surprise. That's the Greater Israel Project. This is not a secret. That's a real map from their own statements and their own presentations. This one is about people. So we already know they're there because they're building a base, right? But this is a video showing the deployment of more Israeli forces on the ground in Syria, led in parallel with Hayat al-Sham. It's that crazy, guys. They are done pretending, which is what we've always been talking about. This is their role. They're coming out of the shadows, whatever the structure always has been, the real technocratic Zionist, globalist, whatever it is. They're going, we're done. We're done pretending like these puppets are in charge. We're showing you, we're walking alongside Al-Qaeda and we're taking control of territory and murdering everyone in our way. And we're just going to pretend like it's freedom and everyone's going to shut up. I said quite a few told you so moments coming to pass right now. And we're only a few days in. This was on the 23rd. Deploying Israeli forces into Israel. Or into Syria. That's how damn obvious all this is. Hayat al-Sham literally congratulates Donald Trump on his inauguration. Clown world, indeed. Or the fact that Derek points out, Freemasons are announcing a return to Syria after being banned for 50 years. Sure, there's no importance there. Freemasons eyeing a comeback in Syria. They've been banned for over 50 years, and now suddenly the U.S. takes control with Israel, and hey, Freemasons are welcome back in the country. Now, I'm sure people have varying opinions on that, but the interesting timing is hard to miss. Here is an example of the body of a university professor, Dr. Rasha Nasir Al-Ali, who was found with her fingers severed and other signs of torture. She was known to be pro-Assad. This comes a day after she and other university professors were arrested by militants linked to the new U.S.-backed regime, Al-Jalani regime. So terrorists, Hayat al-Sham. And the evidence, watch for yourself. It's hard to watch. They've kidnapped these people right out of the area from the university. It's on video. They're mostly missing now. And one of them has now been found with their fingers severed and other signs of torture. Weirdly, just like everywhere else, Israel's in control. Kim.com points out the reality that we all should know. This is not unique to one location or the other. This is what they've always been telling you. They've always wanted. And the only thing that's hiding this is people who are influenced enough to pretend it's not as clear as it is. Salman Ahmed points out, Israeli Minister of Finance Smotrich, openly, this is October 9th, 2024, I want a Jewish state that includes Jordan, Lebanon, parts of Egypt, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia. According to our great sages, Jerusalem is destined to extend all the way to Damascus. But we're pretending this isn't what he thinks. Guys, he's had entire conferences about this. All of them agree with this. This is what their plan is. Can you not see it? Kim.com says Israel wants to expand into 6 sovereign countries in the Middle East to form a greater Israel. Isn't it ironic how the U.S. government falsely accused Russia of wanting to invade numerous NATO countries while its genocidal partner plans to illegally conquer parts of the Middle East? Yeah. It's cartoonishly clear, but people want to lie about it. Well, here's what's actually going on. Whether it's Syria, Lebanon, or Gaza, or everywhere else they're bombing for no reason, they are destroying territory for their own interests, and your governments are not just aware of that, they're facilitating it. And monsters like Matt Miller are well okay with that, or at the very least are paid enough to be quiet about it. Remember when he told you this was a limited operation in Rafah? Well, have a close look at what this looks like.
Continues to be something we're watching incredibly closely, but we still have not yet seen them launch what looks like a full-scale major military operation. Certainly not in the size, scope, or scale of the operations in Khan Yunis, in Gaza City, elsewhere in Gaza. It's been a more limited operation, which is not to say it hasn't had a dramatic impact on the population there.
Look at that. It's gone. Flat. It's destroyed. He knows this, guys. He's a monster. This guy's an absolute monster who's very well aware of what's going on. That's destruction. That's gone. There's no such thing as limited anything when everything's gone.
Everything we're seeing, and we can't see everything, but everything that we can see tells us that they are not moving in a major ground operation in population centers in the center of Rafah.
Now, remember what they said is, well, when I really push to it, like lines of people marching in, and then that's literally what happened. We showed you lines of them marching in, and they still pretended it wasn't happening.
We still don't want to see the Israelis, as we say, smash into Rafah with large units over large pieces of territory. We still believe that, and we haven't seen that at this point.
Yep. It's gone, guys, and they did, and they lied about it. Kirby, Miller, Patel, all of them deserve to be in jail cells for knowingly doing this. This is the largest, most obvious, well-documented genocide in history. There's no way around that anymore. And they know it. And that's why, whether or not they ever want to be honest about it, it's too late now. They're locked in. And that's probably part of the whole blackmail dynamic of Israel Zionism on them in the first place. Here, Lara Friedman points out, yes, folks, this is real. And by the way, this is. I mean, not only are there a bunch of other people using their own Google map dynamic, I'll show you the actual video, but it's crazy how often this happens. That shouldn't be even shocking to you. She goes, yes, it's real. I just took the screenshot myself. Pull up Bet Hanon on Google Maps and see for yourself. See, though it seems like Google will blur the image at some point, which is what they always do, it's showing you that through the farmland, not only are they deliberately destroying the farmland, which no one anywhere has rationalized that. They just try to tell you, like in the some cases that they ever talk about, it's because, we're trying to stop Hamas. But this is, there's a crime. This is a war crime. You are destroying infrastructure, destroying food, buildings, and they run over everything and then draw a Star of David with the destruction. That's what we've come to expect from these monsters. And they're all finding the same thing. And it's not that unique, remember? Because we talked about this. I couldn't find the article. I covered this a while back. I had trouble finding it on TLAV last time as well. It's not the title. It's the picture, though. And they blank it out because they don't want you to see the guy, apparently. But remember, this guy had a Star of David burned into his face. And they literally tried to convince you that it was his boots. Like your boots being pressed. Like that is a burn, guys. And we know it. It's obvious. And it was even later admitted because they got caught. And Haaretz covered it. Israeli police brands Palestinian prisoner with the Star of David. And here we are with the same thing. That's the kind of supremacy we're dealing with. Now, that in this case are people that are doing so with the idea of Judaism in their mind. Understand, this is not about that would be a Jewish person that is being manipulated through Zionism, in my opinion. I could be wrong. It's for you to decide. But I think it's quite obvious. If there are Christian Zionists, which there are more today than there are Jewish Zionists, there's no way you can pretend it's only about Jewish people. The same way you would have a extremist like Hegseth force in his mindset in the same way. It's the same thing. It's extremism, guys. Whatever it is, whether you feel the Star of David is what you burn on their face, which, by the way, is not even a symbol of Judaism, and it's a symbol of Israel. And we've talked about this. It's a long-term manipulation, but I'm sure people will push back. Sarah Wilkinson, the Israelis have deliberately contributed to Gaza's long-term food insecurity by bulldozing, polluting, and destroying fertile agricultural lands. Now, this is a slow video, but look at this, guys. It goes on. This is all farmland and overlapping area that needs to be used that is now gone and destroyed. And on top of just destroying it, in many cases, they have used white phosphorus to deliberately make the land unusable for as long as possible. That was covered by human rights groups. And then Mohammed Safa, I'll just let you watch for yourself. It's the longer video that goes along a lot of the territory. It starts all the way back on Gaza, like the whole map right there. And it zooms in and it goes over this just destructive, gone territories, just completely annihilated. On top of that, I've seen the numbers vary. tens of thousands. He's reporting an estimated 50,000 orphans in Gaza. This is just a video of a bunch of children eating, trying to survive. You know, now that they've allowed aid in, right? Because they were making sure it didn't happen. And I'll get to that in a second. But this one's wild, man. Look at this one. What you're seeing here is all the clothes that were dropped when they just randomly came across a group of people and made them just get naked and shuffle them across they're all Hamas bad guys. Look at that. These were just Palestinians and mobs that they just literally accosted, made them strip down, wrapped them up, tortured them, starved them. And these are the people that they're letting out. Ryan Rosbiani points out in 470 days, they did all this damage. I mean, again, just look at the bombing. Are we going to pretend like they were pinpoint targeting anything? Or alternatively, not deliberately trying to kill everybody in the area, including their own people? It's crazy. Asal Rod points out in Haaretz article, it says, in Gaza, they're amputating limbs without painkillers. This is January 25th, 2025. Imagine your child going through that. Subtitle says, Executive Director for Physicians for Human Rights Israel describes the country's deliberate destruction of Gaza's health system. I mean, it's right on the surface, even from the Israeli human rights groups or Haaretz. As she says, Israeli media acknowledges their deliberate destruction. Why doesn't the U.S. media do the same? I think we know why. Here is how they're trying to frame this. And even CNBC, I mean, is talking to this guy like he's a child. Like, come on, man. We all know what's happening. Like, that's how he's being regarded here. Watch this video. How in the world we can get here and still pretend like we don't know what this is and still allow this to continue?
Much, much less civil casualties in Lebanon than we had in Gaza. And the reason is that we don't want to hurt innocent people. However,
Minister,
when they hide behind the civilians,
Minister,
we're telling bear with me 1 second, okay?
Minister, you know.
No one believes this anymore. He can't even stomach this because it's like, just stop, man. We know. Just give me something. Like, you can't keep pretending with this many civilian deaths that it's just all of them hiding behind Hamas. And the Hezbollah overlap is such a flimsy argument. So the reality is they are killing. I'll get to it. A lot. Wait until we get the full picture of even Lebanon. It's horrific what they're doing. They're bombing full apartment buildings full of civilians in the middle of the night. It keeps happening. I'll show you in a second. But this guy's like, man, just come on, really? How is it possible Donald Trump can reinitiate 2,000-pound bombs when all they're doing is bombing dirt and destroyed areas and civilians in tents?
Give me a second.
You know, Minister, I mean, you have to explain that comment a little bit further. That is outrageous to say. Tens of thousands of innocent people have died as a result of Israel's war in Gaza. You know that.
We've told them to move to shy away from the terrorists.
No, you haven't. I mean, you've said that, but then you bomb where they are, where they're going, and on the way. Over and over and over from every angle, including human rights groups and UN and local people, even Israelis. I've pointed this out. Foreign activists are pointing this out. They're deliberately, remember, the first few days, Egypt broke the story that they were bombing the crossing and bombing where they went in the safe zone. Day one, this started because it's always been a genocide.
And with all due respect, if you look at every proportion, every ratio in the world, in wars, one of the best ratios of
war. How do you think history will remember this war, given the amount of civilian casualties?
What are you talking about? You know how many civilians were killed in the Second World War all over the...
Don't they love to do that, right? So if your genocide's okay, my genocide's okay. It's like, what are you talking about? And on top of that, realize that anybody with a brain is not pretending like we didn't watch them murder a bunch of people for their own agenda. Just because there was no accountability back then does not change the reality of what you're doing. They're just so desperate to hide their own genocide. Remember, guys, the U.S. government dropped those nuclear bombs after Japan was already in retreat. It is one of the easiest things to prove about this conversation. They did it. The conversation of why is debatable, whether it was about a threat to Russia or just to see what happened. But you can prove it. They did it even though they were about to win anyway. That's the truth that the government we're dealing with, guys, and it's not new.
With all due respect, that's unfair.
And under this
look
government,
at the numbers. Look at the real numbers. The real numbers to demonstrate that relative to any other war that any Western world had in civil ecosystems like we had, it's the smallest ratio.
No, he's lying. That's a flat out lie, first of all. Secondly, what they're doing, even if comparable to other wars, does not make it okay.
Casualties relative to terrorists. And nobody had such experience like
Women,
Israel does.
Children.
It's very unfortunate, and we
Innocent
don't want
lives.
anybody innocent to die.
Schools, hospitals,
all of them,
medical
with infrastructure
facilities
of terror.
God, that's just lazy. That's the best they can do. Infrastructure of terror? You mean like Shifa that was embarrassingly proven? I mean, I don't even need to make these arguments, guys. The only people that are pretending this isn't clear are the liars and the deceivers and the compromised. Ross Greer says, Israel, first of all, this guy says, Shariel Ben Ephraim says, with the war over, which it's not, it's time to I think he meant, about why Israel's lost the information war, which, by the way, I said in the first week, and I still stand by it. Our Hasbara, that's their propaganda. In other cases, they pretend is a fake anti-Semitic word, even though that's the real word for what their propaganda is. Our enemies accused us of hating Palestinians, they did, committing war crimes, they were, and disregarding international law, which they were. Our biggest accounts and spokespeople spent vast amounts of money and thousands of hours proving them right by demonizing Palestinians international law. Why did we put so much effort into showcasing our worst sides? That's who they are. Not every Israeli or every Jew, but the Zionist construction is absolutely that. It says it's like we were working for the other side. Well, as Ross says, Israel lost the information war because you committed genocide and your soldiers, politicians, journalists, and influencers posted all of it online in the media. Want a better international representation? Stop shooting toddlers in the head and raping hostages to death. Yeah, exactly. Well, come to the point of Gaza in general, realize that, as I said at the beginning, Trump has already just argued that we need to just displace all the Palestinians. So it is the biggest I told you so of the entire conversation. This is what all of us said would happen, and everybody said would never come to pass because you're a racist person. You just hate to. Well, here we are. Just as expected. The literal definition of ethnic cleansing. And realize they floated the idea of the island. They floated the idea of all these different things. And every time we said, see, they just want to displace them all. Oh, we just want to help them. No. And then they went on to deconstruct everything. Rip the roads out, burn everything down, but we're still not pretending. We're still looking around it, going, well, they're looking for Hamas. Right. Were they underneath the pavement? Is that what we're talking about? Like, it's just so transparent. And isn't it what Israel swore would never be what happens? Or the U.S. government said we were racist for even suggesting? Well, Donald Trump says he's pressing Jordan and Egypt to take Palestinians in and floats plans to just clean out the territory. Even says it, just clean out. It's ethnic cleansing. It's what it is. Also, by the way, totally unconnected, Jared Kushner's firm is currently the largest owner of an Israeli construction finance insurance company building settlements in the West Bank, meaning that he's now directly aiding and abetting war crimes under the Rome Statute and could be liable for prosecution by the court, but probably won't happen at all. But stands to wildly profit and benefit from the rebuilding of what they're going to do when they bump them all out of the way. Weird how he was talking about beachfront property in that clip. Yeah, they know what they're doing. Ryan Rosbiani has the clip of when Trump said this, so you can listen to it for yourself.
The whole Gaza Strip right now, and it's a mess. It's a real mess.
It's a mess because Israel bombed.
Jordan to house people. I'd like him to take people. I'd like Egypt to take people. I'm talking to General El-Sisi tomorrow, sometime I believe. And I'd like Egypt to take people, and I'd like Jordan to take people. You're talking about probably 1.5 million people, and we just clean out that whole thing.
Just clean out the whole thing. It's on Air Force One. That's why it's a bad audio. But I mean, nobody's even engaging with this like you should. Like in the corporate conversation. Like, my God, this is exactly what you all pretended was never on the table. And now Trump comes along and just floats like it's a new idea. Exactly what we all said was coming. Just like mRNA, just like artificial. I mean, my God. They're not even trying, apparently. We'll just relocate them. Well, that's a crime, bud. That's against the law. None of them want to leave. But you're going to frame it as for their best interest, or like voluntary relocate. Well, that's what Smotrich calls it, even though he wants to kill them all, like he just said. Now, Michael Tracy points out cleaning out the Palestinians from Gaza, i.e. mass expulsions, just like the original Nakba, is the wet dream of hardcore Masonic elements in Israel, or also people like Hegseth. Same thing. who were supposed to have been the most outraged at the ceasefire. That's a great point, right? Because that shows you, I think they pretended, because they always knew, as I showed you, as we'll get to, Trump made the agreement that they knew this would happen. But so they were, damn you, the deal, you're ruining everything. So then Trump looks like he's fighting the bad guy Israel, but really that was always in the agreement. So it's clear, right? So the point is, the very same people who are screaming about this are getting what they wanted while pretending Trump is fighting their plans. We're being played, guys. I think that's obvious. And then Shelley Talcott points out what Trump said and kind of just has the quote for you. Justin Amash, in the same thing, says Palestinians in Gaza, like Palestinians in the West Bank and Israel, overwhelmingly trace their ancestry to the cities and villages in the region that today comprises Israel and Palestine. The idea that they are some kind of spillover from other countries in the so-called Arab world, that they are just interchangeable with other Arabs, is a false but routinely employed rhetorical device to erase their history on the land, and also, right, disgustingly racist. He says they are the descendants of the Canaanites, Israelites. How do you say that one? The Phoenicians and other ancient Levantine peoples. Levantine. Their ancestry overlaps with that of their Jewish neighbors, but they are converts to Christianity, Islam, and other religions. Any effort to force them out or to pressure them to leave under threat is simply ethnic cleansing. Now, alternatively, if you want to take a quick dance around how many Israeli officials were traced their ancestry to anywhere, but anywhere even near the Middle East, have fun with that. They'll call you racist for it, despite the very same argument reversed being claimed falsely about them. So it's racist. If it's racist, it works both ways, but apparently that's not how it works today. The reality is, like the Polish leader of the country, that they're not actually from where they claim, that they took the territory anyway. And that's why the Orthodox Jewish communities around the world are calling them out, saying this is a bastardization of Judaism. They're lying about this. The second coming is not here. Jesus did God, or rather, in the context of God did not give them that land. That was the British government. So how could it be God? It's obvious, guys. Andrew Fox, of course, Zionist, Israel supporter, supports the genocide. It's astonishing that relocation of Gazans is now being credibly discussed. What a failure of Palestinianism. How in the world is it a failure of Palestinians for the people who care not for what they want to push that on them? Why? Because this is a guy who has an interest in making everything about Palestine bad and everything Israel good. He says, decline every reasonable peace deal, decline every two-state solution. None of that happened. None of it. Every single time. But see, this guy has an interest in selling you the false narrative. Like the 3,500-year history. They're lying to you. The reality is, just like we can show next, they've always taken these deals, like they did on October 9th and 10th, like they did well before that. David Smith made a great point about this in the past. I mean, the evidence is clear. Every time you can prove that they, and again, this is the point about the information that he pretends isn't there. The clips of Netanyahu laughing about how he made sure the Oslo Accords, for example, where it's so many poison pills, they would never accept it and blame them for not. Or so far this October 7th forward, making sure. Ben Gvir just glowingly told you that he made sure it wouldn't happen. Netanyahu was caught for that multiple times. So it's still their fault that they made sure the deal wouldn't happen, or that Netanyahu is on the record by saying we'll fund Hamas to make sure that they never are allowed a two-state solution? Andrew Fox knows all of this. He's a liar. And he goes on to say, faking these things, decline every deal, decline every two-state solution, launch intifadas and rape, murder, pogroms. See? Atrocity propaganda to this day. And vow to destroy your neighbors. The result is you push people into thinking these extremes are the only solution left on the table. No, that's Israel you're talking about. That's what they do. Their actions on October 7th could end up hurting Gazans and even more. My God. The fake reality these people live in, which, by the way, I'm of the mind that they know they're lying, which is even more detestable. You're just making stuff up because apparently you enjoy raping and murdering and torturing innocent people while pretending they're the bad guy, which, as I've always said, is the worst of the worst. Right? Not just being the bad guy, but pretending you're the good guy while raping, murdering, and torturing, or at least enjoying people that are doing that, cheering them on while they are. Suppressed News points out Jordan's foreign minister responds to Trump's statements, saying, we reject the displacement of Palestinians. This is our firm stance. You know what? I'm not really feeling positive about Jordan's claim to firm stances, seeing as how they already claimed that anything in the West Bank was a red line. Where are they? So I think it's hollow words, quite frankly, and I think that's been clear from the beginning. But nonetheless, they're saying, don't do that, Trump. How much you want to bet it happens anyway, and how much you want to bet they do nothing about it. I hope I'm wrong. Solomon Ahmed points out what Hamas said in response to what Trump said. It says the Palestinian people have stood steadfast in the face of the most heinous acts of genocide in modern times carried out by the fascist Zionist occupation army, have refused to surrender to the crimes of forced displacement, particularly in the northern Gaza Strip. Our people categorically reject any plans for their expulsion and displacement of their land, which is, by the way, backed up by pretty much every video you can find of Palestinians on the ground. We call on the U.S. administration to cease these proposals, which align with Israeli plans and directly contradict the rights and free will of our people. It says instead, the U.S. should work towards empowering the Palestinian people to achieve their freedom, establish their independent state with Jerusalem as its capital, which, by the way, was the original agreement that Israel made sure would never happen, and exert pressure on the criminal occupation to expedite the reconstruction of what was destroyed during its brutal war on Gaza Strip, restoring normal life to the area. We also call on Arab and Islamic countries, especially our brothers in Egypt and Jordan, to reaffirm their steadfast positions in rejecting displacement and expulsion, which they stated, but don't think it'll happen. We urge them to provide all forms of support for our people, strengthening their resilience and steadfastness. And then it ends with saying to remove the effects of the fascist aggression inflicted upon the Gaza Strip. Now, Maria Zavzin from Crisis Group, journalist, points out it's worth remembering that Blinken went to Sisi, Egypt, at the beginning of the post October 7th arm of the Israeli genocide of Gaza, goes back 76 years, to float the same idea, offering Egypt money to take Palestinians. We talked about it then, remember? Here we are again. President of the United States explicitly calls for ethnic cleansing. It shouldn't be. So are we supposed to pretend that left and right are different here? Right? Blinken of Biden forcing the same idea. Trump comes into power in a totally different way, forces the exact same outcome. The only common factor is Israeli influence. And here is what's happening on the ground. Now, I'm not sure that this has been the reality of what's going on to people in the West Bank and everywhere you're looking in this conversation. In places all around the world, by the way, even in Lebanon and locations that they've manipulated right now are already bulldozing. They're already tearing things. This is happening all over because this is the Great Rosier Project. She says, Palestinian woman defends her home against an Israeli bulldozer. Knowing how one of these ran over American activist Rachel Corrie, this was harrowing to watch. American government didn't care about her either, by the way. But what you can see is this woman is the courage it takes. Look at her. Because they're trying to tear down her home. Happens every day. And she's trying to stop them. But sadly, well, like she says, we don't know what happens because it clips off. I'm willing to bet you she probably didn't make it. But here, on that same note, Israeli soldier, and this is new, this is from the 22nd, and rabbi boasted about destroying buildings while serving in Gaza. Remember, the whole game is they only tore them down and blew them up because they were bad guys there. Because the reality is, if they did go in and plant explosives, then blowing it up becomes a crime because there was no reason to blow it up. That's infrastructure, right? It's that transparently obvious. All the videos of them laughing and smoking cigarettes while they explode bombs, they're destroying infrastructure. They know it, they're laughing about it, and they'll tell you in their interviews. But your government and your media lies to you about it. Here he is on his show telling you about how he destroyed homes because they hate Palestinians. And they call him the hero of Israel, the leveler of Jabalia, they called him. And he goes, and they say the Palestinian society is evil. They're literally cheering this guy on. A rabbi, by the way. Pretty sure you're not a man of God when you're enjoying the suffering of other people. Just going to put that out. Here is another article coverage of this. And this is Rami Abdul from the Euromed Human Rights Group. Horrifying and appalling, an Israeli officer and bulldozer operator brags before cheering an audience about demolishing 50 to 60 residential buildings every week. Proudly claims to completely destroy Rafah and Jabalia. I said textbook ethnic cleansing. Openly admitted to and cheered on by Israeli TV. Here is Smotrich saying Israeli forces would soon erase the smiles of the Palestinians in Gaza again, calling them an anti-Semitic society. This is the reality of who we're dealing with. Very soon we will erase their smiles again. Are we really going to try to pretend he's only talking about Hamas? You damn well know that's not true. These are monsters who want to see everybody dead. That's who we're dealing with. And here is what they do. One of the children that was allowed to begin to cheer when they pretended the ceasefire was starting, gave them 30 minutes to feel like it had happened, and then when they started cheering, they bombed them. And even Israel admitted to this because they claimed they didn't give them a certain list in time. She celebrated the ceasefire. That's what's going on. Now, Decentered News, in time, I kind of figured we'd get this is later in the show. I'll include this. Make sure you check it out. He did a great job on this. Decentered News, Trump mulling long-term mass displacement of Palestinians from Gaza after approving 2,000-pound bombs for Israel. And he does a great job breaking it down. There's a lot of good information here going over, the waterfront property claims, which is what Kushner was floating. They're clearly going to, for all the Republicans that can't stop rightfully calling out the issues with land grabs around Lahaina, amazing how few of them care about this going on in Gaza. Make sure you point that out. Ethnic cleansing, a lot of source material. It's a well-done article. Now, I guess ultimately, the point is ultimately to highlight here the ceasefire breakdown. Now, we talked about this going back a long way. May 7th, 2024. Hamas agrees to ceasefire. Israel attacks Rafah in response. We knew this was Blinken pretending, and they bombed. They pretended like they broke something, and they bombed Rafah anyway. That's all that happened, and it's proven at this point, even by Israeli media, even by Israelis on the ground, that they broke the deal because they didn't want it to happen. Smotrich, Ben Gvir, they've owned this. Even Netanyahu has basically publicly said that. This was another one after it. Israel once again refuses its own ceasefire deal after Hamas accepts. And this is as the ones from today. Now, January 15th was before it even started. My point was, and again, the missing ethics pledge is that no one seems to care about. And I think it's because Israel is influencing who we're talking about. And your whole government knows that. But it says the new ceasefire agreement that Israel already plans to break. And here we are. Funny how I knew that. But guys, anybody could have seen this coming if they were paying attention. On top of that, on the 21st, Israel had repeatedly violated the ceasefire. So let's go into what actually happened here. Now, I want to show you that Ryan Rosbiani was breaking this down with video evidence from the second day forward. That everybody, he's one of a countless amount of people that are proving to you that they're blatantly violating the ceasefire, just like they've been doing in Lebanon since day one. And now they violated because they were supposed to pull out by, I think, today or yesterday, and they still haven't because they don't have any intentions to. He says, yes, they broke the ceasefire on day 2. They killed 19 Palestinians after the ceasefire deal took effect on the 19th. 18-year-old killed by a sniper. Day 3, Palestinian man was shot and killed by Israeli occupation forces in Shabora camp, located in Rafah. Every day, guys, and they don't care. It's public. And you don't see people, if you saw any example in reverse, the world would scream, Hamas broke the fight. But they're saying that anyway, by the way. We'll get to that, about the Bibas family. Day 4, a sniper shot a 18-month-old baby right in front of his mother. We pointed to this. No one's talking about it because you're not supposed to, we're supposed to pretend like the ceasefire worked because that's good for Trump. So we're all going to ignore it, right? Day 7. Now, he's gone through every day. Opened heavy gunfire on tens of thousands of Palestinians while they were waiting to return to their homes. Day 8. Opened fire on people waiting to return to northern Gaza. Oh, actually, I think the other one was different. This one was waiting at Nusrat Hill to go back to north. The same kind of point. And this was the next day when they were waiting to return to northern Gaza, and a child was shot. Very public. Now, here's where I think the most important point is here in the context of the ceasefire. We've been talking about this for a very long time. Here's what he said. This is, what's his name? I don't know. Mr. There is a list. Daniel Hagori or something like that. Israel accuses Hamas of violating the hostage deal. Now, it's interesting how little attention this has got.
Hamas failed to meet its obligations to first release Israeli female civilian hostages as part of the agreement. We are determined to return to the return of Arbel Yahud, an Israeli citizen kidnapped from Nir Oz, and also Shiri Bibas and her 2 children, Kfir and Ariel, whose welfare we are extremely concerned about.
Okay, so there you have it. Just as we expected, this was going to become a point of contention that they used to argue Hamas is violating something. Even though, as we'll get into, the father publicly stated they were killed by IDF bombs. Now, again, the first point here, Hamas did not abide by the obligation to in the deal to free civilian women first. It says the deal released female soldiers before civilian women. And somebody rightly points out, oh, so now they're soldiers, right? Before they were innocent girls, right? Just as always, Israeli propaganda, we'll throw it all at the wall and whatever works, right? We'll lie. The point is they were screaming these were innocent hostages. Well, if they were soldiers, then they weren't hostages. But you already know this if you're not a moron, because it's obvious. And here's where we get into the family. So this is what we keep seeing. Where are they? I mean, this is a sad story, guys, because they shouldn't have been taken in the first place. And I'm of the mind here that based on what we've already seen, it seems logical that however this happened, it was not the objective of Hamas. Because in every other case we're going to show you, and every other case so far, every single one of these people, save for one that later changed their story, has been clear. They treated us kindly. Same with the ones they just released. They gave us what we needed. They're clearly well fed. So my point is, I think what happened was these people got taken by some element of this, and that they just owned it. I said, well, they're here now. They're going to blame us either way. So, and I think what happened was they got killed by IDF bombs. So, exactly like Shani Luke, by the way, who I still say that they were deliberate based on everything we know. The people shot in Gaza that BBC covered where they knew they were hostages and they shot them point blank. And one of them 15 minutes later after he was pleading with them not to shoot him. This is the story we bring up every time about this. And just because I know that some people may not have heard that, might find that hard to believe, it's right here for you to read. Hostages shot by the IDF after holding an SOS sign. In the article, one of them 15 minutes after the other one. After he literally was saying, don't shoot me, I'm not, and they killed him anyway. It's the Hannibal Directive, guys. I'm convinced of this. My point is that Shani Luke, for example, as we now found out, because her parents even relayed this, that the people that had her in the truck took her to the hospital. Yes, people were spitting and all. Yes, we can't account for every individual action in any context. The point is that what happened, and in all the videos that we've later seen, Hamas was making sure people weren't being messed with, including the video of her as they cover. I mean, it was very clear. So what happened is they took Shani Luke to the hospital, and then that hospital got bombed by Israel. We've proved it on the show. Now, whether she was there, that's up for debate. The timing seems to be pretty exact. And I think that, whether it was deliberate or not, these people later got killed. And then that becomes the interest of them to claim Hamas killed them, like they've done over and over, even though many hostages have already proven, like Yasmin Porat on October 7th, all the way to today, that they've watched the IDF bombs kill hostages in Gaza and on October 7th. It's documented by Haaretz, by Israelis, by hostages themselves. So here we are with the point that they're knowingly being told, because the father admitted this right there, that they were killed by IDF bombs. Now, yes, obviously he could have been forced to say that, but point stands that every one of them that's made these videos while in under the control of Hamas in Gaza have come back and maintained what they said. So why would we assume otherwise now? Now, obviously it could be, but that's the same as before. You could lean into what you want it to be and ignore all the evidence. I tend to side with the evidence. And so my point is, everyone's been pointing this out. I've been posting it under all of them, the Aviva Klampas and all the people that are constantly using them. Elon Levy. So they know, and they know because it's a public story. And now it's come to pass where they're now claiming that them not being returned is a violation of the ceasefire. And here we have them going, where are they? Because it became a huge propaganda push. Max Egan says Israeli forces bombed them long ago. It's already been confirmed. Now, this is where Mohammed Shihada points something out that he sees the same thing. He says there's a concerted Israeli campaign to blow up the ceasefire by weaponizing the Bibas family. Israelis know that their kids and their mom were killed in IDF airstrikes in November 2023. Senior Israeli officials admit it behind closed doors. They keep pretending to not know the fate of the family in order to later pretend to be shocked and traumatized when the bodies are returned. The reason the Bibas bodies haven't been returned until now is that Netanyahu refused to take them in December 2023. I made this point then, if you remember. It's just so crazy how far ahead we could be on some of these things. And this was my opinion based on the evidence. And even then, still, you could argue that he shares the opinion. We're both wrong. But remember, when that last time came, it was one of the earliest deals, the first time they had the pause. And what did they claim? That they tried to return these bodies, and there was a whole issue, and that was what caused the thing to break. Remember? It was the Bibas family. That was the claim. And they didn't want it returned because they were continuing to use them for this propaganda campaign. You remember, guys, if you watch this show, you remember I was really harping on it at the time, and nobody really talked about it. It says, in the ceasefire deal, Israel demanded that living hostages be released before dead bodies. So the Bibas remains won't be returned until the very end of the phase, per Israel's demand. Remember this when the time comes and Israeli propagandists pretend to be shocked and enraged in order to blow up the deal. The point he's making is not only do they know this, but on top of it, they've made sure that they demanded the dead bodies be returned at the end of the process. So once we get to the end of that process, if we even get there, which I doubt we will, they would be knowing we're at the point where that will be where the bodies come, as opposed to living people. And his argument is they're still going to go, what? They're dead, like pretending. And that's, guys, I think all of this is very clear. And here's Cheryl E. saying, all the world leaders, including President Trump and our own PM, Netanyahu, if anything's happened to the Bibas family and we find out they've been killed by Hamas, all hell will break loose. It's just so contrived. They're going to blame it on Hamas no matter what. That's been the plan. Israeli officials here admit that Hamas offered to return Jordan Bibas, Kafir's father, and the bodies of his family on humanitarian grounds in December 2023. Right? When's the last time Israel offered to do anything on humanitarian grounds? Jordan Bibas could have been returned home on humanitarian grounds. I think I have that right here too. Or I thought I did. Anyway, same point. So I find that to be very, let me play this. I don't have to play I'll play the clip and show you just it's sad, right? So it's heartbreaking, right? This is a man who lost his family and he's telling the world that it was IDF bombs that killed them. Now, for more of the point, for those that, rightly so, this is the, where is it right here? This one. This has the subtitles. And I mean, just as always, confirm this for yourself, guys. It's not it's very clear. But it says, Netanyahu, you bombed and killed my wife and my 2 children, who were the most important things in my life. Bring them back home so they can be buried in Israel. Now, that's when they refused to take them, guys. Very clear how disgusting all this is. And as I said with the rape conversation, damn you for making me have to make this point. Damn you for denying the reality of what you did to these people. So I have to be the one that steps in and goes, you're lying about killing children. It's disgusting. Like this has been, how do we not see by now that this is who this Zionist government is? Everything they've done has been continually in the same dark, disgusting vein of like subhuman direction. And it's not about Jews or Israelis. It's about specifically Zionism on whatever side of this comes into play. It is the worst of human everything, in my opinion. Here, Dan Cohen also highlights in reporting on the deaths of the Bibas family, CBS is forced to acknowledge they were killed by Israeli airstrikes. So mark my words, guys, this is going to be used to explode this deal. I feel like there's been too much buildup for it not. Now, here's Elon Levy before, it's on the 24th, million views, by the way, saying, this is Nama Levy. She's a peace activist. No, she's not. She's a soldier. So he was just trying to get one more desperate lie in right before it happened, even though he knew that we would find out. I think about how ridiculous that is. He says, the Hamas rapist regime, that's his own stupid little tagline, despite how clearly it's been proven that they're raping people and blame. The whole thing's imploded in their face, or exploded in their face. And it says, expected to free her tomorrow. When it abducted her, she begged them freedom, basically the video saying, I have friends in Palestine and whatever. So here's what happened. Oh, hold on, one more. So first of all, back to the soldier point, Arsen Petrovsky says, F you, New York Times. Why? Because it says Hamas handed over 4 female Israeli soldiers, and Israel was expected to free about 200 Palestinians. By the way, that's factually correct. Even Hagari made the point that the reason they violated the deal is because they released soldiers, which is the case, and not civilians. Because he was trying to make it about the Bibas family. But here's arson, which I guess they haven't shared notes, apparently, and says, F you, New York Times, 4 Israeli girls, hostages, were taken from their sleep in their pajamas. He's lying. He knows he's lying. First of all, 4 female soldiers. Now, Kurt certainly could have been taken out of their beds, but they're soldiers. They're not hostages. By default, they're soldiers, which makes them detainees or POWs in a context of war. But it says to be freed Saturday. And here, oh, wait, let me just jump to it. This one. Here's one of them. That's one of the girls we're talking about. It says, Luri Albag was taken captive by Hamas from the IDF surveillance unit, Nal Oz Army Base. Oops. Now let's remember when this was taking place. Now these people were the ones that were reportedly in those things that were reporting this and being ignored. So just realize these people are desperately trying to lie to you as the world sees right through this. Now here's another crazy way this is being presented, of course, by one of the most just idiotic, lying, constantly flailing about this story. Hen Mazig, one of the many. But then Mariana Mendiv, one of the others, shares the same thing, and it just shows them getting out. Now, what's funny is they're showing, look at this. Here they are going, hi, thumbs up, heart shape. They must be traumatized, right? I mean, it's just crazy. For the podcast, they're literally happy. Look at them. Yay, woo, heart shape. Because, I mean, that's not something that happens when you leave a Israeli torture prison, when you're emaciated and holes burned in your leg and broken arm. Yeah, obviously. You're suffering. You're traumatized. These are people that have been treated well. Like every other one of them that's come out so far. I'll show you saying themselves. But here's the best you get from this. She goes, the Israeli girls were returned from Gaza in green uniforms. Yeah, their uniforms. And it says they were taken in pajamas. Well, I can't verify that. I don't know. The bottom line is these are Israeli uniforms that were given to soldiers so that when they get released, they're not, as I'll show you next what the guy says, like they're not being embarrassed or like they're being like, in what world were you going to see Israel treat their hostages like this or their detainees or their prisoners? And the point is, everything is a lie and a spectacle, they say. Now, here's what it says. Notice their smiles. They are drugged. They've tried to put this flimsy claim out last time that was very quickly proven to be false. And it says, Hamas injects all returning hostages with a cocktail of narcotics. Guys, this is about the dumbest thing. They have all continued to maintain their stories. So are you going to address that? Or so they were drugged and they said the truth and then they maintained the truth. So what? Then it's irrelevant. They're trying to make you think that they're lying or that they're not happy, that they're all raped and horrified and they're just smiling because they gave some narcotics. I just can't believe that anybody thinks this. I mean, this is not only like absurd, but it's disgusting. These are their people that they're lying about. Evidence of drugging was collected from prior hostages. No, that was the Times of Israel making the claim of one person that lied about that, and it was roundly shown to not be backed up by the reality. Here, Mohammed Shihada points out, reminder, all 4 Israelis who were released tomorrow will be soldiers, not civilians. Most Palestinians who will be released are civilian hostages, kidnapped illegally without charges, as I've already shown you. Now, this person says, and this is where it gets especially ridiculous. Oh, wait, actually. Oh, hold on. I'll come back to that since I'll show it over here. This guy says, I have a horrible theory. What if they were impregnated, gave birth, and now released without their babies? And now Hamas is blackmailing with the babies for telling the world what happened. I think you and QAnon Republicans are going to have a good time together. Like guys, anything's possible. But if you have to start manufacturing grandiose possibilities just to kind of make sense of why nothing happened to them and they seem okay. Now, I'm not talking about being taken and how terrifying that would be. But the reality that they were taken and kept fed and healthy and safe in a place where no Palestinians had that reality. Think about that. And this is what you make up? You are the sick, disgusting person that's forcing this terrible narrative on the people that had that not happen to them because that's what you would do. That's what I think. And Elon Levy, this is the best response he can. He says, Hamas are psychopaths. Our hostages are heroines. Okay, that's the best you can do. Look at these guys. Look at them. Guys, okay, before you even watch it, this is like a sporting event. Literally, these girls are acting like they just won something. Look at them. Hands in the air, cheering, waving. What world are we watching right now? What the hell is going on? They're all smiling, they're cheering. Like, this is why they're so desperate to pretend they're drugged, because this doesn't make sense with what they've all been told. And now they come home and tell you, as I'll show you next, they were kind. This person says, thankful for a ceasefire and these girls going home. Interesting how none of them are pregnant. Elon lied and tweeted thoughts from his own perverted mind to keep the war going. Airstrikes he knew were killing Israeli captives. A true psychopath. Here he is going, I'm going to be blunt because I'm at my wit's end with hostages still trapped in Hamas terror dungeons. No, none of them at all apparently were tortured at all, but Israel has been proven to be doing that, as always. He goes, we know Hamas is raping hostages. No, you don't. It's not happening. Zero evidence from October 7th or to this very point, according to even a recent follow-up from Israeli media. They said there were zero accounts from October 7th of rape, according to their own forensic. Not testimony. They never collected the forensics, which was huge and obviously showed what they were trying to cover up. But now it came out there was no reports. But it says they've been there for 164 days. If they're pregnant, it's week 23. And don't forget, even Matt Miller floated this idea and got called out for it. But here we are, like they're the winners of some sporting event. I mean, really is absolutely mind-blowing to me that this is what is being presented. Now, Kevin Bong just goes, who do you stand with? Of course, gives you this picture that does not let them look like soldiers and then makes Hamas look scary. That's the best you can do right now, because anything else exposes that you're all lying. And this person says, what movie is this from? He says they graduated from Al Qasim University with goodie bags and certificates. I can't. Guys, it is absolutely stupid. Yes, I get it that they're clearly Hamas is almost making fun because they know they're not doing what they're claiming they are. But they've got little baggies and goodies. And the point is, yes, you could make all that up and they could be tortured, but they're not. They're laughing and smiling, and everyone before and now that they're out have maintained that they weren't. Now, here's what BBC does, because this is the kind of game they have to play. Otherwise, people find out the truth. Hostages versus prisoners.
Well, there have been rallies throughout the evening here in Tel Aviv celebrating the release of these 4 more hostages, and celebrations too on the Palestinian side with the release of those prisoners. But fresh accusations and fresh delays just highlight how...
It's disgustingly stupid, right? So they're the prisoners while being children without charge, but over here they're hostages while they're soldiers. And that's the reality, because they just admitted it's crazy. You think they don't know what they're doing? Now this is the best they can do. So it says they took them to the sea and taught them the Abu Obida hand gesture. That's this guy, like Elon Levy. Israeli hostages forced to perform the Hamas kill all the Jews finger of terror gesture. Are you? I mean, it's almost like he's actually making fun of himself at this point. I can't take that seriously. They have a finger in the air, and realize this comes from the video right here where they're look at this. Oh, wait, did I pass it? Hold on. There it is. Look, this is what they're trying to pretend. They're not doing anything. I mean, even if you think maybe it isn't Palestinian thing, look at the way he's framing this. Forced to perform the Hamas kill all the Jews finger of terror gesture before their release. I mean, I just don't even understand that this is the kind of thing, this is what we would make fun of in any context. If this was a Saturday Night Live skit, we would laugh. The kill all the Jews finger of terror gesture. I mean, they've lost the plot, guys. They've lost, period. Words cannot describe the horror they have endured. Yeah, they can. It's called being treated kindly, being fed, not raped, not tortured. Words can definitely describe it. What words are hard to describe is what you're doing to people and children in your prisons, and that's exactly what you're actually doing. You're highlighting that by projecting onto somebody else. And then, as Tiberius points out, compare and contrast. This is from July 2023. stripped, beaten, and blindfolded. New research reveals ongoing violence and abuse of Palestinian children detained by Israeli military. July 2023. But the terror finger gesture, my God, let's all be terrified. It's insulting. Like, they're making fun of us, guys, at this point. It makes me sick. And here's what Daib Abu Jahaj points out, or Jaja. No humiliation, dignified, and in their military uniform, right? That's how prisoners of war must be treated under international law. He's right. So Hamas seems to respect international law. At least they're pretending to publicly. Israel doesn't even care to pretend. It says, on the other hand, civilians, doctors, journalists, women, and children are kidnapped and tortured and raped in Israeli dungeons. Is anybody going to even pretend that's not true? It's been publicly defended by Israel. And here they go, 477 days in hell, standing strong and proud and tall despite everything. They're laughing, waving. And Max says these Israeli soldiers were taken captive while enforcing the siege of Gaza. They are standing strong, in quotes, because Hamas tended to their needs despite Israeli bombardment, which killed many other Israeli captives in Gaza. Meanwhile, Israel has proudly tortured and starved civilians and kidnaps from Gaza and just ends its probe into its own soldiers raping male prisoners on video, an episode that generated pro-rape riots across Israel. It's crazy. And PVT has a thread here that I thought was interesting. You can look through it, where it says how Hamas trolled Zionists today. And it's actually hilarious. So right now on the little banner, it says Zionism will not win. They had all these little images down below where it showed it says failure, failure, failure of all the different Israeli leaders. Like, I guarantee this really upset them. And I think that's good, because it's like, they're such petty individuals. But the best they can do is make it out to be something it's not. And just so you're clear, do not miss the point of how clear it is that Israel has been funding Hamas in some way or another right up until October 7th. So we should not take this as support for anything. I'm still very much suspicious that any part of this might still be influenced by Israel. It doesn't mean that, like, my point is, I think what's happening here is clearly in the interest of Palestinian self-determination. But I think there are still elements that might be manipulated, like we've seen in the past. Just worthy of consideration. But here is the actual video. It says Israeli female soldiers, one of which was the central billboard of the rape conversation, which turns out to not be true. Surprise, surprise. But you already knew this. That's why I didn't make that the main story today. It's already been, we've already heard they've lied the entire time about all of it. But it says, released today, and they speak in Arabic and say that they were treated well, given food and water and clothes. They also thanked Al-Qasim for keeping them safe from Israel's bombardment. I mean, guys, this is every time and every one of them. And then they go, they forced them to speak in Arabic and they made them wear these necklaces and they tortured them by making them hold their fingers in the air. I laugh out loud. It says, peace be upon you in Arabic. And she says, thank you to Al-Qasim Brigades for the good treatment. And this one back here says, thank you for the food and water and clothes. Thank you for the men who used to take care and look after us and keep us safe from Israel bombardment, is what it says right there. And this is the one, that's the one right there that was the poster child for the rape conversation. I'll show you next. It says, God willing, today will be a happy day, the best day, and everyone is okay. Today is the 25th of January, 2025. That's it. That's what they want you to believe are horrifying torture cases that are traumatized, but they're drugged, so they don't know, right? Well, again, on the record, you can listen to these. This is different videos, and there's somebody talking about it. Longer version. Israeli colonizer and killer captives left Gaza saying the men refused to be alone with us. They taught us to offer food to others before they eat, which, by the way, we've heard that already. That's the second time we've heard that. They used their bodies to protect us. They fed us more than they ate. These are backed up by many other examples where they literally, I think it was, I forget her name now, but they said they literally covered us with their bodies to protect us from Israeli bombs. Unreal, isn't it? Aviva Klampas says the 4 female hostages were held captive together and separated from Adam Berger. They were kept both in tunnels and buildings, dressed like Palestinians and taught to speak Arabic. Right. Remember the story they told you. rape and torture, and this is supposed to be then you can hear the dark music behind what they say. While in captivity, they saw some media, mainly Al Jazeera. Oh my gosh. But it says the girls shared. Now, here's what's interesting. We just heard what they said. We've heard what every one of them said. And weirdly, we get a different framing of it when the media reports what they've said. For example, the terrorists treated us humiliatingly and harshly, she said. The same one we just heard say they were very kind. She was the one who spoke to the terrorists who guarded them. Now, the only place I can find that is an Israeli media article. You just heard them speak, and everyone heard them speak publicly in multiple examples, and they said the same thing every time. But Israeli media and Aviva Klampas wants you to believe that they were treated harshly. But let's just even say that's the truth. Did they say raped and tortured? No. Harshly and humiliatingly. Well, I'd like to say that's a huge deviation from what you shoved down our throats for a year. But even that turns out to be a lie, it appears. PVT points out a previous example. This is Lipschitz. This is the first one released. Apparently, she's followed it up and admitted they offered to return her for nothing. Israel said no, just like the Bibas family. So Hamas said, we'll drop them off the border, which they did. And remember, that's how it turned out, where they pretended they rescued her, and then she admitted they just dropped her off. So Israel is so desperate for a win, they had to lie about it. And it says, this is how much Israel cares about the hostages. This is her saying it herself, guys. And it says, this is the hostage who Hamas released and Israel refused to accept, giving an interview. And she's very clear that they treated her kindly. And this upset everybody because this blew up the narrative on the very first release. That's why they didn't want her, guys. That's why they've continued to try to kill everyone they could. That's my belief. And I think the evidence very clearly backs that up. Now here, alternatively, this is one of the hostages released from the Israeli prisons. It was immediately arrested again in an immediate violation of the ceasefire. This is exactly, they explicitly promised not to do just that. I read it directly from their own agreement. Israel's rearrested Ashav Zagir after raiding his home in Jerusalem. He'd been released hours ago after spending over 2 decades in prison. And you could see him celebrating with his mom. His rearrest is a clear violation of the agreement. 2 decades, guys, 2 decades. Right? So think about, like most of these people, they were arrested for some argument and never charged with a crime. Here's one that was released. And here's the difference. He got released. He was taken in 2015, released recently. And that's what he has on his face now. These things are very hard to disregard. He was mutilated while in prison. And that's what seems to be a common reality. If you listen to the UN, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty, B'Tselem, anybody that's not dishonest. Now, on the point of the rape, which I think is very important, this is the one we've talked about, right? This whole story. This one. Remember that? All the women that dressed in the gray pants with the red butt. Remember that? Okay, she apparently wasn't raped. Surprise, surprise. And it turns out, just like we all deduced based on the facts, that her ankle was cut and she was sitting on her ankle in the car, and that's why she had blood on her pants. But they didn't care because it was all about selling you on atrocity propaganda while they continue to rape prisoners in Israel. But as Max says, another nail in the coffin of the Hamas mass rape hoax was delivered today. It brings to a close one of the first and main pillars of the genocidal atrocity propaganda mass rape hoax. Levy. And that's the one they want. She's a peace activist. No, she's a soldier, right? Just like the others. An Israeli Zionist occupation soldier who patrolled the Gaza concentration camp is set to be released. She became the main symbol of the mass rape hoax, the bloody pants. Not only was the lie exposed as a lie, it was shown that Israelis and her family knew all along the pants had been bloodied, soiled by her hands that were tied behind her back. I argue also at the ankle, but both are the same point, on which she had been sitting before she widely circulated video of the car, of her moving in the car. They had the full video showing her inside the building all along and intentionally didn't release it to manufacture a fake symbol for their mass rape hoax. This is the kind of despicable, sinister actions we've been seeing from Israel from the very beginning. They all started wearing bloody pants, performing rape. You saw all this, guys. It's crazy. I don't even think most people are even shocked by this right now. Remember all the accusations of how dare you bring the, well, The facts matter, didn't it? And sure as hell matter now. Now, all of it back around. Sure glad we were on the story right from the beginning, right? Turns out the prisoners weren't raped and impregnated by Hamas, as Israelis told us. They've been lying to us to justify a genocide. They point to the soiled pants of the soldier to claim rape. Her entire arrest was captured on GoPros from military base to car. The blood was from her wrist and ankle. It's obvious. And here's Brianna Wu still trying to force in the narrative because that's all they have. She goes, this moment radicalized me. Terrorists kidnapped a woman and raping her, and utter silence and justification from the alleged feminine. No, you're lying, or you don't know you're lying, and we've proven that's a lie and you just don't care. Thank God she goes free tomorrow. And this person says, oh, Brianna, here they are, laughing, smiling. But you already know the reality. Aviva Klampus. A representative from Israel's health ministry says the 4 newly released hostages are in an emotionally and medically complex situation. Ooh, groundbreaking information. Thank you, Aviva Klampus, for your sourceless claim on Twitter. Again, because you can't steer this away. They're laughing and smiling and thumbs up. I showed you right then. Look, hey, hooray. Kind of hard to say that's emotionally traumatized, right? Well, let's just maybe they are drugged, right? Certainly possible. Well, let's find out where the claim comes from. Because seeing as how Eva Klampus so kindly refused to give you source material, we had to do our due diligence because clearly she does not want you to look into where these flimsy claims come from. Oh, here's another one. Noah Berg, update. The 4 newly released female hostages are in an emotionally and medically complex situation per the Israeli health ministry. Oh, gee, I wonder if they have an interest in lying about their ongoing fake story. But, oh, again, great. No source material. Thanks. I guess this image proves that, right? These people are deliberate liars, guys. Let's find the article. Okay, here's the new one. This is from January 25th, 2025. Newly freed hostages in emotionally and medically complex situation. Okay, the same people that have always been lying to you from the very beginning, who have already been caught misrepresenting every part of this story. The literal health ministry has been caught over and over, are the ones telling you this now. An emotionally and medically complex situation. Well, there was no indication of that for hours as they stood on stage and walked to, okay, let's pretend though. Speaking at this center where 4 young women arrived, he says it's a privilege to provide them with treatment. The women will receive a wide range of therapies designed to address both physical and emotional needs. That doesn't prove that they have any needs at all, that you just do that to make the claim. But it says, today we met them after this many days of captivity. It says, this is an emotionally and medically complex event for hostages. Okay, now comes the main point. Up until then, they've been referring to what they were saying with a quote, sort of like people's voice, misrepresenting the reality. But this is actually a quote, so even this is not as bad as him. But the point is, here's what the real quote is. All the way at the bottom. This is an emotionally and medically complex event for hostages, for the hostages, for their families, for the families of all the hostages. Oh, I see. Yes. So in a general sense, these situations can be medically complex and emotional. You realize how grossly dishonest this all is? I can't stand how ridiculous this is. That's the best they can do. As they smile and tell you they were treated kindly, they have to basically take out of context what the guy said to make the argument. But guess what's even more ridiculous, guys? They made the same stupid claim in the last time. This is November 2023. I mean, the exact situation. Oh, dang it. Hold on. I just hit that button. Oh, no, it didn't go. Okay, here we go. Right there. Look at that. It's even the title. A complex event, both medically and emotionally. Oh, weird. The exact same phrase. Here it says, this is a complex event, both medically and emotionally, for the hostages who have returned to Israel, for their families, and entire people of Israel. Wait a minute. Is that the exact same quote? Verbatim? Oh my God, and the entire people of Israel. Hold on a second. So are they really taking a quote from 2023 and pretending he made the quote for the girls today? Yes, they are. You can't make up how stupid this is and how gross it is to make an entirely fake narrative when they know we're seeing through it just to try to barely convince a few more people that maybe they were abused while they weren't. Guys, that's crazy obvious. Just in case you're not seeing it, this is an article from 2023 where they're quoting the same doctor saying the exact same thing. So that means Either he said the exact word for word quote a year and a half later, or they just reposted the same quote and took it out of context to argue that they're manipulated, that they're emotionally complex. Have I said desperate in a while? Because my God, if that's not desperate. Now, just to wrap up in general, guys, they're telling you, well, I might come back to this. I think that's a good place to wrap in general because we're obviously long today. 5 hours is even long for me, but I'll go over more of the UNRWA aspect of it because the point is they're basically trying to create this dynamic where UNRWA's the bad guy, like always, except the reality is over 2,400 aid trucks enter Gaza under the ceasefire. And now they're already tapering it back down, by the way. But the point is, weird how there was no looting. Isn't UNRWA Hamas? Aren't you telling us UNRWA's been stealing it? But now Israel's out of the picture for the moment, and UNRWA's the one delivering food, and they've got more food than ever. Yeah, every single lie they put forward is being exposed. Or the idea that Israel violates a ceasefire and declares Israel won't displace Gazans or won't allow them back to the north. Over and over, we've been showing you this. They're taking the territory, and they're not allowing them back to the north, which was also part of the ceasefire. Aviva Klampus basically owning collective punishment, saying now we won't let them back because of this one person. That's collective punishment. All these people being held back, and opened fire on as they try to go back to the north, which is what's happening in both Gaza right here and in Lebanon. 22 unarmed Lebanese civilians have been murdered by Zionist occupation forces who opened fire on unarmed civilians inside Lebanese territory. Now, I'm going to go more into this since we're going to kind of wrap right here, but realize they're firing on Lebanese people also going back to their homes. At the same time, that is not unique. That is not an accident. It is what Israel's government does. And they're murdering civilians wherever they are because they want the territory, and your governments are gaslighting for them because they're also monsters. And Craig Murray points out that they've even made a slip. The White House accidentally said that they're going to finalize the expansion. They didn't mean expansion. They're not supposed to say that out loud. Or maybe Trump wants it to be claimed. The point is they're telling you they're going to finalize the expansion in Lebanon. Well, that's what we've been telling you because that's the plan. That's against the law. Nobody seems to care. Zionists attacking people in Lebanon. Zionists attacking people in the West Bank. BBC even did its own investigation proving that only 6 people out of 73 were even connected to Hezbollah. The vast majority were children. Even though Israel says they killed a bunch of Hezbollah, they murdered 23 children, and even the BBC's admitted that now. The West Bank also exploding right now. They've launched an Operation Iron Wall in the West Bank. They've cut the electricity from the West Bank. It's all going on right now, guys. This heartbreaking video we'll get into is disgusting. These are children in a car in the West Bank being, I think, killed. Sanctions are being removed from terrorists. A soldier shot a 2-year-old girl in the West Bank yesterday. No one cares. That's her right there. Israeli occupation has notified the residents in Bethlehem of its intention to demolish all their homes and forcibly displace them. That's today. Bethlehem. Where are the Christians at, guys? They're literally saying, just get out of the way. We're going to destroy everything you own. There's no legal justification for this. It's illegal no matter how you spin it. Trump made this agreement. He agreed, as they told you. They're openly telling you. He allowed them to do all this and take the West Bank as long as he got this momentary win, which it seems they didn't even agree to that part. They were supposed to wait till the second phase. They just immediately break it all. I think Trump's just pretending it's not happening so he can pretend that they bet they're part of the deal. But like always, they're abusing even the U.S. government. They're telling them, we're going to take everything. We'll end with this. As Derek says, you are powerful, you are beautiful, you are free. You are capable of self-governance. And it says the real poison is the idea that you even need to be governed. Hope that can resonate with some people. I'll end with the clip I told you about in regard to Netanyahu, showing you really how obvious this has all been, guys, from day one. I mean, this is what this entity has been doing, and it's been obvious. I'm hoping people are just starting to finally truly see that. Now, as I said, guys, please, long show today. Break these clips out. Hopefully you've been doing it the whole time. sharing them on Twitter. I'll go through and try to find your tags and share them as best I can. Just get the information out there. There's so many different little parts about today that are important that'll, that if made in this perfectly packaged partisan way would be wildly viral that I don't see anybody else talking about. Break them out, get it out there, tag me. Let's get the content out there. It's just about making sure people see this when it needs to be seen. Thank you for your support, guys. I can't express enough how much it means to me that you're here to support this platform because we would not exist without you. Well, I'm going to be trying for a show tomorrow. I believe I can make that happen. I'm sure there will be some updates coming soon about just other things going on that are taking a lot of time away from me. But I think at the end of the day, guys, I think we're making a difference. I mean, I believe that. Truly. I'm watching this thing change in front of us. The scary thing is that the power structure doesn't seem to care at all that we see what they're doing. That's a whole other animal to deal with. But right now, again, it's important to recognize that, as we said with COVID, you're not alone. Right? We see this. It's important that we as a collective, as just the American people or the world, start acknowledging what these power structures truly are. As always, you can't really solve a problem until you first acknowledge that it exists. And right now, we're still battling that, at least to some degree. So thank you all for being here and believing in us. I believe in you. As always, I love you all. Question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
What terrorists do is target the innocent deliberately. Therefore, my definition of terrorism is the systematic and deliberate attack, the murder, maiming, and menacing of innocent civilians.
Her name is Hind Brajab, and she was just 5 years old when she was killed with her family trapped in a vehicle.
You can tell a lot about terrorists, but what happens when they come to power? They end up as being masters of terrorist states.